We are Novels Hall Dynasty. If you want to listen to more novels or more chapters of this novel, visit a path with the name of Novice Hall Dynasty. We continue with the novel. Following 100 years of cultivation, I'm dying before I got cheats. Part 1. Chapter 1. The end is coming, activating the cheat system. Let's settle down here. An old man with white hair and a hunchback appeared in a rather prosperous city. This was Autumn Leaf City, under the jurisdiction of Haiyang County. It was the city with the best environment among the several mortal cities under Haiyang County. It was also one of the most artistic cities. The old man, Jiang Chengxun, looked at the enormous mansion in front of him and suddenly sighed softly. From now on, let me stay and slowly die here. While he was thinking, Jiang Chengxun had already walked into the mansion. There were no servants or maids. Before Jiang Chengxun bought this house, he had already made it clear to the owner that he didn't want anyone to serve him. It was also his own request. Since he only had a year or two left to live, Jiang Chengxun only wanted to finish this journey quietly and not be disturbed by anyone. Nor did he want his arrival to alarm the mortals here. Yes, Jiang Chengxun was not an ordinary person. Instead, he was a true cultivator. 100 years ago, due to an accident, he transmigrated to this place called the Nine Essences Immortal Cultivation World. By chance, he obtained the cultivation inheritance of a key refinement cultivator. He originally thought that he could start his cultivation journey smoothly and become an immortal. He thought that there would be all kinds of treasures and beauties surrounding him. Unexpectedly, reality played a big joke on him. There was no system to help him, nor were there any artifacts. Most importantly, his cultivation aptitude was the lowest grade, the false spiritual roots. The speed of his cultivation was like a snail crawling. In addition, he was a person who was afraid of death and did not dare to confront others, let alone compete with others for opportunities. Therefore, after 100 years, his cultivation level had only reached the 8th level of key refinement. He had not even reached the 9th level of key refinement, which was the perfected realm of key refinement. Most importantly, the reason why he could have reached the 8th level of key refinement was because he was lucky and obtained an opportunity for no reason. If not for that, he would probably still be at the 4th or 5th level of key refinement. One could imagine that with him like this, not to mention breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm, the Violet Palace realm, and the Golden Core realm, even before his death, it was impossible for him to break through to the 9th level of key refinement. Therefore, Jiang Chengxun did not have ambitions for anything else now. He just wanted to spend the last year or two in peace. After walking around the entire mansion, Jiang Chengxun chose the largest room in the middle courtyard as his bedroom. Just like that. Jiang Chengxun lived in this mansion for half a year. On this day, he suddenly felt his body weaken. Then, the qi and blood in his body began to dry up. The true essence in his body also began to quickly deplete until it was like that of a dry river. Compared to before, he was noticeably emaciated and hunched. Every step he took seemed to consume a lot of his strength. He couldn't help but sigh with a shake of his head. With his current condition, not to mention living for another year or two, he might not even be able to live to see the sun rising tomorrow. Sigh. Forget it. No matter what, I had lived for more than 100 years. Compared to those who died before the age of 50, he was much luckier. He really could not ask for more. Just as Jiang Chengxun was comforting himself and was about to wait quietly for his life to end, a robotic electronic voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved 100 years of cultivation. The achievement system is therefore activated. What? Jiang Chengxun was stunned. Was he hallucinating? Or was it really the system daddy? In an instant, Jiang Chengxun had a mixed feeling that he couldn't describe. As an cultivator at the 8th level of key refinement, he was actually certain that the voice just now was not an hallucination, but a real system notification. But so what? He was about to die anyway. Even if the cheat system came, he wouldn't have the luck to use it. After all, he had clearly heard just now that the system that was activated was not a sign-in system, or a lottery system, but an achievement system. As the name suggested, if he wanted to obtain anything from the system, he had to achieve something. Just like what the system said just now about 100 years of cultivation achievement. He achieved it and accidentally activated the system. What about the reward? What is the use of activating you if you don't give me a reward? Ding. As if hearing Jiang Chengsun's thoughts, a system notification sounded in his mind again. Detected that the host has achieved 100 years of cultivation. You are specially rewarded with a life-extending fruit. Consume it to increase your lifespan by 60 years, fuck. Jiang Chengsun burst out cursing uncontrollably. There was really a reward? Moreover, it was an item that he urgently needed to extend his life. What was more, it could extend his lifespan by 60 years. Hurry up. Where is the life-extending fruit? Jiang Chengsun quickly called out to the system in his mind. This was because at this moment, he could clearly feel his life force flowing away. Death was approaching bit by bit. If this happened in the past, he wouldn't be anxious. Anyway, there was no hope. If he died, so be it. However, it was different now. If he died as soon as he found new hope, it would be too tragic. After all, if there was a way to live, who would want to die? Just as he was feeling anxious, Jiang Chengsun saw an orange fruit suddenly appear in his hand. Then, a string of words appeared in his mind. Life-extending fruit, eating it can increase one's lifespan by 60 years. It's also one of the main ingredients for refining life-extending pills. At this moment, Jiang Chengsun couldn't care less about refining pills. He was about to die. It would be really stupid to think about those useless things. Therefore, without wasting a second, he finished the fruit in a few mouthfuls. Boom. In an instant, Jiang Chengsun felt a new vitality suddenly replenishing his crumbling body. This vitality was extremely abundant. In just an instant, it covered his entire body, making his hunched body straight again. His white hair turned black again. His face emitted a healthy glow. In just a moment, Jiang Chengsun went from an old and weak old man to a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. The life force that he lost also came back, fresh and new. With this body, if Jiang Chengsun had the cultivation of the perfected key refinement realm, he could absolutely try to break through to the foundation establishment realm. Unfortunately, he was not there yet. However, no matter what, to Jiang Chengsun, being able to regain 60 years of life was already a lot. Most importantly, now, he had a cheat system to fall back on. Chapter 2 100 missions. After a while, Jiang Chengsun more or less understood the function of his achievement system. Simply put, this was a system that would assume missions for him to achieve at irregular intervals. As long as he can complete the mission issued by the system, he can obtain the corresponding system reward. His next mission was to attempt to break through 100 times. With every attempt, 1 point would be added to the progress of the mission. However, the problem was that if he succeeded in breaking through the cultivation bottleneck, it would be great, but if he failed, it would more or less cause some damage to his body. It would take a lot of time to repair it. If the damage was especially serious, he even needed to take healing pills to repair it. Luckily, it was a small bottleneck. If it was a big bottleneck, such as breaking through to the Foundation Establishment realm and the Violet Palace realm, once he failed, he would not just suffer some minor damage. In the worst scenario, he might die. Throughout history, many cultivators had died because of this. Fortunately, his cultivation was still at the 8th level of key refinement. If he failed to break through to the 9th level of key refinement during the attempts, the price was still within his ability to bear. Most importantly, the system seemed to have included his past attempts. Therefore, although he had not done anything yet, the progress of this mission had already reached 34%. In other words, he only needed to attempt to break through 66 more times to complete this mission. However, the problem was that there was no need to break through so many times in order to reach the 9th level. No matter how poor his talent was, as long as he was willing to spend time and effort, he could successfully break through within 6 attempts. No matter what, 10 times should be enough, right? However, that was the problem. What about the remaining 50 or so attempts? He couldn't wait until he reached the 9th level of key refinement to break through to the Foundation establishment realm, right? That would kill him. At least as far as Jiang Chengsun knew, he had never heard of anyone who could survive after failing to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Unless you had a Foundation establishment pill that key refinement cultivators dreamed of. Not only could the pill increase your chances of reaching the Foundation establishment realm by 50%, but it could also protect your meridians and prevent you from vanishing even if you failed. At most, they would lose some vitality. They only needed to recuperate for a few days to recover. However, how could an extremely precious pill like the Foundation establishment pill be easily obtained by a mere key refinement cultivator like him? Therefore, according to Jiang Chengsun's current situation, if he wanted to complete the mission issued by the system, he had to do it before he broke through to the 9th level of key refinement. Otherwise, he might not be able to complete this mission forever. At the thought of this, Jiang Chengsun went to his bedroom and sat cross-legged. He found a comfortable position and slowly circulated the origin returning technique he was currently cultivating. This was also a very common cultivation technique. It could be said to be ordinary and nothing special. The only thing worth mentioning was that the initiation of this cultivation technique was very simple. No matter what kind of spiritual roots or aptitude one had, they could cultivate this cultivation technique without any repulsion to the attributes of their spiritual root. At this moment, Jiang Chengsun had already circulated the origin returning technique for a few cycles. At this moment, Jiang Chengsun suddenly began to gently circulate his true essence, giving the bottleneck of the 9th level of key refinement a gentle attempt. It was really just a gentle one. It was not even 1/10 of his full strength. As expected, the bottleneck was still there. As for Jiang Chengsun, he only suffered a small backlash. There was a faint pain in a few meridians. However, he only needed to recuperate for a day or two to completely recover from such an injury. This was not the point. The point was the attempt number. The number in front of his retina changed from 34% to 35%. It really worked. Jiang Chengsun suddenly felt excited. It seemed that his previous guess was right. The system only cared about the attempt number. It did not care if one was going all out to break through or not. As long as you made an attempt, it was fine. This was really great. In this way, he could use this bug to complete the next 65 attempts. Yes, although that would cause some damage to his meridians. However, as long as he recuperated well and lengthened the interval of the attempt, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Just like that, for the next year, Jiang Chengsun stayed in his mansion. Every 5 days, he would make an attempt to break through the bottleneck to the 9th level of key refinement. This was also the most suitable interval he found after summarizing the previous attempts. 5 days was not too long, and the impact on his recovery was almost zero. Ding! At this moment, when Jiang Chengsun saw that the progress of the mission in his retina had reached 100%, the long-lost system notification appeared in his mind again. Congratulations, host, for achieving 100 breakthrough attempts. You are awarded with a chance to successfully break through, 1 chance to successfully break through. What the fuck? Holy crap. Jiang Chengsun really did not expect to receive such a precious reward after completing the mission issued by the system. Didn't this mean that he could use this opportunity to successfully break through to the Foundation establishment realm in one go? If that was the case, he didn't have to be a cultivator in the bottom of the cultivation society. No matter what, Foundation establishment cultivators were the backbone of many cultivation sects. No matter where they went, they would be treated with respect. Even if you were an independent cultivator, it was no exception. Many cultivation families were supported by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Now that he had hope of reaching that level, how could he not be excited? At this moment, Jiang Chengsun couldn't help but look forward to the system's next achievement mission. The system did not disappoint him. Just as he was thinking, the familiar electronic voice sounded again. Ding! the next achievement mission. Host, please complete 100 spell castings. Chapter 3. Someone came to the cave abode in the Ganyang market. 800 spell castings? Jiang Chengsun was stunned for a moment before he was overwhelmed by the anticipation for the reward. After all, with the rewards from the previous 2 missions, it was very difficult for Jiang Chengsun not to be tempted by the rewards from the later missions. However, it was obviously not appropriate for him to continue staying in this mortal city if he wanted to complete this mission. After all, casting spells was different from attempting to break through where he could stay in one place and not move. Even if he went to the nearby wilderness or forest, it was inevitable that he would be seen, which would affect the progress. It seemed that it was time for him to leave this place. At the thought of this, Jiang Chengsun no longer hesitated. That night, he left Autumn Leaf City. A few months later, in a forest far away from Ganyang Market, Jiang Chengsun cast a spell called the Flaming Saber on a big tree in front of him. In an instant, the tree was split into 2. Then, raging flames ignited all the vegetation for a few meters. Ding! At this moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in Jiang Chengsun's mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission of 100 spell castings. You are awarded with a Perfection Spell Inheritance Jade. Perfection Spell Inheritance Jade. After using it, it can instantly allow the host to reach perfection in a certain spell. Note, this spell can't exceed the limit of the host's current realm. In other words, the spell he chose had to be something he could really control. The spells he could really control now were all within level 1 high grade. In other words, if he used the Jade now, he could at most master a level 1 high grade spell to perfection. However, if he could break through to the Foundation Establishment realm, he would undoubtedly have more choices. A level 2 high grade spell might be a little difficult to control. However, low grade or even mid grade level 2 would definitely not be a problem. At that time, with a perfected level 2 spell, even if he had just entered the Foundation Establishment realm, he could quickly gain a foothold in that realm. He had to think of a way to break through as soon as possible. As Jiang Chengsun thought, he returned to his cave abode in the Ganyang market. This was a cave abode he had rented a few months ago. The price was not cheap. It cost a total of 3 spirit stones to rent every month. This was already considered relatively expensive among many low-level cave abodes. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in this cave abode was quite abundant. At least for Jiang Chengsun, a cultivator at the 8th level of key refinement, it was enough to satisfy his daily cultivation needs. At this moment, not long after Jiang Chengsun returned to his cave abode, he suddenly felt the restriction on his cave abode being activated. Through the light reflected by the restriction, Jiang Chengsun realized the 2 people were standing outside his cave abode. They were a man and a woman who looked about 40 years old. Jiang Chengsun recognized at a glance that the 2 people who were outside his cave abode were the couple he had gotten to know in the Ganyang market recently who were independent cultivators. The man's name was Su Heichuan. Like him, his cultivation was at the 8th level of key refinement. The woman was called Mai Hongyan, and she was at the 7th level of key refinement. He wondered why they came to his cave abode. Jiang Chengsun was a little suspicious, but he still went forward and lifted the restriction. Fellow Daoist Jiang, you're finally back. As soon as the restriction on the cave abode was lifted by Jiang Chengsun, the middle-aged man, Su Heichuan, spoke. After he brought Su Heichuan and his wife into the cave abode, he asked Su Heichuan, fellow Daoist Su, what brought you here to look for me? Su Heichuan and Mai Hongyan looked at each other. Su Heichuan nodded and said, fellow Daoist Jiang. Actually, we came this time to invite you to explore a ruin with us. Invite me to explore a ruin? Hearing Su Heichuan's words, Jiang Chengsun immediately frowned slightly. Having been in the cultivation world for 100 years, he was not a noob cultivator. He knew very well what kind of place the so-called ruins were. It was not an exaggeration to say that a place like the ruins was not a place for cultivators like them to set foot in. Even if a key refinement cultivator had a heaven-sent opportunity and discovered a cave abode left behind by a high-level cultivator, he would definitely not share it with others. After all, opportunities like this were tempting. No one could guarantee that their companion would not stab them in the back after seeing the opportunity or fall out with them and fight for the opportunity. Jiang Chengsun had heard of such anecdotes dozens of times in the past 100 years. Therefore, he was not interested in Su Haichun and his wife's invitation. As if he had guessed that Jiang Chengsun would decline, Su Haichun spoke. "Fellow Daoist Jiang, do you think there's something fishy about us inviting you to explore a ruin with us?" Without waiting for Jiang Chengsun to answer, Su Haichun explained, "To be honest, the ruin we mentioned was actually not discovered by us alone. We're not the only ones who know about that ruin." Su Haichun roughly told Jiang Chengsun about the situation in the ruin. It turned out, the ruin that Su Haichun and his wife were talking about was actually a ruin discovered by the Ganayang sect not long ago. The Ganayang sect was one of the 3 top cultivation sects in the Yun nation. There was a golden core Daoist presiding in the sect. He was the true overlord of the Ganayang mountain range. He was also the true owner of the Ganayang market where they were now. According to Su Haichun and his wife, the ruin discovered by the Ganayang sect seemed to have been set up with a very brilliant restriction that only allowed key refinement and foundation establishment cultivators to enter. Once a person in the Violet Palace realm wanted to enter, they would be sent flying back by the restriction hidden in the ruin. If they forced their way in, they might cause the ruin to self-destruct. The loss outweighed the gain. They did not want to alarm the Golden Core Daoist in their sect because of that restriction, so someone thought of using independent cultivators like them to help explore that ruin. This way, not only could they greatly speed up the exploration of the ruin, but they could also reduce the number of casualties that might occur among the disciples of the Ganayang sect. Especially when the Ganayang sect promised all the independent cultivators that as long as they were willing to enter that ruin to explore, they would be able to keep 10% of the gains when they came out. This made many independent cultivators tempted. Chapter 4 Breaking through to the 9th level of key refinement. Although the reward of keeping 10% of the gain seemed to be very little, in fact, the Ganayang sect was already very kind. Many sects like the Ganayang sect would not allow you to keep anything at all. At most, they would give you some spirit stones or basic pills. Moreover, with the influence of the Ganayang sect in the Ganayang mountain range, if they wanted you to enter the ruin, you could not say no. Moreover, according to the latest news, there were already key refinement cultivators who used the treasures they obtained from the ruin to successfully exchange for a foundation establishment pill from the Ganayang sect. Wasn't the ultimate goal of these independent cultivators at the refinement stage to fight to the death for the trace of hope of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm? Therefore, at this moment, Su Haichun and his wife were really trying their best to persuade Jiang Chengsun to go to the ruin with them to explore. However, all this was not attractive to Jiang Chengsun at all. Now, he had already obtained a chance to successfully break through from the system. As long as his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of key refinement, breaking through to the foundation establishment realm was just a piece of cake. Why would he take such a huge risk to go to the so-called ruin? Moreover, in Jiang Chengsun's eyes, no matter how tempting the ruin was, they, the lowest-ranking key refinement cultivators, could not escape the fate of becoming cannon fodder. Even if you really had heaven-defying luck and obtained some extraordinary treasure in that ruin, in the end, that treasure might not belong to you. The Ganayang sect would definitely not let the real treasure in the ruin fall into the hands of low-level independent cultivators like them. It was very likely that they would be killed because of this. Therefore, at this moment, no matter what Su Haichun and his wife said, Jiang Chengsun was not tempted. Helpless, Su Haichun and his wife could only leave regretfully. "Husband, Jiang Chengsun is stubborn and refuses to explore that ruin with us. What should we do now?" Outside Jiang Chengsun's cave abode, Mai Hongyan turned to look at her husband, Su Haichun, with a slightly unhappy expression. Su Haichun sighed helplessly and shook his head. "Since fellow Daoist Jiang doesn't want to go with us, then forget it. But next, we have to find someone else. After all, just you and me going to that ruin is not enough." As the couple spoke, they walked in another direction of the market. After sending Su Haichun and his wife off, a system notification suddenly sounded in Jiang Chengsun's mind. Ding. Announcement of the next achievement mission. Host, please complete 100 circulations. Note, previous circulations are not included in this mission. That made sense. He had cultivated for well over 100 years. If previous circulations were included, he would have done it more than 300 times. The system obviously wouldn't make such an obvious mistake. However, speaking of which, the mission issued by the system happened to meet his current needs. He could use this opportunity to enter seclusion and cultivate. He wanted to raise his cultivation to the 9th level of key refinement. However, before that, he had to prepare and buy a pill for him to break through to the 9th level of key refinement. In the Cloud Pavilion. This was considered the largest shop in the Ganyang market that sold pills and artifacts. It was said that the owner of it was the Ganyang sect. Although the things sold here were not cheap, because they were of good quality, many family cultivators and independent cultivators liked to come here to buy things. When Jiang Chengsun arrived, he realized that there were especially many people in the Cloud Pavilion today. With a cursory glance, he realized that most of the people here were independent cultivators like him. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chengsun roughly understood what was going on. It should be related to that ruin. Everyone must be thinking of buying as many life-saving tools as possible before entering the ruin to explore. Fellow Daoist, are you here to buy artifacts or talismans? At this moment, a sweet-looking female cultivator at the 5th level of key refinement suddenly approached Jiang Chengsun. From the clothes she was wearing, it was obvious that she was from the Cloud Pavilion. Jiang Chengsun shook his head and told this female cultivator what he needed. When the female cultivator heard it, she immediately brought him to the area where pills were sold. Then, she took out a jade bottle and handed it to Jiang Chengsun with a smile. Fellow Daoist, this is the spirit cleansing pill you are looking for. It can help a late-stage key refinement cultivator break through. This will cost 100 spirit stones. Jiang Chengsun took the jade bottle and opened it to take a look. He realized that the quality of this spirit cleansing pill was indeed not bad. Over the years, Jiang Chengsun had accumulated some money. Although it was by no means a lot, spending 100 spirit stones to buy a spirit cleansing pill was not a problem for him. Soon, Jiang Chengsun paid the spirit stones. When he returned to his cave abode, he began his seclusion. Going from the 8th to the 9th level of key refinement realm was actually a process of accumulation and refining. As long as you accumulated a certain amount of true essence in your body, you could try to break through to the 9th level of key refinement. As for refining, it could make your true essence more condensed. However, it took a lot of time to accumulate and refine the true essence in his body to the point where he could break through to the 9th level of key refinement. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator at the 8th level of key refinement with true spiritual roots would take a total of 8 to 15 years. Given that Jiang Chengsun only had false spiritual roots, it would undoubtedly take him a longer time. Fortunately, Jiang Chengsun had stagnated in this realm for a long time. His accumulation was basically enough. Coupled with the spirit cleansing pill, he was confident that his breakthrough would go smoothly. Soon, Jiang Chengsun had adjusted himself to the optimal state. When he took out the spirit cleansing pill he bought, the amount of true essence in his body suddenly soared. Without hesitation, Jiang Chengsun quickly circulated the origin returning technique he had cultivated and began to circulate it over and over again. Just like that, half a month later, Jiang Chengsun, who was immersed in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. A smile appeared on his face. The 9th level of key refinement was finally achieved. At this moment, the amount of true essence in his body was almost 40% more than before. His strength had also increased significantly. He looked at the number in his retina. Progress of the mission, 15%. Chapter 5 Purchasing Talisman Making Materials in half a month, he only managed to complete 15% of the mission. It seemed that it would take some time to reach 100%. It just so happened that he had just broken through to the 9th level of key refinement and still needed to consolidate his realm. Therefore, Jiang Chengsun continued his seclusion. He was not afraid of being disturbed. This was because before he went into seclusion, he had already paid the rent for the cave abode for a year. At the same time, he activated the protective array of the cave abode. His intention of not wanting to be disturbed was very clear. If anyone still came to disturb him for no reason at this moment, they would definitely become enemies. Just like that. More than half a year had passed. When Jiang Chengsun ended his seclusion, he had already consolidated the 9th level of key refinement. Looking at his mission progress, it was 100% completed. Congratulations, host. You have completed 100 circulations. You have received +1 constitution, +1 constitution? Jiang Chengsun was a little surprised. He did not expect the reward this time to actually increase his constitution. This was really unexpected. As everyone knew, in the cultivation world, there were two things that were very difficult to change. One was comprehension, and the other was constitution. Jiang Chengsun tried to sense the changes in his body and realized that his spiritual root had not changed at all. It was still 4 spiritual roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Why don't I try to cultivate? With it in mind, Jiang Chengsun started to circulate the origin returning technique again. A few days later, Jiang Chengsun opened his eyes. He was a little excited. As expected, the system was not fooling him. At this moment, his circulation speed was obviously 20% faster than before. At the same time, the spiritual ki he could absorb in one cycle was 20% more than before. With the two of them combined, Jiang Chengsun's cultivation speed was noticeably faster than before. And this was only the effect of having slightly increased his constitution. He really could not imagine those genius cultivators, especially the ones with the legendary heavenly spiritual root. How fast was their cultivation speed? No wonder the various cultivation sects and families value those disciples with good cultivation aptitude. That difference was really not something that could be bridged with hard work. Fortunately, I have System Daddy around. No matter how big the gap was, he would sooner or later be able to level up and catch up with the others. At the thought of this, Jiang Chengsun couldn't help but look forward to the next mission. However, 2 hours passed, 4 hours passed, a day passed, and 2 days passed. The system did not issue another mission. This made Jiang Chengsun a little anxious. Fortunately, he still remembered the system's initial introduction. This system will issue missions at irregular intervals. He just did not know how long he would have to wait. He hoped it wouldn't be too long. At the thought of this, Jiang Chengsun did not intend to stay in the cave abode anymore. Instead, he planned to go out and buy some materials for making talismans. In the past, Jiang Chengsun was a mid-grade level 1 talisman craftsman. This was also the only skill he had back then. It was also the means by which he supported himself financially to reach the 8th level of key refinement. Now, although the spirit stones he had accumulated could still last him for a while, it was far from enough to support him until he reached the perfected stage of the 9th level of key refinement. Therefore, he needed to sell talismans to make his pocket fuller. At the same time, he wanted to see if anything new had happened in the past 6 months. When he came out, Jiang Chengsun immediately realized that there seemed to be a lot more people in the Ganyang market than half a year ago. After asking around, it turned out that the reason why there were more people in the Ganyang market now was because of that ruin. It was said that not long ago, another key refinement cultivator successfully joined the Ganyang sect through the treasures he obtained from the ruin. Moreover, he became an inner disciple and successfully shook off his identity as an independent cultivator. In addition, many people had obtained a lot of cultivation resources from the ruin. This immediately attracted independent cultivators from everywhere. The Ganyang market naturally became a place for these independent cultivators to gather and rest. Jiang Chengsun arrived at a shop called the Treasure Pavilion. Immediately, a middle-aged man in his 40s came over and asked Jiang Chengsun enthusiastically what he wanted. The Treasure Pavilion was not as famous as the Cloud Pavilion. There were not as many things sold in the Treasure Pavilion. However, the advantage was that the things here were cheaper than the ones in the Cloud Pavilion. What Jiang Chengsun wanted was some low-grade talisman-making materials. Naturally, there was no need to be particular about the quality. Soon, the middle-aged man brought over the things Jiang Chengsun wanted. It cost him a total of 32 spirit stones. If he shopped in the Cloud Pavilion, the price was at least 4 or 5 times more expensive. Although 4 or 5 spirit stones did not seem to be a lot, it was still a lot for low-level key refinement cultivators like them. Just as Jiang Chengsun was about to leave, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. "Eh? Fellow Daoist Jiang?" Jiang Chengsun turned around and saw Su Haichun and his wife, who he had not seen for more than half a year, behind him. At this moment, the two of them could not hide the joy on their faces. "Did something good happen?" Jiang Chengsun said with a smile, "So it's fellow Daoist Su and fellow Daoist Mai. Long time no see." "That's right, fellow Daoist Jiang. It's been a long time since we last met." Su Haichun and his wife smiled and nodded. "By the way, fellow Daoist Jiang, what have you been busy with these days?" "Wait. You broke through to the 9th level of key refinement?" It was only at this moment that Su Haichun and his wife seemed to have noticed the change in Jiang Chengsun. A trace of surprise appeared on their faces, and then they cupped their hands. "I didn't expect you to have already broken through to the 9th level of key refinement. There's hope for you to reach the Foundation establishment realm in the future. Congratulations." Jiang Chengsun shook his head modestly. "I was just lucky. The two of you look like something good has happened." Su Haichun and Ma Hongyan looked at each other. Su Haichun said, "Fellow Daoist Jiang, is that so obvious? Previously, the two of us entered the ruin and were lucky to find something. Fellow Daoist Jiang, if you don't mind, why don't we go to the Spiritual Taste restaurant together after we're done shopping?" It was obvious that the couple wanted to befriend Jiang Chengsun. Although Jiang Chengsun did not like such socializing, Su Haichun and his wife were after all the first two friends he had made since he came to Ganayang City. Even the cave abode he lived in was introduced to him by this couple. It was really not appropriate to reject. Therefore, he nodded. "All right, then let's go to the Spiritual Taste restaurant together later." Chapter 6 Another system mission. The Spiritual Taste restaurant was considered the most visited restaurant by low-level key refinement cultivators like them in the Ganayang market. When Jiang Chengsun and Su Haichun arrived, the restaurant was already filled with independent cultivators. They found an empty table by the window and sat down. After asking the shopkeeper for some spirit wine and food, Su Haichun looked at Jiang Chengsun and said, "Fellow Daoist Jiang, I think you've heard about the situation in the ruin. How about it? Are you interested in exploring that place with us? Maybe we can find the legendary Foundation establishment opportunity." Su Haichun invited Jiang Chengsun again. Originally, he had already given up on inviting Jiang Chengsun, but when he saw that Jiang Chengsun's cultivation had already broken through to the 9th level of key refinement, he couldn't help but want to try again. After all, a cultivator at the 9th level of key refinement was not to be underestimated. If they could really pull him into their team, it would undoubtedly greatly increase the strength of their team. When they entered the ruin to explore again, with Jiang Chengsun around, it would be more likely for them to come out alive. Unfortunately, Jiang Chengsun was still not interested in Su Haichun's invitation. He shook his head with a smile. "I'm sorry, fellow Daoist Su. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you again this time. I still have something to do. I'm afraid I can't enter the ruin with you." No matter what, they had already invited him twice in a row, so it was not appropriate for him to decline too straightforwardly. However, the couple should be able to understand what he meant. A trace of disappointment appeared on Su Haichun and Mai Hongyan's faces. However, perhaps because Jiang Chengsun had already broken through to the 9th level of key refinement, Mai Hongyan, who was displeased with Jiang Chengsun rejecting their invitation back then, was not unhappy this time. On the contrary, a smile appeared on her face. "Since fellow Daoist Jiang still has something to do, let's forget about it. However, I believe fellow Daoist Jiang will more or less be interested in what I'm about to say next." Hearing that, Jiang Chengsun's curiosity was instantly piqued. He couldn't help but ask with a smile, "May I know what it is?" "Let my husband tell you." Mai Hongyan smiled and turned to Su Haichuan. Su Haichuan nodded and said, "It's about the Independent Cultivators Trade Fair." "Independent Cultivators Trade Fair?" "Yes." Su Haichuan nodded. 3 months later, in the Dongwon Pavilion of the Ganyang Market, there will be a trade fair specially held for us independent cultivators. At that time, if you have anything you want to buy or trade, you can go to the trade fair to take a look. Perhaps there will be something you want. "I see." As expected, he was indeed a little interested in this trade fair. Even if there was nothing he needed to trade or buy, it was still a good thing for him to go and broaden his horizons. At the thought of this, he immediately thanked Su Haichuan and his wife. "Thank you for telling me this. This meal is on me. I hope the two of you won't snatch it from me." Su Haichuan and his wife said simultaneously, "Then we won't stand on ceremony, fellow Daoist Jiang." After the three of them bade farewell and left the spiritual taste pavilion, Jiang Chengsun returned to his cave abode. Not long after returning to the cave abode, Jiang Chengsun took out the talisman-making materials he had bought. He planned to use his talisman-making skills to draw some talismans and sell them to earn some spirit stones. Otherwise, no matter how much savings he had, it would not be enough to spend. Moreover, he didn't have savings. He washed his hands and calmed his mind. Then, he lit a concentration incense. With that done, Jiang Chengsun began to make talismans. What Jiang Chengsun drew first was a mid-grade level 1 talisman called the Water Sword Talisman. Once it was used, it could turn into a 10-foot-long water sword to attack the enemy. If a mid-level key refinement cultivator was not careful, he would most likely be knocked down by it. He had already drawn dozens of such talismans in the past. Therefore, it was quite easy to draw this time. About half a day later, Jiang Chengsun put down the talisman brush in his hand. In front of him was a water sword talisman that emitted a faint spiritual key. Such a talisman could be sold for 7 or 8 spirit stones in the market. If it was in high demand, even if it was sold for 10 spirit stones, many people would still want it. Just as Jiang Chengsun put away the water sword talisman and was about to draw the next talisman, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! An achievement mission has been issued. Host, please complete the drawing of the water sword talisman 100 times. Hearing this voice, Jiang Chengsun was immediately excited. The system mission finally came again. However, the mission this time was actually to draw the water sword talisman 100 times. A drawing progress immediately appeared in his retina. Current progress of drawing the water sword talisman. 57%, in other words, in the past, he had already successfully drawn 57 water sword talismans. In that case, he only needed to successfully draw 43 more water sword talismans. However, the talisman-making materials he bought previously would probably not be enough. He might have to go out and buy some more later. Just like that, Jiang Chengsun began his task of drawing the water sword talisman. 2 months passed. Jiang Chengsun spent another 33 spirit stones to buy some talisman-making materials before completing the drawing of the remaining water sword talisman. When the mission progress finally reached 100%, Jiang Chengsun finally heard the system notification again. Congratulations, host. You have completed drawing the water sword talisman 100 times. You have obtained the ability to draw a level 1 high-grade water shield talisman. In an instant, Jiang Chengsun felt all kinds of scenes and experiences related to drawing the water shield talisman suddenly appear in his mind. During this process, his talisman-making cultivation unknowingly reached high-grade level 1. Moreover, his proficiency also increased. A high-grade level 1 water shield talisman was a defensive talisman. Strictly speaking, it was much more difficult to draw than ordinary high-grade level 1 offensive talismans. Now that Jiang Chengsun already had the ability to draw water shield talisman, theoretically speaking, as long as he could obtain the drawing method of other high-grade level 1 talismans. With some time and effort, he was confident that he could master it. Actually, the reward this time was not as good as the previous ones. However, it was helpful to his current situation, especially since there would be an independent cultivators trade fair a month later. At that time, if he could produce some high-grade level 1 water shield talismans, he should be able to earn a lot. Chapter 7 The Independent Cultivators Trade Fair begins. A month passed quickly. When Jiang Chengsun walked out of the cave abode and was about to head to the Dongwon Pavilion to attend the Independent Cultivators Trade Fair, he already had 44 water sword talismans and 10 water shield talismans on him. Yes. In a month, Jiang Chengsun successfully drew a total of 10 water shield talismans. It had to be said that drawing a high-grade level 1 talisman was much more difficult than drawing a mid-grade level 1 talisman. The time and true essence it took was several times higher. At the same time, the value was several times that of a mid-grade level 1 talisman. At this moment, Jiang Chengsun had already arrived at a huge pavilion that covered an area of about 1,000 square meters. This was the Dongwon Pavilion, where the Independent Cultivators Trade Fair was held. Jiang Chengsun took a cursory glance and realized that more than hundreds of independent cultivators had gathered here. As time passed, there would be more. Fellow Daoist Jiang. At this moment, someone suddenly called. Jiang Chengsun turned around and realized that the people who were calling him now were Su Heichun and his wife. This way. Su Heichun smiled and waved at him. Jiang Chengsun immediately walked over. After they exchanged pleasantries, Su Heichun pointed at a middle-aged man beside him and said, "Come, fellow Daoist Jiang, let me introduce you. This is fellow Daoist Jiang, Zhang Yunfei. Previously, when Hongyan and I were in the ruin, fellow Daoist Jiang helped us." As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Yunfei and continued with a smile. "Fellow Daoist Jiang, this is fellow Daoist Jiang, Jiang Chengsun I mentioned to you before. Fellow Daoist Jiang, nice to meet you." After hearing Su Heichun's introduction, Zhang Yunfei immediately cupped his fists at Jiang Chengsun politely. Jiang Chengsun immediately cupped his fists politely in return. At the same time, he was surprised to find that this fellow Daoist Jiang was actually a rare sword cultivator. He carried a sword box on his back. Such people were usually more straightforward and would not scheme against others. The reason why Su Heichun and his wife went to the ruin with Zhang Yunfei back then was probably because of this. As they spoke, many more people arrived at the pavilion. Su Heichun and his wife secretly sent a voice transmission to Jiang Chengsun. "Fellow Daoist Jiang, do you see those people over there? They are all old independent cultivators at the last stage of key refinement who have been in Ganyang City for more than 30 years. The one on the left is called Feng Hun, a 9th level key refinement cultivator. He is famous for his golden black halberd. It is said that he cultivates a body tempering technique and is extremely strong. In the middle is the smiling tiger, Li Boren. His weapon is a pair of blades. He is also a 9th level key refinement cultivator. Many cultivators died in his hands. Fellow Daoist Jiang, if you meet him in the future, you have to be careful. The person on the right is Chen Zixin. Although this woman is only at the 7th level of key refinement, she is a famous level 1 high-grade alchemist among us key refinement independent cultivators. Many fellow Daoists have once looked for her to refine pills. The last one is Zhou Yuanfang. It is said that this person has once escaped from a new foundation establishment cultivator. Even after so many years, he is still safe and sound. It can be seen that this person is not ordinary. It had to be said that Su Heichun and his wife were familiar with many cultivators. Jiang Chengsun also learned a lot from them. Just as the couple was about to continue, Zhang Yunfei suddenly said flatly, "It's starting." They turned around and saw that on the platform in front of the crowd, a 9th level key refinement cultivator in a Daoist robe had already taken the lead to go on stage. He first cupped his fists and greeted the cultivators below the stage before taking out 2 things from his robe. One was a high-grade level 1 Dharma artifact, a curved saber, and a high-grade level 1 spiritual fruit called the white cloud fruit. They were all quite good things. The former was worth about 300 spirit stones. The latter was slightly lower, but it was still worth not less than 100 spirit stones. This was mainly related to the fact that the white cloud fruit was one of the supplementary ingredients for refining a certain level 2 medicinal pill. Otherwise, an ordinary high-grade level 1 spiritual fruit would be worth dozens of spirit stones at most. At this moment, the Daoist-robed cultivator said to everyone, "Everyone, I believe you know the value of the two things in my hand. I want to use them to exchange for a high-grade level 1 Dharma artifact like a horsetail whisk and an item of equal value." Soon, a burly man with a curly beard stood up. He happened to have a horsetail whisk-type Dharma artifact that the Daoist-robed cultivator needed in his hand, so he immediately trade-hanged it with him. As for the white cloud fruit, Chen Zixan traded it with 2 high-grade level 1 True Essence returning pills. The True Essence returning pill could help a late-stage key refinement cultivator recover his True Essence. One was worth about 60 to 70 spirit stones. The Daoist-robed cultivator clearly had a good bargain. However, from the looks of it, Chen Zixan did not seem to care. Then, a few cultivators at the mid and late stages of key refinement went on stage. Most of the items they took out were mid to low-grade talismans, precious materials, spiritual herbs, and low-grade cultivation techniques. There were many kinds, but they were not very useful to the current Jiang Chengsun. Until the cultivator called Zhou Yuanfang went on stage. What he took out was a mid-grade level 1 defensive Dharma artifact in a talisman book that has a comprehensive record of level 1 talismans. Jiang Chengsun was not very interested in the mid-grade level 1 defensive Dharma artifact. On the other hand, the talisman book of level 1 talismans he took out later piqued Jiang Chengsun's interest. If there was a high-grade level 1 talisman crafting method inside, he had to try his best to get it. At this moment, Zhou Yuanfang said, "My mid-grade level 1 defensive Dharma artifact is priced at 200 spirit stones or something of equivalent value. As for this talisman book of level 1 talismans, because it's incomplete, it's priced at 300 spirit stones or something of equivalent value. Can you tell me which high-grade level 1 talismans are included in the talisman book?" At this moment, Jiang Chengsun, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Hearing that, Su Heichun, his wife, and Zhang Yunfei looked at him in surprise. Su Heichun couldn't help but ask, "Fellow Daoist Zhang, what are you?" Jiang Chengsun smiled. "Fellow Daoist Su, to be honest, I just learned to make high-grade level 1 talismans not long ago, so I'm quite interested in that level 1 talisman book." These words immediately shocked Su Heichun and his wife. They really did not expect that Jiang Chengsun was actually a talisman craftsman. What was more, he had even become a high-grade level 1 talisman craftsman. This was really. On stage, Zhou Yuanfang was stunned for a moment before looking at Jiang Chengsun. In this talisman book of level 1 talismans, there are a total of 3 high-grade level 1 talismans. They were the Golden Light Talisman, the Earth Escape Talisman, and the Fire Snake Talisman. Are you interested in it? Chapter 8 Selling Talismans. Hearing Zhou Yuanfang's introduction, Jiang Chengsun was tempted. It had to be said that these 3 high-grade level 1 talismans were not bad. The Golden Light Talisman could exorcise evil and kill ghosts, and it could also cleanse some poisonous things. It had a considerable restraining effect on evil cultivators and demonic cultivators. The Earth Escape Talisman was a life-saving talisman. When activated, it could instantly allow a cultivator to travel 15 kilometers. As for the last Fire Snake Talisman, as the name suggested, it was naturally a lethal talisman of the fire attribute. When activated, it could release a fire snake that was dozens of feet long, accompanied by a high temperature that was enough to melt metal. As he thought, Jiang Chengsun took out 3 water shield talismans and 4 water sword talismans from his pocket and said to Zhou Yuanfang, "I'll use these 3 high-grade level 1 water shield talismans and these 4 mid-grade level 1 water sword talismans to trade with you. What do you think?" Generally speaking, The price of a high-grade level 1 water shield talisman was about 70 to 80 spirit stones. A mid-grade level 1 water sword talisman was worth about 15 spirit stones. Given the current market price, it was actually not a good bargain for Jiang Chengsun. On the stage, Zhou Yuanfang's expression changed slightly as he said to Jiang Chengsun, "One more water shield talisman, and this talisman book is yours." Hearing this, Jiang Chengsun immediately shook his head. "That's impossible. At most, I'll give you one more water sword talisman." "Deal." Hearing Jiang Chengsun's offer, Zhou Yuanfang quickly nodded. Soon, the two of them completed the deal. After this, many people present noticed Jiang Chengsun's presence and were looking at him. Clearly, some people were already guessing if Jiang Chengsun was a talisman master since he could take out so many mid-grade and high-grade talismans. Even the alchemist, Chen Zixin, couldn't help but throw a few more glances at Jiang Chengsun. This was because among all the occupations, talisman master, alchemist, armament master, and array master were the ones that received the most attention and respect. If Jiang Chengsun was really a high-grade level 1 talisman master, coupled with his cultivation at the 9th level of key refinement, he would really be admirable. At least in their circle of key refinement independent cultivators, he was definitely a top figure. In fact, Jiang Chengsun did not want to be in the limelight at all. However, the talisman book of level 1 talismans was really important to him. He couldn't miss this good opportunity, so he naturally couldn't care less about attracting attention. In any case, when he perfected the 9th level of key refinement, he would try to break through to the foundation establishment realm. At that time, key refinement cultivators would not be a threat to him. At this moment, Su Haichun and his wife were still in disbelief that Jiang Chengsun was a high-grade level 1 talisman master. After a while, Su Haichun looked at Jiang Chengsun and said with a forced smile, "Fellow Daoist Jiang, you're really something." "Not at all, not at all." Jiang Chengsun quickly shook his head. "Fellow Daoist Jiang, with your current cultivation and the talisman-making skills you have mastered, your chances of entering the foundation establishment realm are quite high. Unlike me and my wife, we still don't see any hope of reaching the foundation establishment realm." This topic suddenly became a little heavy. For a moment, Jiang Chengsun did not know how to answer. In the current cultivation world, there were hundreds of thousands of key refinement cultivators. However, in the end, only 1 in 100 cultivators could successfully turn their true essence into liquid and advance to the foundation establishment realm. If not for the system, he did not have the confidence to successfully build his foundation in the future. By the way, fellow Daoist Jiang. At this moment, Su Haichun suddenly asked, "I wonder if you have any water shield talismans left. If there's any left, I want to buy one." Hearing Su Haichun's words, Zhang Yunfei couldn't help but look over. He also said, "If there's any left, I want to buy one too." Clearly, a high-grade level 1 defensive talisman that could condense a water shield was very popular among many key refinement cultivators. Jiang Chengsun thought for a moment and said, "I still have a few water shield talismans. If you want it, I'll give you a 20% discount at the market price. How about 55 spirit stones each?" How could they say no to such a good price? However, there were too many people coming and going now. They planned to complete the deal after this trade fair ended. The trade fair lasted for a total of 2 days. During this period, Jiang Chengsun went on stage to sell his remaining talismans. In the end, he traded for a lot of talisman-making materials from Feng Kun and the other cultivators. Most of the materials were used to make the Golden Light Talisman, the Earth Escape Talisman, and the Fire Snake Talisman. In addition, Jiang Chengsun also obtained 200 spirit stones. Since he was already known, Jiang Chengsun no longer cared about the attention of the cultivators. While he could, he had to get what he needed first. After the trade fair ended, Jiang Chengsun, Su Haichun, and the others found a time to complete the deal. He successfully obtained another 165 spirit stones. Including the spirit stones he had accumulated previously, Jiang Chengsun now had more than 500 spirit stones. Jiang Chengxuan didn't linger outside. Instead, he quickly returned to his cave abode in the Ganyang market. After paying the rent for another year, Jiang Chengxuan began to enter seclusion again. As he studied the drawing of the 3 high-grade level 1 talismans, he slowly refined his true essence at the 9th level of key refinement. Just like that. Unknowingly, more than half a year passed. At this moment, he had already mastered all 3 high-grade level 1 talismans. He even drew 2 of them each. At this moment, Jiang Chengxuan suddenly felt the restriction in his cave abode being activated. This immediately made him frown. However, when he summoned the projection outside the cave abode and saw the person standing outside, he was shocked. The person standing outside his cave abode was his acquaintance, Su Heichuan. However, unlike before, at this moment, he was missing an arm. Moreover, Mai Hongyan, who had always been by his side, was nowhere to be seen at this moment. Chapter 9 Breaking through to the Foundation Establishment Realm. What is going on? Jiang Chengxuan instinctively had a bad feeling. When he lifted the restriction of the cave abode and let Su Heichuan in, Su Heichuan's first sentence made Jiang Chengxuan's eyes widened. Fellow Daoist Jiang, my Dao companion, Hongyan, is dead. Although Jiang Chengxuan had already guessed it, when he heard it from Su Heichuan, he was still shocked. Fellow Daoist Su, what exactly happened? She was fine half a year ago. Why did she? A trace of hatred flashed across Su Heichuan's eyes. He said, it's the smiling tiger, Li Boren. 3 months ago, I went to the ruin with Hongyan and fellow Daoist Zhang to explore. On the way, we met Li Boren. At that time, we were already very careful, but we didn't expect to still be set up by Li Boren. At this point, Su Heichuan took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chengxuan, continuing. Fellow Daoist Zhang, I actually came to look for you today to ask for your help. You need my help? Jiang Chengxuan immediately frowned. Although he sympathized with Su Heichuan and his wife, to be honest, he was unwilling to get involved in this. After struggling at the bottom of the cultivation world for 100 years, he knew very well that if he wanted to live long in this cruel cultivation world, the first and most important thing was to stay out of trouble. Moreover, the relationship between the two sides was not that good. Of course, even if the relationship between the two sides was really that good, Jiang Chengxuan would only avenge them in his own way. He would definitely not take the risk easily, let alone put himself in an absolutely dangerous environment. Seeing that Jiang Chengxuan seemed to have misunderstood, Su Heichuan quickly explained. Fellow Daoist Jiang, don't misunderstand. I only wanted to borrow 2 talismans from you. It would be even better if it's high-grade level 1 offensive talismans. To be honest, I'm already penniless. Even if you're willing to lend me 2 talismans, I might not be able to pay you back in the future. Therefore, if you don't want to, I can understand. Hearing Su Heichuan's words, Jiang Chengxuan fell silent for a moment before looking at Su Heichuan seriously. Brother Su, do you have to do this? Seeing that Jiang Chengxuan suddenly called him Brother Su, Su Heichuan couldn't help but feel touched. He nodded with a very firm expression. The hatred of killing my wife is irreconcilable. Even if I die, I have to give it a try. Hearing this, Jiang Chengxuan knew that Su Heichuan had made up his mind, so he did not persuade him anymore. Instead, he took out 2 fire snake talismans, 2 earth escape talismans, and 2 water shield talismans from his storage bag and handed them to Su Heichuan. Brother Su, take these talismans. That's all I can help you with. No matter what, try not to die. Thank you. Su Heichuan's voice was suddenly choked with sobs. However, he still tried his best to control his emotions and bowed to Jiang Chengxuan gratefully. Brother Jiang, I will never forget your kindness. If I'm lucky enough to survive this time, if Brother Jiang needs me to do anything, I'll go through fire and water to do it for you. With that, Su Heichuan put away the talismans and left Jiang Chengxuan's cave abode. Looking at Su Heichuan's figure gradually leaving, Jiang Chengxuan couldn't help but sigh deeply. He knew that it was unlikely for Su Heichuan to return alive. This was how the cultivation world was. people came and went. Even if they were acquaintances and friends, they wouldn't stay in each other's life for long. This was not the first time Jiang Chengsun had experienced such a thing. However, every time it happened, he would inevitably feel sad. Next, Jiang Chengsun continued to do his own thing. Every day, other than accumulating and refining true essence, he would study the other talismans in the level 1 talisman book. It had to be said that although this talisman book was incomplete, it was still very helpful to Jiang Chengsun. At least it gave him a lot of insight and experience in making level 1 talismans. Just like that, the days passed uneventfully. During this period, he went out a few more times. Firstly, he wanted to sell talismans, and secondly, he wanted to buy some materials to make talismans and ask for some information. 2 years had passed, and Jiang Chengsun had never seen Su Haichun or heard anything about him. Even the smiling tiger, Li Boren, seemed to have disappeared into thin air. He never showed up again. It was unknown if the two of them had perished together or if they had both left the Ganyang market. However, no matter what, these things did not affect Jiang Chengsun. At this moment, he had already placed all his energy and attention on entering the Foundation establishment realm. Yes. Just a month ago, Jiang Chengsun felt that his true essence and divine sense seemed to have reached a bottleneck. No matter how he cultivated and refined the true essence in his body, there was no increase or change. It was like a palm-sized bottle. No matter how much water you poured into it, it could only hold so much. The only way to break this bottleneck was to increase the size of the bottle. At this moment, Jiang Chengsun sat cross-legged in his cave abode. He had already set up a small level 2 spirit gathering array around him. He had bought it from the Cloud Pavilion previously with more than 800 spirit stones. This was to ensure that he had enough spiritual energy while he was attempting to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Even if the system had bestowed him a chance to break through successfully, it was still better to be safe than sorry. Soon, the true essence in Jiang Chengsun's body began to surge. This was a sign that he was about to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. Jiang Chengsun couldn't afford to be careless and used the reward given by the system to successfully break through. In an instant, Jiang Chengsun felt the true essence in his body suddenly become extremely violent. The true essence quickly flowed through the meridians in his entire body and finally gathered in his danshan. Jiang Chengsun's expression changed slightly. He could clearly feel that with the violent nature of the true essence in his body, it was impossible for his danshan and meridians to withstand it. It might even shatter him on the spot. However, strangely, at this moment, there seemed to be an extremely mysterious power in his body. Not only did it protect his danshan and meridians, but it also helped his danshan and meridians withstand the impact of the violent true essence, causing his danshan and meridians to gradually become tough. Just like that. This chaotic state in Jiang Chengsun's body lasted for a week. A week later, the violent gaseous true essence in his body suddenly began to turn liquid. Chapter 10 Breaking Through to the Foundation Establishment Realm, true essence turned into liquid. This was a sign that he was about to reach the Foundation Establishment Realm. Jiang Chengsun did not dare to relax at all. He quickly focused all his attention on compressing the gaseous true essence that had yet to be converted. Slowly, the amount of liquid true essence in his body increased. When he turned all the gaseous true essence in his body into liquid true essence, an aura that completely surpassed the key refinement realm suddenly burst out of Jiang Chengsun's body. Waves of spiritual ki of heavens and earth began to swarm towards Jiang Chengsun's cave abode. It was obvious to the naked eye that he, who originally looked to be in his 40s or 50s, began to look younger again. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chengsun looked like a young man in his mid-20s. His lifespan instantly increased by about 100 years. This was a jaw-dropping transformation. The difference between the Foundation Establishment Realm and the Key Refinement Realm was as big as the difference between an adult and a 4 or 5-year-old child. This was not just a change in lifespan. From true essence to divine sense, there was a change in all aspects. In the outside world, when the surrounding spiritual ki began to quickly gather towards the cave abode where Jiang Chengsun was, the Foundation establishment cultivators standing in the Ganyang market couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Wait! Someone is trying to break through to the Foundation establishment realm. The first to react was the Foundation establishment cultivator in charge of managing the cave abodes nearby. This person was called Zhu Xianyang, a deacon of the Ganyang sect. 5 years ago, he was sent here to manage the cave abode industry. Looking at the dense spiritual ki, he determined that the probability of Jiang Chengsun successfully reaching the Foundation establishment realm was probably more than 90%. He immediately found the key refinement cultivator who was in charge of renting the cave abode to Jiang Chengsun and started to ask him about who the resident was. Unexpectedly, it was actually a high-grade level 1 talisman master. Zhu Xianyang was a little surprised. Without further ado, he quickly appeared outside Jiang Chengsun's cave abode. Not long after he appeared outside Jiang Chengsun's cave abode, several streaks of light quickly flashed over from not far away. There were a total of 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. They were Gu Qianshan, the elder of the Eternal Sky sect, Wan Donglei, the elder of the Flowing Cloud sect, Yi Feichen, the elder of an immortal family, the Yi family, Qi Yishu, the elder of the Sunset sect, and Shen Ruian, the elder of the immoral family, the Shen family. The 5 of them were all at the Foundation establishment realm. Among them, Gu Qianshan from the Eternal Sky sect and Wan Donglei from the Flowing Cloud sect looked like middle-aged men. Yi Feichen from the Yi family looked like an old man in his 60s. Qi Yishu from the Sunset Cloud and Shen Ruian from the Shen family were both 25 or 26 years old beautiful women. At this moment, the 5 of them looked at the cave abode where Jiang Chengsun was. Gu Qianshan from the Eternal Sky sect couldn't help but say, with such a violent spiritual ki fluctuation, if I'm not wrong, the fellow Daoist in the cave abode probably broke through to the Foundation establishment realm on his own instead of using the Foundation establishment pill. As everyone knew, if a cultivator used the Foundation establishment pill to reach the Foundation establishment realm, because the Foundation establishment pill contained extremely rich spiritual ki, after consuming it, their body would first absorb the spiritual ki contained in the Foundation establishment pill. In that case, the commotion would definitely not be as huge as now. This fellow Daoist is really admirable. I'm impressed. Qi Yishu couldn't help but praise with a smile. Hearing her words, Wan Donglei from the Flowing Cloud sect chuckled. Why? Are you starting to express goodwill to the fellow Daoist in the cave abode? Don't forget that the Sunset sect only accepts female disciples. Qi Yishu glanced at Wan Donglei and sneered. Fellow Daoist Wan, is there anything wrong with what I just said? It's true that the Sunset sect mainly accepts female disciples, but we are also quite eager to take in fellow Daoists who are bold enough to break through to the Foundation establishment realm on their own. Clearly. At this moment, the 6 people who appeared, including Zhu Xianyang of the Ganyang sect, were all here for Jiang Chengsun. Their goal was naturally to rope him in. After all, if a sect and family wanted to grow stronger, they could not just rely on their own people. Recruiting disciples and talents was an indispensable thing. Especially a cultivator like Jiang Chengsun, who reached the Foundation establishment realm on his own, was someone the immortal families and sects yearned for. After all, the fact that he dared to reach the Foundation establishment realm in the market meant that he was not a demonic cultivator. His background should not be a problem. The fact that he reached the Foundation establishment realm on his own meant that his Dao heart and potential were both unquestionable. In terms of the density of true essence, cultivators who reached the Foundation establishment realm by themselves were at least 2 to 3 times stronger than those who took the Foundation establishment pill. Therefore, at this moment, even Zhu Xianyang, a Foundation establishment cultivator from the Ganyang sect, was abnormally eager to recruit Jiang Chengsun. He glanced at the 5 people present and smiled. Since everyone is here for the fellow Daoist in the cave abode, how about we each use our own methods and see who can successfully recruit him? No matter who that fellow Daoist chooses in the end, don't fall out with each other. Hearing this, everyone present nodded. At this moment, in the cave abode, Jiang Chengsun felt the change in his body and finally smiled. He had finally reached the Foundation establishment realm. At the same time, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have broken through to the Foundation establishment realm and obtained the mid-grade level 2 Dharma artifact, the Flying Sword, the Purple Flame Sword. Immediately, a flying sword that was completely purple and surrounded by purple flames suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chengsun. Seeing this mid-grade level 2 flying sword, Jiang Chengsun was pleasantly surprised. He really did not expect the system to give him such a reward after he broke through to the Foundation establishment realm. This was too considerate. Just now, he was still thinking about how to obtain the corresponding Dharma artifacts, cultivation techniques, and spells after breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm. Unexpectedly, the system helped him solve one of the problems. Later, as long as he completely consolidated his realm and mastered the initial cultivation technique of the Foundation establishment realm, he would have the ability to fight a mid-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator should he bump into one. As for how to obtain the cultivation technique and spells for the Foundation establishment realm, Jiang Chengsun couldn't help but look outside his cave abode. He could get it from them. Jiang Chengsun had long sensed the presence of the 6 people who appeared outside his cave abode. Moreover, he knew the background of these 6 people very well. The only problem was which one to choose. Chapter 11 Recruitment. That's right. After breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm, Jiang Chengsun did not intend to be an independent cultivator anymore. That would be too tiring. He had to fight for the resources alone. Moreover, it was not efficient at all. Although after joining a sect or family, if he wanted resources, he had to make contributions, it could at least save him a lot of energy and time. He no longer had to work hard to gather resources and materials. As for the rules he had to abide by, nothing in this world was perfect. Everything was relative. While you were restricted by the sect rules, you were also protected by the sect. Instead of worrying about that, he might as well think about which sect or family could provide him the greatest benefit. For the time being, Jiang Chengsun only wanted to join an immortal family. There were a few reasons why he did not consider the sect first. However, the most important reason was that the environment in the sect was too complicated. To put it bluntly, there were many factions within a sect. According to what Jiang Chengsun knew, the current owner of the Ganayang market, the Ganayang sect, was divided into 3 factions. If he chose to join the Ganayang sect, he would undoubtedly be involved in the checks and balances of the 3 factions. This was absolutely unavoidable. This would undoubtedly consume a lot of his time and energy and affect his cultivation. It was something Jiang Chengsun did not want to face no matter what. If this was the case for the Ganayang sect, the situation in the other sects would definitely not be any better. This was due to the mechanism by which the sects functioned. There would not be too many exceptions. On the other hand, because of familial ties, the struggles and strife in cultivation families would be much less. Even if there was, it was a relatively benign competition. Most of the time, they would focus their efforts in one direction to achieve some goal together. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were also sects that weren't divided, and cultivation families that were falling apart from within. That was why Jiang Chengsun needed to judge well and consider carefully. At this moment, Jiang Chengsun did not stay in his cave abode for long. He tied it up and lifted the restriction before walking out. When he came out, he immediately saw Zhu Xianyang and the others, who had been waiting here for a long time. When Zhu Xianyang and the others saw Jiang Chengsun come out, their eyes lit up. Zhu Xianyang was the first to smile and say, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be fellow Daoist Jiang Chengsun, right? Congratulations on successfully reaching the Foundation establishment realm. You have a chance of reaching the Violet Palace realm in the future." When the others heard this, they immediately spoke. Fellow Daoist Zhu is right. For fellow Daoist Jiang to successfully reach the Foundation establishment realm on your own, it can be seen that you have perseverance, talent, and luck. You will definitely have a bright future. The Eternal Sky sect is thirsty for talents like fellow Daoist Zhang. You can consider joining my sect. I can guarantee you that as long as you're willing to join the Eternal Sky sect, we will immediately give you the position of an elder. Other than that, there will be cave abodes, cultivation techniques, and Dharma artifacts for you to choose freely. Fellow Daoist Zhang, I won't disappoint you. Hearing Gu Qianshan's words, Zhu Shai and Yang, Wan Donglei, Qi Yishu, and the others all cursed in their hearts. However, at this moment, they knew that this was not the time to argue with Gu Qianshan. The most important thing now was to think of a way to recruit Zhang Chengsun. That way, not only would the sect or family have one more Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, but as people who led Zhang Chengsun to join the sect or family, they would also be rewarded for their contributions. This was also the main reason why they wanted to think of a way to rope Zhang Chengsun into their sect or family. Fellow Daoist Zhang, I don't think I need to tell you about the status of the Ganayang sect in the cultivation world of the Yun Nation. The cultivation techniques, treasures, and cultivation resources in the sect are not something other Violet Palace sects or families could compare to. Although I can't promise you the position of an elder, I have no problem in making you a deacon just like me. If you're lucky, it's not impossible for you to become a disciple of the ancestor of the Ganayang sect who is in the Golden Core realm in the future. I believe that you will make the right choice. Zhu Xianyang was very confident. In fact, he had successfully recruited Foundation Establishment cultivators for his sect more than twice. In the past, when the new Foundation Establishment cultivators heard that they could join the Ganayang sect, one of the three overlords of the Yun Nation, they nodded in agreement without any hesitation. However, what Zhang Chengsun pursued was stability, peace, and no trouble. Different pursuits meant different choices. At this moment, Wan Donglei, Yi Feichen, Qi Yishu, and Shen Ruian also invited Zhang Chengsun and promised him something. The offers were similar to what Gu Qianshan said at the beginning. Zhang Chengsun did not give an answer right on the spot. Instead, he said that he needed to think about it carefully and would give everyone an answer when he had really thought it through. Actually, he had already made up his mind on who to choose, but he didn't want to embarrass the other 5 people. If he rejected them outright, it was hard to say what they would feel. They might feel that he looked down on them and didn't give them any face. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to wait until they left before taking the initiative to visit the one he wanted to join. He believed that as long as they were not really narrow-minded, they would not have any bad impressions of him because of this. In fact, the fact that they were sent here by their sect to recruit talents meant that they should be very easy to talk to. Otherwise, they would be more likely to recruit enemies rather than talents. Chapter 12 The Shen Immortal Family. When everyone heard Zhang Chengsun's words, they more or less understood what he meant. The way Zhang Chengsun handled it left a good impression on them. No matter what, a Foundation Establishment cultivator who was polite and humble was definitely 100 or 1,000 times better than those arrogant ones. At the thought of this, the 6 of them did not stay any longer. They smiled and bade farewell to Zhang Chengsun before leaving. The next day, Zhang Chengsun arrived at the base of the Shen Immortal Family in the Ganayang market. That's right. The one Zhang Chengsun chose to join was the Shen Immortal Family headquartered in Flatland County in the southeast of the Yun Nation. There were 3 reasons why he chose the Shen Immortal Family. Firstly, the Shen Immortal Family was relatively open-minded. Their reputation was one of the best among the various immortal families in the Yun Nation. Just because you weren't a member of the Shen family didn't mean you would be treated differently. At least on the surface, they were harmonious. There were naturally not many dramas happening in such a family. If he stayed there, he could save himself a lot of trouble. Then there was the strength and background of the Shen Immortal Family. To be honest, the Shen Immortal Family was not very strong among the various immortal families and sects of the Yun Nation. Until now, there was only one person in the Violet Palace realm in the family. Currently, there were a total of 8 Foundation Establishment cultivators either recruited from the outside world or were originally from the family. If Zhang Chengsun was included, there would be 9. Such strength was definitely not considered strong, but it was not weak either. What was worth mentioning about the Shen immortal family was the backer behind it. That was Shen Mengsu, a Violet Palace cultivator of the Ganayang sect. She was also the younger sister of the Violet Palace ancestor of the Shen immortal family. Most importantly, she was also the Dao companion of one of the current Golden Core cultivators of the Ganayang sect. With this relationship, in the next 200 years, the status of the Shen immortal family in the cultivation world of the Yun nation would be very difficult to shake. If he stayed in such an immortal family, he would definitely be able to have a relatively peaceful time. As for the last reason, it was what Shen Ruiyan said to him secretly through voice transmission before she left yesterday. Shen Ruiyan told Jiang Chengsun that if he was willing to join the Shen immortal family this time, not only would he be able to obtain a level 2 cave abode, but he would also be paid 550 spirit stones a year and a level 2 cultivation technique that he could cultivate until he reached the late stage foundation establishment realm. Moreover, he would be allowed to choose a level 2 spell for free from the Shen immortal family's sutra depository to practice. In addition, the Shen immortal family could also provide Jiang Chengsun with a level 2 talisman book for free. It included the method of making all the low-grade level 2 talismans and some mid-grade level 2 talismans. The only condition was that after Jiang Chengsun advanced to a level 2 talisman master, if he had any talismans to sell, he had to sell them to the Shen immortal family first. The offer from the Shen immortal family was the most generous among the others. Not to mention that the current internal and external environment of the Shen immortal family was the most suitable for Jiang Chengsun. There was no reason for him not to choose the Shen immortal family. At this moment, when Shen Ruiyan saw Jiang Chengsun coming over, a smile immediately appeared on her face. "Fellow Daoist Jiang, welcome. I knew you would choose us." Jiang Chengsun said with a smile, "Elder Shen, it's my honor to join you. The offer is too generous and I can't find a reason to decline it." As they spoke, the two of them laughed heartily. Shen Ruiyan said, "Fellow Daoist Jiang, wait for me for a while. After I've arranged everything here, I'll bring you to the Shen family's headquarters. I believe that my elder brother, the head of the Shen immortal family, will definitely be very happy to see you." Jiang Chengsun was a little surprised. From what Shen Ruiyan said, she seemed to be the sister of the current head of the Shen family. That made sense. Otherwise, if she were an ordinary elder of the Shen immortal family, she would probably not be able to make such a generous offer so readily. At the thought of this, Jiang Chengsun immediately smiled and nodded at Shen Ruiyan. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Elder Shen." After a while, after Shen Ruiyan finished arranging everything, she smiled and said to Jiang Chengsun, "Fellow Daoist Jiang, I've already sent a message to inform my brother that you've agreed to join the Shen immortal family. My brother has already agreed to the offer I promised you. If there's nothing else you have to do, let's set off now." "Okay." Jiang Chengsun nodded. Soon, the two of them left the Shen family's base in the Ganayang market. After walking out of the Ganayang market, they flew towards Flatland County in the southeast of the Yun nation. It was almost a strenuous journey from Ganayang market to Flatland County. Even with Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruiyan's speed, it would take at least a month. Moreover, they also needed to stop and rest from time to time. Therefore, when the two of them arrived at the Shen family's territory in Flatland County, almost a month and a half had passed. The Shen immortal family's headquarters was built on a level 3 spirit vein. The spirit vein was located in a mountain called Splendor Jade Mountain. There was a mid-grade level 3 defensive formation called Six Essences Formation set up on it. It was said to be able to withstand the combined attack of several late-stage Violet Palace realm cultivators. Inside the headquarters, there were many illusion arrays. Without a token, even if a person from the Violet Palace realm entered, they would be lost for a long time. At this moment, just as Shen Ruiyan lifted the mountain protecting array and entered the Shen immortal family with Jiang Chengsun, they saw 4 streaks of light suddenly flying over from afar. When the light got closer, they realized that there were 3 men and a woman. They looked to be in their 40s. Their cultivation levels were all at the Foundation Establishment realm. One of them was at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm and had an extraordinary aura. He was the current head of the Shen immortal family and Shen Ruian's brother, Shen Daoming. At this moment, his gaze landed on his sister, Shen Ruian, and a smile appeared on his face. "Ruian, you're back." As he spoke, he and the other three people present couldn't help but shift their gazes to Jiang Chengsun. Shen Daoming smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist, you must be Jiang Chengsun, right? We heard about you from Ruian. You are a fine-looking young man." As expected of someone who could successfully reach the Foundation establishment realm on his own. "I'm the current head of the Shen immortal family, Shen Daoming. On behalf of the entire Shen immortal family, I welcome you to join us." With that, he and the other three elders of the Shen family at the Foundation establishment realm cupped their fists at Jiang Chengsun. Chapter 13. Choosing a cave abode. Jiang Chengsun quickly returned the greeting. "You flatter me. I was just lucky." The two sides exchanged pleasantries. Only then did Shen Daoming smile and continue, "Fellow Daoist Jiang, let me introduce you." As he spoke, he pointed at a green-robed man among the three. "This is my brother, Shen Daofeng. He's currently an elder of the Shen immortal family's Hall of Impartation. This is Ruian and my cousin, Shen Rushuang. She's a level 2 alchemist." Shen Daoming pointed at the only woman among the three. Finally, he pointed at the only man among the three with a long saber on his back and introduced with a smile, "As for this person, just like you, he's an elder who joined the Shen family from the outside. He is Zhuangwan Dao, now an elder of the Shen immortal family's Law Enforcement Hall." "How, an elder of the Law Enforcement Hall?" Jiang Chengsun was slightly surprised and subconsciously looked at Elder Zhuang. It seemed that this Elder Zhuang was really trusted by the Shen immortal family. Otherwise, it was unlikely for an outsider to be the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. After all, everyone knew that places like the Hall of Impartation and the Law Enforcement Hall were the core of a sect or family. People in these positions were definitely the core and most trusted group of people. At this moment, Elder Zhuang seemed to have sensed Jiang Chengsun's gaze and immediately smiled and nodded at him. "Elder Jiang, when you have time, you must come and drink with me." His words were sincere. It was obvious that this Elder Zhuang was friendly to Jiang Chengsun. It made sense. Any cultivator who could reach the Foundation establishment realm was not a fool. They would always try to make more friends, especially the ones with the same or higher realm. Who would be so stupid as to deliberately offend a cultivator of the same realm as them for no reason? Moreover, it was a cultivator like Jiang Chengsun who reached the Foundation establishment realm on his own. As they spoke, they arrived at a hall. Shen Daoming took out a token, a map, and a storage bag and smiled at Jiang Chengsun. "Fellow Daoist Jiang, from now on, you're the guest elder of the Shen immortal family and the 9th Foundation establishment realm elder of the Shen immortal family. Take this token that represents your identity. From now on, in the Shen immortal family, other than a few special areas, you can use this token to enter and leave as you please." As he spoke, he handed the storage bag to Jiang Chengsun. "In this storage bag is your salary as a guest elder this year. There's a total of 550 spirit stones and some daily items. You can take a look later. As for this map." Shen Daoming handed the map to Jiang Chengsun. "It includes all the empty level 2 cave abodes in the Shen immortal family. You can choose which cave abode you want on this map to use as a place to cultivate in the future. In addition, this map also marks the entire Flatland County and some of the surrounding areas. In your free time, Elder Jiang, you can go and explore it yourself." After that, the few of them chatted for a while. Shen Daoming smiled and looked at Shen Ruian. "By the way, Ruian, Elder Jiang just came to the Shen immortal family, so he is not very familiar with many places in the Shen immortal family. Why don't you show him around?" "Good." Shen Ruian smiled and nodded. A while later, Shen Ruian left the hall with Jiang Chengsun. Looking at the two of them disappear, Shen Daoming turned to look at the three people present and asked, "Daofeng, cousin Rushuan, and Elder Zhuang, what do you think of Jiang Chengsun?" Shen Daofeng, who was dressed in green, nodded and said simply, "Good." Shen Rushuang pondered for a moment before saying, I can't tell for the time being, but it should be fine to let him be the guest elder. In the end, Zhuang Wandao chuckled. Leader Shen, why are you worrying so much? As time passes, we will naturally be able to tell what kind of a person he is. Are you afraid that he will elope with your sister? Hearing this, Shen Daoming couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't help but reach out and tap Zhuang Wandao. Old Zhuang, you just won't stop making fun of people. At the same time, Shen Ruian brought Jiang Chengxun around the entire Shen immortal family to familiarize him with the environment. Then, according to the map in Jiang Chengxun's hand, she brought him to a few empty level 2 cave abodes to take a look. How is it? Elder Jiang, is there any cave abode you like? Jiang Chengxun looked at the map in his hand and thought for a moment before pointing at the most secluded area. Let's do it here. Shen Ruian looked surprised. Elder Jiang, are you really sure you want to choose this place? After all, this level 2 cave abode is not the best unoccupied level 2 cave abode the Shen immortal family has at the moment. Yes, I'm sure. I've made up my mind. Jiang Chengxun nodded firmly. Before he came, he had already thought it through. This time, he joined the Shen immortal family because he wanted to find a relatively stable cultivation environment for himself. He had just taken a look at the other cave abodes. Indeed, those cave abodes were not bad. One or two of them could be said to be top grade. However, in Jiang Chengxun's opinion, those cave abodes did not meet his requirements. To put it bluntly, it was not remote enough. Unlike the one Jiang Chengxun chose now, it was located in the deepest part of the Shen immortal family. It was also quite far from the other level 2 cave abodes, and most of the surrounding environment was still relatively primitive. Unless there was really something urgent, no one would come to disturb him. Alright, then. Shen Ruian felt a little helpless. She did not expect Jiang Chengxun to choose such a place in the end. There were clearly other better cave abodes to choose from, but... Shen Ruian shook her head and said to Jiang Chengxun with a smile, in that case, I'll take you there. Okay, sorry to trouble you, Elder Ruian. In the Shen immortal family, it was obviously no longer appropriate for Jiang Chengxun to call Shen Ruian fellow Daoist Shen. There were so many people with the surname Shen, so calling her Elder Shen was not appropriate either. In the end, Shen Ruian asked Jiang Chengxun to call her by her name or just Ruian. However, after thinking about it, Jiang Chengxun decided to add a prefix before her name. Chapter 14. Go to the Sutra Depository. At this moment, after spending more than half a day, the two of them finally arrived at the cave abode Jiang Chengxun had chosen. Looking at the desolate environment, Jiang Chengxun couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. This was exactly the kind of place he wanted to choose. He ignored Shen Ruian's speechless gaze and took out the elder token from his body. After injecting his true essence, he pointed this token at the cave abode in front of him. Buzz! In an instant, the cave abode, which was originally shrouded in a hazy fog, immediately manifested, revealing a space of about 1,000 feet. Shen Ruian looked at Jiang Chengxun and said, Elder Jiang, since you've already chosen the cave abode, I won't stay any longer. As she spoke, she handed a formation plate to Jiang Chengxun. This is a level 2 protective formation plate. It can isolate the detection of the divine sense of others and block the attacks of Foundation establishment cultivators. Elder Jiang, you can set it up in your cave abode later. By the way. At this point, Shen Ruian seemed to have thought of something and continued to say to Jiang Chengxun. As for the level 2 cultivation technique and spell as well as the talisman book, you can take your elder token and go to the Shen family's Sutra Depository to choose for yourself later. With that, Shen Ruian nodded at Jiang Chengxun again and turned into a streak of light, flying into the distance. About half a day later, the cave abode was finally cleaned up by Jiang Chengxun. He took out the items from his storage bag one by one. Soon, a bed, table, chair, tea set, bookshelf, and a few spiritual flowers and herbs that emitted spiritual ki appeared in the cave abode. The originally empty cave abode immediately became more like a living place. Then, Jiang Chengsun activated the level 2 protective array plate given to him by Shen Ruoyan and set it up in his cave abode. In an instant, a circle of light blue light flashed and disappeared. Jiang Chengsun knew that this array was called the Inner Water Heavenly Spirit Array. It was a very common level 2 defensive array. The core material of the array foundation was a low-grade level 2 treasure called the Water Crystal Stone. Using it to block some ordinary level 2 spells was probably not a problem. However, if it were those relatively powerful level 2 spells, this protective array would probably not be able to withstand it. However, if someone could attack all the way to his cave abode, the entire Shen immortal family would probably already be on the verge of demise. At that time, not to mention this low-grade level 2 Inner Water Heavenly Spirit Array, even a high-grade level 2 defensive array would be useless. The real use of this Inner Water Heavenly Spirit Array was probably to create a private space for the elders. Firstly, it could be used to block the prying eyes of others. Secondly, it was more or less intended as a sign of respect to the elders. After all, if a dignified Foundation Establishment Realm elder did not even have a protective array in his cave abode, wouldn't it be too shabby? Moreover, all cultivators cared about their privacy. After cleaning the cave abode, Jiang Chengsun sat cross-legged on a cushion. As soon as he circulated the origin returning technique in his body, an extremely rich spiritual ki immediately entered his body. This was something he had never felt before. As expected of a level 2 cave abode, the density and quantity of spiritual ki was not something those level 1 cave abodes could compare to. Jiang Chengsun cultivated for a while before opening his eyes. However, the origin returning technique he was cultivating was clearly no longer suitable for his realm. He had to change to a level 2 cultivation technique. At the thought of this, Jiang Chengsun decided that tomorrow, he would go to the Shen Immortal Family's Sutra Depository and choose a Foundation Establishment cultivation technique that was suitable for him to practice next. At the same time, on the main peak in the mountain, the head, Shen Daoming, couldn't help but look a little stunned when he heard Shen Ruoyan's report. This elder Jiang is really interesting. Shen Ruoyan shook her head speechlessly. Brother, why do I feel that he just wants to be alone and does not want anyone to look for him? Shen Daoming couldn't help but smile when he heard that. You're right. Elder Jiang seems to be such a person. However, it's fine. As long as he doesn't betray the Shen Immortal Family and is not a demonic cultivator, let him be. At this point, Shen Daoming couldn't help but glance at Shen Ruoyan and smile. This time, you recruited Elder Jiang to the Shen Immortal Family. According to your contribution, you should be able to obtain a void cleansing pill. Go and talk to Elder Sun later. Ask him to go to the Ganayang market to take your place. Stay here and try to break through to the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Okay. Shen Ruoyan nodded. The next day, Jiang Chengsun left the cave abode and went straight to the Sutra Depository of the Shen Immortal Family. The person in charge of the Shen family's Sutra Depository was an old Foundation Establishment cultivator. His name was Shen Changnian. It was said that he was already more than 170 years old and was at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. With his age, it was obvious that his cultivation path had come to an end. It was impossible for him to break through to the Violet Palace realm. Therefore, he took the initiative to come to the Sutra Depository to guide the juniors who came here to study. In the entire Shen family, he was well respected. At this moment, when he saw Jiang Chengsun coming over, a kind smile immediately appeared on his face. Yesterday, I heard that a young talent joined the Shen Immortal Family. I think it should be you, right? You're indeed young and promising. I think you have a lot of hope of breaking through to the Violet Palace realm in the future. Obviously, Shen Changnian did not notice that Jiang Chengsun had taken the life-extending fruit. He thought that he was a cultivator who had reached the Foundation Establishment realm before the age of 50. When he heard Shen Changnian's words, he immediately smiled and shook his head. Elder Shen, you flatter me. I was just lucky. In the cultivation world, having good luck is a kind of ability. The fact that you can successfully reach the Foundation establishment realm on your own already explains a lot. By the way, at this point, Shen Changnin finally thought of something and couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. You came this time to choose a cultivation technique, right? Look at me, I almost forgot about this. Shen Changnin continued, Elder Zhang, if you want to choose a level 2 cultivation technique, you can go straight to the second floor. There are not only level 2 cultivation techniques there, but also level 2 spells. After choosing what you want, you just have to register it. However, before all that, I have to give this to you first. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Changnian handed a jade slip to Jiang Chengsun. Chapter 15 5 Elements True Technique, The Divine Light of the Arctic. After taking the jade slip, Jiang Chengsun realized there were actually level 2 talismans making methods carved on the jade slip. In addition, there were also some things to pay attention to when making level 2 talismans. It was pretty comprehensive. He smiled and thanked Shen Changnian. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Shen Changnian, he walked into the Sutra Depository. After walking into the Sutra Depository, Jiang Chengsun realized how deep the foundation of the Violet Palace immortal family was. As far as he could see, there were no less than 100 level 1 cultivation techniques and spells. They were all displayed on rows of shelves in the form of jade slips. He picked up a few jade slips and skimmed through them. He realized that all the cultivation techniques or spells that could be kept here all had their own uniqueness. It was definitely not something those common goods outside could compare to. He arrived at the second floor. The number of jade slips here was obviously much fewer than downstairs. However, there were also dozens of them. Moreover, every jade slip was protected by a certain kind of restriction. Without a specific item to lift the restriction, once it was touched, the array formation here would be activated to attack the stealer. Jiang Chengsun took out his token and lifted the restriction on the cultivation technique jade slip he wanted to read. After browsing through it, Jiang Chengsun really found a few level 2 cultivation techniques that were suitable for him. For example, the Dark Origin Spirit technique, the Evergreen True technique, and so on. Just as Jiang Chengsun was wondering which cultivation technique he should choose, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! An achievement mission has been issued. Host, please complete the cultivation of the 5 elements true technique 100 times. 5 elements true technique? Jiang Chengsun was stunned for a moment before he realized what this 5 elements true technique was. This was also a level 2 cultivation technique kept in the Sutra Depository. However, this 5 elements true technique. To put it nicely, it was a moderate and neutral cultivation technique that was quite inclusive. Coupled with the fact that it contained the spiritual power of the 5 elements, it was actually more suitable for him, a cultivator with false spiritual roots. Moreover, with the characteristics of this cultivation technique, after he broke through to the Violet Palace realm in the future, it would not be a problem for him to change to other cultivation techniques. This 5 elements true technique sounded quite good, right? If you really thought that way, you would be very wrong. To put it nice, it was moderate and neutral, but to put it bluntly, it was boring and lacked uniqueness. Other than having the attributes of 5 elements, there was nothing special about the true essence he cultivated from this technique. It was not as sharp as a metal element cultivation technique, nor was it as explosive as a fire element cultivation technique, nor was it as vigorous as an earth element cultivation technique. It could be said to be ordinary. It was not particularly helpful in increasing one's strength. There was once a genius with peerless cultivation potential. He did not believe the rumors about this technique and used it to cultivate to the nascent soul realm. Only then did he realize with extreme regret that he was far inferior to cultivators of the same realm in terms of magic power and divine power. He could be said to be the weakest nascent soul cultivator. Fortunately, the 5 elements true technique had a high compatibility. Seeing it was as useless as rumor said, the nascent soul realm cultivator finally gave up on the 5 elements true technique and started to cultivate other cultivation techniques. It was also because of this that the 5 elements true technique had a special name from then on. it was called the most ordinary cultivation technique. Now, the system wanted him to complete 100 cultivation sessions of the 5 elements true technique. What is this supposed to mean? Could it be that the system was playing a joke on him? Or was there really something special about this 5 elements true technique that had not been discovered? In any case, if Jiang Chengsun had to choose, he would definitely not choose such a cultivation technique. He was not so arrogant as to think that his talent and potential were higher than that of the nascent soul cultivator back then. However, now that the system had given him such a mission, no matter what, he had to bite the bullet and complete it. Jiang Chengsun took the 5 elements true technique Jade Slip before going to choose a level 2 spell. With the perfection spell inheritance Jade given to him by the system, he only had one requirement for the level 2 spell he was going to choose, and that was power. As everyone knew, the more powerful a spell was, the more difficult it was to master it. However, this was not a problem for Jiang Chengsun. Soon, Jiang Chengsun took a fancy to 3 level 2 spells. They were the low-grade level 2 spell, the Golden Mystic Light Sword, the low-grade level 2 spell, the Scarlet Flame Burning Heaven Saber, and the mid-grade level 2 spell, the Divine Light of the Arctic. When the first 2 were cultivated to the perfection, one could create 100 black gold sword ki, and the other could condense ki into a saber that was 100 feet long. They both had the power to severely injure and even kill mid-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. As for the Divine Light of the Arctic, once cultivated to perfection, it could emit an extremely cold light that was enough to freeze the body and soul of a late-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Moreover, this spell was silent and almost impossible to guard against. It could be said to be one of the most powerful level 2 spells. The only problem was that it was extremely difficult to master and cultivate it to perfection. It was almost impossible for people who were not talented and didn't have excellent comprehension to cultivate it to a high level. Jiang Chengsun thought about it carefully and finally chose this mid-grade level 2 spell, the Divine Light of the Arctic. It was not that there was no higher level spell here than the Divine Light of the Arctic. However, the problem was that with his current cultivation at the first level of the Foundation Establishment realm, even if he was given a high-grade level 2 spell, he would not have enough true essence to activate it. Instead of that, he might as well choose a powerful spell that he could use first. Otherwise, it would be very embarrassing if he didn't know any spells when someone confronted him. With the 5 elements true technique Jade Slip and the Divine Light of the Arctic in hand, Jiang Chengsun returned to Shenshangnin not long after. Seeing Jiang Chengsun return, Shenshangnin asked with a smile, "Elder Jiang, have you done choosing what you want?" "Yeah." Jiang Chengsun smiled and handed 2 jade slips to Shenshangnin. Shenshangnin looked at the jade slips, then at Jiang Chengsun in surprise. "Elder Jiang, are you sure you want to choose them?" "Yes, they'll do." Jiang Chengsun smiled and nodded. Shenshangnin did not say anything and helped Jiang Chengsun register. Then, he handed the jade slips back to Jiang Chengsun. "Elder Jiang, when you go back and open the jade slip will make you swear an oath not to spread the contents. This is something you have to pay attention to. Other than that, there is nothing." Chapter 16 Yin Yang 5 Elements Spiritual Root. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Shen. Jiang Chengsun smiled and thanked him. However, inside, he was a little surprised. Originally, he thought that when Shenshangnin saw that he had chosen the 5 elements true technique and the Divine Light of the Arctic, he would more or less say something. He thought that Shenshangnin might even persuade him to choose something else instead of the 5 elements true technique. In the end, he did not say anything and only reminded Jiang Chengsun. Jiang Chengsun had even thought of a reason to explain just now. In the end, he didn't need to use it. It was not until he returned to his cave abode with the jade slip that he understood. Cultivation techniques and spells were the most private things for cultivators. It was a huge taboo to probe. Unless your relationship with each other was extremely good. Otherwise, people might take offense. Shenshangnin had lived for more than 170 years, so he naturally knew this basic unspoken rule between cultivators. After understanding this, Jiang Chengsun did not dwell on this anymore. Instead, he focused all his attention on the jade slips. According to what Shen Changnian reminded him previously, if he wanted to cultivate the 5 elements true technique and the divine light of the Arctic, the first thing he had to do was to swear an oath that he would not spread these techniques. He gently placed the jade slip on his forehead. Immediately, a message appeared in Jiang Chengsun's mind. To cultivate this technique, one has to make a mental oath with their Dao heart before they can see the complete content. Seeing this, Jiang Chengsun immediately swore with his Dao heart that he would not impart this technique to anyone. At the same time, the layer of restriction that was branded on this jade slip immediately disappeared. What appeared in Jiang Chengsun's mind was the complete content of the 5 elements true technique. He tried to cultivate. Jiang Chengsun was surprised to find that this 5 elements true technique was indeed one of the most moderate cultivation techniques. In just a few days, Jiang Chengsun had already familiarized himself with this cultivation technique. Then, he started to cultivate this technique according to the system's instruction. Because he was a guest elder, the Shen immortal family would not assign Jiang Chengsun any mandatory family missions. Unless the Shen family was in dire danger, Jiang Chengsun could stay in his cave abode as long as he wanted. However, if he didn't do anything, he wouldn't be able to get anything other than his annual salary. Therefore, if he wanted to obtain cultivation resources, he still had to take on some missions. Of course, if he wanted to travel outside and find ways to obtain cultivation resources, the Shen immortal family would not stop him either. It was all up to him. Jiang Chengsun naturally would not choose a peaceful life. If he really wanted a peaceful life, he would not choose the Shen immortal family. Instead, he would find a safe place, or even a mortal city, where he would marry a lot of wives and have a lot of children. However, before he completed the system's mission and cultivated the divine light of the Arctic to perfection, he would not choose to go out at this time or take on any missions. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. On this day, Jiang Chengsun had just finished circulating the 5 elements true technique. At this moment, a long-lost system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission of cultivating the 5 elements true technique 100 times. You have obtained the Yin-Yang 5 elements spiritual root. The Yin-Yang 5 elements spiritual roots are respectively the Yang-Wood spiritual root, the Yin-Wood spiritual root, the Yang-Fire spiritual root, the Yin-Fire spiritual root, the Yang-Earth spiritual root, the Yin-Earth spiritual root, the Yang-Metal spiritual root, the Yin-Metal spiritual root, the Yang-Water spiritual root, and the Yin-Water spiritual root. They are also known as the 10 spiritual roots. This is the best aptitude for cultivating the 5 elements true technique. There were 5 Yang elements spiritual roots and 5 Yin elements spiritual roots. Most of the time, the so-called false spiritual roots were caused by the imbalance of Yin and Yang. Cultivators like Jiang Chengsun who had false spiritual roots tended to have more Yin or more Yang in their body. The imbalance of Yin and Yang would make it twice as difficult to cultivate. This was the reason why false spiritual roots was considered a low-grade aptitude. In addition, there were also the 5-element pure Yang spiritual root and the 5-element pure Yin spiritual root, which were considered excellent cultivation aptitudes. However, cultivators with such aptitudes needed to cultivate corresponding 5-element pure Yang technique or 5-element pure Yin technique to bring out the maximum potential. Unfortunately, in the current 9 essences immortal cultivation world, there were almost no cultivation sects and families that had such a cultivation technique. Therefore, in the current cultivation world, the 5-element pure Yang spirit root aptitude and the 5-element pure Yin spirit root aptitude were actually considered the lowest grade spiritual roots. This information was instilled into Jiang Chengsun by the system after it gave him the Yin-Yang 5 elements spiritual root. Now that he had the best aptitude for cultivating the 5 elements true technique, he did not know how different it would be from before if he cultivated it now. At this thought, Jiang Chengsun closed his eyes and tried to circulate his true essence. Half a month later, Jiang Chengsun opened his eyes in surprise. He realized that at this moment, the 5 elements true technique he cultivated was different in nature from the one before. First of all, The quantity and quality of his true essence was already more than 3 times that of before. It was almost equivalent to the quantity and quality of an ordinary third-level Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Moreover, it would continue to increase as his cultivation increased. In addition, the true essence he cultivated through the 5 elements true technique could at least increase the power of 5 element spells he cast by 1 to 2 times. This was unimaginable in the past. Normally, cultivation techniques could at most increase the power of the spells of the same nature by half. For Jiang Chengsun, it was double. This was simply insane. Moreover, he had a feeling that what he had discovered now was probably only a part of it. There should be something special that he had yet to discover. Ha! At this moment, Jiang Chengsun could no longer hold back his excitement and immediately laughed out loud in his cave abode. Chapter 17 Mission I. A few days later. A white light flashed across the rock wall of Jiang Chengsun's cave abode. In an instant, the rock wall was immediately covered in a terrifying frost. The temperature of the entire cave abode instantly plummeted. In such an environment, even with Jiang Chengsun's cultivation, he still felt a bone-chilling cold. Moreover, he had the feeling that his divine sense was about to be frozen, and there was a stabbing pain. One could imagine what kind of terrifying scene would occur if that white light had landed on someone. This was the first level 2 spell that Jiang Chengsun had mastered so far. It was also the only spell that he had cultivated to perfection. The divine light of the Arctic. That's right, this was the effect achieved by the perfection spell Inheritance Jade. Once the spell was cast, even a late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator would be severely injured. The only problem was that this divine light of the Arctic consumed a lot of true essence. With the amount of true essence he cultivated through yin-yang 5 elements true technique, he could at most cast it twice. Unless he had no choice, Jiang Chengsun would not use it casually. However, even without using the divine light of the Arctic, with the strength of Jiang Chengsun's true essence and the mid-grade level 2 Dharma artifact, the purple flame sword, he could even fight a mid-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator neck to neck. From then on, Jiang Chengsun finally had some foundation and abilities to protect himself in the Foundation Establishment Realm. Next, Jiang Chengsun calmed down and continued cultivating. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years passed. In the past 2 years, Jiang Chengsun had pushed his cultivation to the bottleneck of the first level of the Foundation Establishment Realm. This speed was not inferior to that of cultivators with heaven's spiritual roots. In fact, it was even better. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 7 or 8 years for a cultivator who had just reached the Foundation Establishment Realm to reach the bottleneck of the first level. For those who were even slower, it might take as many as 10 years. Then there was the jade slip with the making method of level 2 talismans carved on it. In his spare time, Jiang Chengsun did not forget to study it. He tried to draw some of the talismans. For example, a high-grade level 1 golden sword talisman, a high-grade level 1 wood armor talisman, and a high-grade level 1 explosive flame talisman. He successfully drew them all. On the other hand, the low-grade level 2 talismans. For example, a low-grade level 2 rejuvenation talisman, a low-grade level 2 cleave talisman, and a low-grade level 2 spirit gathering talisman. Jiang Chengsun tried to draw it many times, but he did not succeed once. Therefore, he understood that his accumulation in talisman making was probably not enough. He needed more time to study it. Unfortunately, practicing making talismans required huge resources. At least with Jiang Chengsun's current situation, there was no way he could continue his practice. He had to go out and seek more resources. In addition, he had encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation recently. It was about time for him to go out. Therefore, Jiang Chengsun lifted the restriction of the cave abode, took out the purple flame sword, and flew towards the core area of the Shen immortal family. After flying for a distance, Jiang Chengsun suddenly saw a beam of light heading towards the core area of the Shen immortal family not far from him. The light seemed to have seen Jiang Chengsun, so it changed directions in midair and flew straight at him. When the light flew closer, Jiang Chengxun saw that it was none other than Shen Ruoyan, who he was more familiar with. However, compared to 3 years ago, Shen Ruoyan's aura was obviously much stronger. Did she break through? As soon as this thought flashed across his mind, Shen Ruoyan revealed herself and smiled at Jiang Chengxun. "Elder Jiang, long time no see. How have you been?" Jiang Chengxun smiled and nodded. "Not bad. On the other hand, Elder Ruoyan, after not seeing you for so long, you seem to have made a breakthrough in your cultivation. It's really worth celebrating." You flatter me, Elder Jiang." Shen Ruoyan was obviously in a very good mood. Hearing that, she smiled at Jiang Chengxun and continued. "By the way, Elder Jiang, where are you planning to go?" Hearing this, Jiang Chengxun did not hide it. Instead, he smiled and replied, "I plan to go to the mission hall to take a look and see if there are any suitable missions to take on." "Oh? Do you want a mission?" Shen Ruoyan's eyes lit up slightly. Then, she said to Jiang Chengxun, "I happen to know that there is a good mission recently and am thinking about finding someone to do it with me. Elder Jiang, are you interested?" Jiang Chengxun looked at Shen Ruoyan in confusion and couldn't help but ask, "Elder Ruoyan, can you tell me in detail about the mission you mentioned?" "Of course." Shen Ruoyan smiled and nodded. "Let's talk as we walk to the mission hall. I haven't accepted that mission yet. Elder Jiang, after listening to it, if you're willing to do it with me, we'll accept that mission together." Then, Shen Ruoyan told Jiang Chengxun generally what the mission was about. It turned out, not long ago, outside a city called Canyon City within the jurisdiction of the Shen immortal family, a few level 2 demon beasts appeared out of nowhere. They often attacked people who entered and left Canyon City. So far, hundreds of mortals had died. Some time ago, they led hundreds of level 1 demon beasts to attack Canyon City. Fortunately, Canyon City was protected by a level 2 array, so nothing tragic had happened. However, in this way, the entire Canyon City was basically under siege. After all, in the entire Canyon City, the cultivator with the highest cultivation was only at the perfected key refinement realm. They could only rely on the level 2 defensive array in Canyon City to withstand the attacks of those level 2 and level 1 demon beasts. Therefore, yesterday, Canyon City sent a request for help to the Shen immortal family, asking them to send Foundation establishment cultivators to kill those demon beasts. After hearing Shen Ruoyan's description of this mission, Jiang Chengxun's first reaction was suspicion, wondering if there was a conspiracy behind this. After all, why would a few level 2 demon beasts suddenly appear outside Canyon City with a group of level 1 demon beasts? No matter how he thought about it, this matter seemed strange. There were many things that did not make sense. Jiang Chengxun was a person who wanted to be safe and did not like to take risks. Therefore, his second reaction was that he definitely could not expose himself to such a dangerous situation. However, at this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Chapter 18 Mission, Ding. An achievement mission has been issued. Host, please complete the first kill of the level 2 demon beast as soon as possible. Jiang Chengxun was speechless. Just as he was about to reject Shen Ruoyan's invitation, the system gave him such a mission. Moreover, the system wanted him to complete it as soon as possible. Speaking of which, what was as soon as possible supposed to mean? As if it had heard Jiang Chengxun's thoughts, the system replied directly. Host, please complete this mission within 3 days. Otherwise, it will be considered a failure. 3 days? Jiang Chengxun was a little speechless. The system was basically asking him to complete that mission with Shen Ruoyan. After all, in such a short time, where could he find a level 2 demon beast for him to kill? Even if there was, he did not dare to go without knowing the situation. At the thought of this, Jiang Chengxun looked at Shen Ruoyan and said, Elder Ruoyan, have you found out why those demon beasts appeared outside Canyon City? I don't know it yet. Shen Ruoyan shook her head. Finding out the reason is probably also a part of our mission this time. As long as we find out the reason, even if we can't eliminate those demon beasts, we should be able to get a lot of family contribution points. family contribution point was an internal mechanism unique to the Shen immortal family. Anyone from the Shen immortal family could use the contribution points to exchange for resources. From cultivation techniques to medicinal pills, from Dharma artifacts to precious materials, as long as it was something the Shen immortal family had, it could be exchanged with family contribution points. Most importantly, the cultivation resources in the hands of a Violet Palace immortal family like the Shen immortal family were simply beyond the reach of some independent cultivators in the outside world. Even if you had enough spirit stones, you might not be able to buy them. This was also the greatest advantage family and sect cultivators had over those independent cultivators. At this moment, Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruiyan had already arrived at the mission hall. When some of the disciples of the Shen immortal family saw the two of them, they bowed respectfully. There were all kinds of ways to address Shen Ruiyan. Some called her first aunt, some called her second aunt, and some called her elder Ruiyan. However, there was one kind of way to address Jiang Chengsun. That was Elder Jiang. Clearly, in 3 years, many disciples of the Shen immortal family knew that there was an elder with the surname Jiang in their family. He greeted these juniors. Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruiyan quickly arrived at the place where missions were issued and taken. Shen Ruiyan took a jade slip and checked it. Then, she turned to Jiang Chengsun and said, "I got it. This is the mission. Elder Jiang, you can take a look first." As she spoke, she handed the mission jade slip to Jiang Chengsun. Jiang Chengsun took it with a smile and placed it on his forehead. Soon, he read the relevant mission information. It was not much different from what Shen Ruiyan had told him previously. The only thing worth mentioning was the reward for this mission. As long as he completed it, he would receive 1,000 family contribution points. Even if he could only find out the reason, he could still receive 400 family contribution points. In total, it was 1,400 family contribution points. What kind of concept was 1,400 family contribution points? If it was purely used to exchange for spirit stones, it would be a total of 1,400 spirit stones. However, family contribution points were far more precious than spirit stones. No one was stupid enough to use the family contribution points to exchange for spirit stones. If this example didn't make it clear enough, then let's take Dharma artifacts, pills, and resources as examples. Normally speaking, a low-grade level 2 Dharma artifact was worth about 600 to 800 spirit stones. However, if you used the family contribution points to exchange for it, you would not need so many. Anything exchanged with family contribution points would be 20 to 30% cheaper than outside. In other words, a low-grade level 2 Dharma artifact was worth about 400 to 600 family contribution points. This 1,400 family contribution points was enough for you to buy 2 to 3 low-grade level 2 Dharma artifacts. And this was not counting the cultivation gains from killing demon beasts. Even with Jiang Chengsun's cautious personality, he could not help but be tempted by such a generous reward, even though he knew that this reward would have to be split up into 2. However, even if it was split into 2, it was enough for him to exchange for a low-grade level 2 Dharma artifact from the Shen immortal family. How is it? Elder Jiang, do you want to do this mission with me? At this moment, Shen Ruiyan turned to Jiang Chengsun and asked with a smile. Jiang Chengsun pondered for a moment before nodding. Sure, but how should we split the reward? Jiang Chengsun felt that he had to make things clear in advance. He didn't want them to fall out because of this. He had been in the cultivation world for more than 100 years and had seen too many similar things. Therefore, even though he knew that saying this would make him seem petty, he had to mention it. Shen Ruiyan had obviously thought about this long ago. When she heard Jiang Chengsun's words, she immediately smiled and replied, "It's just the 2 of us. How about we split it half and half?" If that was the case, it was obvious that she wanted to help Jiang Chengsun. After all, on the surface, Shen Ruiyan's cultivation was at the 4th level of the Foundation Establishment realm while Jiang Chengsun was at the 1st level of the Foundation Establishment realm. One was in the middle stage, and the other was in the early stage. Without thinking, It was obvious that Jiang Chengsun was the one who benefited should the reward be split equally. Jiang Chengsun did not decline her kindness. When he heard that, he immediately nodded. "All right, when do we set off?" He was obviously still thinking about the mission given to him by the system. It would naturally be best if they could set off as soon as possible. "Tomorrow morning." "I'll meet you here tomorrow morning." "What do you think?" Shen Ruiyan thought for a moment and replied with a smile. However, Jiang Chengsun shook his head. "I think we should set off now. The sooner we handle it, the better. That way, not only can the people in Canyon City be at ease, but we can also avoid some possible variables that may occur. After all, neither of us can guarantee that nothing will happen to the array in Canyon City." Chapter 19 Arrival in Canyon City. Shen Ruiyan clearly did not expect Jiang Chengsun to say that. Hearing this, she couldn't help but be surprised at first. Then, she smiled and nodded. "Elder Jiang, you are right. In that case, let's not delay any longer." Initially, she wanted Jiang Chengsun to make some preparations. However, since Jiang Chengsun said so, she was more than happy to agree. Moreover, she felt that what Jiang Chengsun said made sense. The longer they waited, the more variables there would be. If something really happened that even they could not solve, things would really be serious. Therefore, after Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruiyan accepted that mission together, without lingering, they left the mission hall and flew out of the Shen Immortal family. It was about 10,000 miles from the Shen Immortal family to Canyon City. In less than half a day, the two of them arrived in the sky above Canyon City. However, as soon as the two of them arrived, they saw dozens of level 1 demon beasts attacking the protective array. Although the attacks of these level 1 demon beasts could not cause any substantial damage to the low-grade level 2 defensive array. However, in the long run, it would be a huge burden on the key refinement cultivators in the city. After all, maintaining such a low-grade level 2 defensive array required a lot of energy and resources. Once their true essence was exhausted, all the spirit stones in the city were used up, this level 2 defensive array would crumble in no time. Most importantly, in the face of such a situation, they could not counter-attack at all. Not to mention whether the key refinement realm cultivators in the city could deal with the siege of dozens of level 1 demon beasts. Even if they could, once they left the city, the level 2 demon beasts lurking in the dark might launch a sneak attack on them. At that time, none of the key refinement cultivators outside could return alive. After understanding the urgency of the situation, a trace of coldness flashed across Shen Ruiyan's eyes. Without a word, she pointed her slender fingers down. In an instant, silver-white lightning struck. Boom, boom, boom. It was like a cannonball razing the ground. In the blink of an eye, the dozens of level 1 demon beasts that were originally besieging Canyon City instantly turned into charcoal. Jiang Chengsun's eyes narrowed. Lightning spell. He really did not expect Shen Ruiyan, who looked unharmful, to master such a domineering spell. As everyone knew, lightning spells were the most powerful among all the spells. It was also the most difficult to cultivate and master. Without an extraordinary aptitude or a constitution suitable for practicing lightning spells, it was quite difficult for ordinary people to cultivate lightning spells to Shen Ruiyan's level. As if knowing that Jiang Chengsun had questions to ask, Shen Ruiyan couldn't help but turn to look at him and explain. That was the Shen family's level 2 lightning falling spell just now. Because I have a lightning spiritual root, I'm good with lightning spells. I can cast it immediately without needing to form it. Lightning spiritual root? Jiang Chengsun really did not expect Shen Ruiyan's spiritual root to be a lightning spiritual root. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator's spiritual root was usually of the 5 elements. The difference was the ratio of the 5 attributes. Spiritual root with a single element was called a heavenly spiritual root. It was an excellent aptitude for cultivation. However, other than that, there would also be some spiritual roots outside the domain of the 5 elements. For example, Shen Ruiyan's lightning spiritual root, wind spiritual root, ice spiritual root, and so on. these spiritual roots that were not of the 5 elements were collectively called mutant spiritual roots. Cultivators with such spiritual roots were second only to the heavenly spiritual root in terms of cultivation potential. Most of them could successfully cultivate all the way to the Violet Palace realm. If they had a huge opportunity, great perseverance, and great comprehension, they would have a high chance of breaking through to the Golden Core realm. At this moment, the cultivators in the city had already noticed Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruoyan in the air. They immediately shouted excitedly. It's Foundation Establishment Realm seniors from the Shen family. The Shen family really sent people to help us. Quick, lift the array. Hearing the cheers of the people in the city below, Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruoyan, who were in the sky above Canyon City, were not in a hurry to enter the city. At this moment, they were all looking into the distance outside the city. There, they sensed the aura of a level 2 demon beast. However, after thinking for a moment, they chose not to fly over immediately. Instead, they flew into Canyon City together. The city lord of Canyon City, Shen Xuanhui, immediately led a group of key refinement cultivators over. This person was appointed to guard the city by the Shen immortal family. He was already 76 years old and had a cultivation at the perfected stage of key refinement. Clearly, he had no hope of advancing on the path of the Dao. At this moment, he said enthusiastically but respectfully, "Elders, thank you for helping us deal with the demon beasts outside the city just now. You must be travel-worn. Why don't you come to my mansion to rest for a while?" Hearing his words, Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruoyan had no objections. Soon, the group arrived at his residence in Canyon City. After the people in the mansion brought over snacks and spiritual tea, Shen Ruoyan turned to look at Shen Xuanhui. "City Lord Xuanhui, tell us in detail what exactly is going on. By the way, my name is Shen Ruoyan. You can call me Elder Ruoyan. As for the person beside me, he's the Shen family's guest elder, Jiang Chengsun. You can call him Elder Jiang." As she spoke, Shen Ruoyan picked up the spiritual tea and took a sip. Shen Xuanhui immediately told the two of them about the current situation in Canyon City. The situation was similar to what the two of them already knew. However, there was something that attracted the attention of Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruoyan. Last night, dozens of kilometers away from Canyon City, a soaring spiritual light appeared and lasted for about 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, there seemed to be a commotion among the demon beasts in the distance. Shen Xuanhui and the cultivators in Canyon City did not know what was going on. However, this morning, dozens of level 1 demon beasts began to attack Canyon City until they were eradicated by Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruoyan. Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruoyan were also confused by this phenomenon. However, they instinctively felt that the reason why demon beasts above level 2 appeared here this time might be related to the abnormal phenomenon last night. At the thought of this, Shen Ruoyan immediately turned to Jiang Chengsun and said, "Elder Jiang, why don't we go to that place to take a look tonight?" Just as Jiang Chengsun was about to answer, someone suddenly rushed in with a flustered expression. Not good. Those demon beasts, they came again. So many of them. Chapter 20 Scarlet Flame Scorpion Snake. What? Hearing this, the city lord, Shen Xuanhui, was the first to stand up. What exactly is going on? Tell me clearly. The person seemed to be a little frightened by Shen Xuanhui's aura, but he still braced himself and replied, "City lord, I don't know what's going on either. I only know that hundreds of demon beasts suddenly came, and there are 3 level 2 demon beasts." What? Shen Xuanhui's expression immediately changed drastically. Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruoyan also looked at each other with solemn expressions. 3 level 2 demon beasts suddenly attacked Canyon City with hundreds of level 1 demon beasts. There was clearly something unusual going on. Elders. At this moment, Shen Xuanhui turned to look at Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruoyan. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "The situation is urgent now. I wonder if the two of you can come with us to check the situation together? If anything happens, I'm afraid I'll need your help. Let's go." Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruoyan did not waste a second. They knew very well that once those demon beasts really started attacking Canyon City, the two of them might not be in any fatal danger. However, the hundreds of thousands of mortals in Canyon City and the key refinement cultivators among them could hardly survive. This was obviously a loss the Shen immortal family could not accept. Therefore, not long after, Jiang Chengsun, Shen Ruoyan, Shen Xuanhui, and the others appeared on the city wall of Canyon City. Fortunately, the cultivators here acted quickly. When they sensed that danger was approaching, they immediately activated the level 2 defensive array in the city. The person in charge of the array was a 9th level key refinement cultivator called Jeking Gyang. Other than the city lord, Shen Xuanhui, he was the only cultivator who had perfected the key refinement realm. However, at this moment, he did not seem to be in a good state. Not only was his face pale, but the true essence in his body was also dissipating, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, this 9th level key refinement cultivator was already seriously injured. "Brother Jet, how are you? Are you all right?" Seeing this, Shen Xuanhui immediately asked with concern. At the same time, he took over the job of maintaining the array from Jeking Gyang. Jeking Gyang quickly took out a medicinal pill from his pocket and swallowed it. After a while, he forced a smile. "I'm fine for now. However, the situation in Canyon City is really not optimistic." As he spoke, he looked out of the city. At this moment, outside Canyon City, hundreds of level 1 demon beasts were crazily attacking the defensive array, causing it to array halo flicker. Behind these level 1 demon beasts stood 3 demon beasts with scorpion heads and snake bodies. Each of them was about 5 to 6 meters long. Its upper body was covered in a metal-like shell, and 2 pairs of huge red pincers opened and closed, emitting a sound like metal plates rubbing against each other. The snake body on its lower body kept squirming back and forth. As the huge tail swept across, it created a huge crack in the ground. It was the scarlet flame scorpion snake. Roar! Suddenly, the 3 level 2 scarlet flame scorpion snakes roared impatiently. They suddenly flew into the air in unison and attacked Canyon City. In an instant, balls of fire with scorching heat immediately shot out of their huge pincers. When it landed on the level 2 defensive array, ripples immediately spread out on the surface of the array. Shen Xuanhui, who was in charge of sustaining the array, immediately turned pale. This kind of attack from the Foundation establishment realm was still too much of a burden for him. Moreover, it was not just one snack attacking, but 3. Coupled with the attacks of the other level 1 demon beasts, Shen Xuanhui couldn't hold on much longer. His forehead was already covered in cold sweat. "Elder Jiang, stay here and watch. I'll go out and play with them." At this moment, Shen Ruoyan turned to look at Jiang Chengsun. Jiang Chengsun hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right, then Elder Ruoyan, be careful. If you can't fight them alone, don't force yourself." "Okay." Shen Ruoyan nodded. Then, she turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly left the defensive array of Canyon City. Before the demon beasts outside could react, a rumbling thunder suddenly sounded in the air. Immediately after, silver-white lightning struck down. Dozens of the level 1 demon beasts that were attacking Canyon City crazily were instantly charred. Dozens of demon beasts were seriously injured. In their panic, they actually started to run around, causing the entire demon beast group to fall into chaos. Shen Ruoyan did not waste time on these lowly creatures. In a flash, she was already in front of the 3 level 2 scarlet flame scorpion snakes. "Buzz!" She pointed with her fair hand. A seal flickering with silver lightning suddenly appeared on the heads of the 3 scarlet flame scorpion snakes. It was Shen Ruoyan's mid-grade level 2 Dharma artifact, the lightning strike seal. Rumble! The 3 scarlet flame scorpion snakes were dazzled by bright light. Then, a terrifying thunderclap sounded in their ears. 3 dazzling lightning bolts landed on them. In an instant, angry and painful roars shook the earth. One of the scarlet flame scorpion snakes was charred. The hard carapace and the scales on the snake's body turned to charcoal. On the other hand, The other two scarlet flame scorpion snakes didn't seem to have suffered that much from the lightning bolt. It only charred a little bit of their skins. At this moment, among the three scarlet flame scorpion snakes, the largest one flashed, and with a deafening cry, it arrived in front of Shen Ruoyan. Shen Ruoyan obviously did not expect this scarlet flame scorpion snake to be able to attack in such a short time after taking the blow of the lightning strike seal head on. She was immediately shocked. Fortunately, her reaction was not slow. A triangular shield instantly appeared in front of her. It was a mid-grade level 2 defensive artifact she carried with her. It was called the Three-Element Spiritual Shield. A red, yellow, and blue spiritual light instantly appeared. With a bang, the shield shook violently. However, in the end, it blocked the snake tail attack of the scarlet flame scorpion snake. However, before Shen Ruoyan could heave a sigh of relief on the other side, the other scarlet flame scorpion snake that was slightly injured breathed a ball of ferocious flame towards Shen Ruoyan from behind. Chapter 21 Breeze Sword Technique Elder, be careful. On the city tower of Canyon City, Shen Xuanhei and the others couldn't help but exclaim. They were really afraid that something would happen to Shen Ruoyan. Fortunately, Shen Ruoyan's reaction was quick. With a move of her finger, the lightning seal immediately appeared behind her. Crackle, blinding lightning immediately shot out and collided fiercely with a pair of huge pincers. Rumble. Flames and lightning intertwined. Shen Ruoyan's body was immediately sent dozens of meters away. As for the scarlet flame scorpion snake, its entire body was numb and paralyzed. This was a good opportunity. On the city tower, Jiang Chengxuan's eyes lit up when he saw this. This was definitely a perfect opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Jiang Chengxuan took out the purple flame sword. He instantly turned into a sword light and charged at the paralyzed scarlet flame scorpion snake. Crack, the flying sword with purple flames instantly slit across the scarlet flame scorpion's head. The scarlet flame scorpion snake, which was in a numb state, did not have time to react before its head was cut off by the level 2 mid-grade flying sword. Then, he turned the sword around. The quality of the true essence that was comparable to the third level of the Foundation Establishment realm immediately caused the purple flame sword to glow again. With a whoosh, the edge of the sword slit across the heavily injured scarlet flame scorpion snake and cut its body into two. From then on, 2 of the 3 level 2 scarlet flame scorpion snakes died and 1 was injured. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Jiang Chengxuan's mind. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the first kill of a level 2 demon beast and obtained the Breeze Sword Technique, a high-grade level 2 sword technique. After mastering it, your sword will be swift like a breeze. It's quiet and undetectable. When people notice it, they will already be dead under your sword. In an instant, many things about the Breeze Sword Technique appeared in Jiang Chengxuan's mind. From words to images. In just an instant, Jiang Chengxuan was already familiar with the basics of this sword technique. If he wanted to master it, he would have to practice and study it himself. Previously, he was troubled that he didn't have a sword technique to bring out the max potential of a mid-grade level 2 flying sword like the purple flame sword. He did not expect the system to help him solve this problem. Roar. At the same time, when the last scarlet flame scorpion snake saw its 2 companions die, it let out an angry roar and turned around to escape into the distance without hesitation. Don't let it escape. Shen Ruoyan spun in the air. With a whoosh, a large net that emitted a green light immediately enveloped the escaping scarlet flame scorpion snake. This was her low-grade level 2 Dharma artifact, the green net, which was specially used to trap enemies. Jiang Chengxuan couldn't help but think to himself that this woman really had a lot of treasures. However, he did not slack off. He immediately used the Breeze Sword Technique. In an instant, the scarlet flame scorpion snake, which was escaping with all its might, felt a breeze brush past it. However, what followed was an enormous pain. The snake looked down. At some point, a huge wound had been cut open by Jiang Chengxuan's sword on its abdomen. Red-brown blood was flowing out. After being hit, The scarlet flame scorpion snake was stunned on the spot. At the same time, Shenruian's net that was emitting a green light had already covered the snake's head before the net tightened up. The snake struggled with all its might but could not break free at all. This was a good opportunity. Jiang Chengxuan's eyes lit up again. The purple flame sword suddenly turned into a purple stream of light. With a whoosh, it pierced through the scarlet flame scorpion snake's left eye and flew out of the back of its head. The snake, which was originally struggling crazily, paused for a moment before falling to the ground, creating a huge pit. Well done. Shenruian immediately flew to Jiang Chengxuan's side. She looked at Jiang Chengxuan with surprise in her beautiful eyes. She originally thought that since Jiang Chengxuan had just broken through to the Foundation establishment realm, his strength should be relatively limited. Unexpectedly, the outcome was far beyond her expectations. From his performance just now, he did not look like a cultivator who had just broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. On the contrary, he was not inferior to those old cultivators who had been in the Foundation establishment realm for decades. In fact, he might even be better than them. His grasp of the opportunity to make an attack especially impressed her. At the thought of this, Shenruian couldn't help but size up Jiang Chengxuan again and smile. I didn't expect Elder Jiang to be so good at fighting. It's all thanks to you just now. Otherwise, it's really impossible to subdue these 3 level 2 demon beasts. Jiang Chengxuan shook his head with a smile. Elder Ruian, you flatter me. If not for the fact that you restrained them and seriously injured them just now, with my current strength, it would be impossible for me to subdue them. Therefore, Elder Ruian, your contribution is actually the greatest. Jiang Chengxuan knew very well that if not for the fact that Shenruian had seriously injured the snakes, it would be very difficult for him to fight the snakes with his current strength. Elder Jiang, don't be humble. Shenruian also smiled and shook her head. No matter what, you killed 3 level 2 demon beasts just now. No one can take this credit from you. There's no need to be humble. The most important thing now is for us to deal with the remaining level 1 demon beasts first. As she spoke, Shenruian looked in the direction of Canyon City again. At this moment, outside Canyon City, because they saw the death of 3 level 2 Scarlet Flame Scorpion snakes, the level 1 demon beasts that were originally gathered there began to escape in all directions. Jiang Chengxuan and Shenruian did not waste any more time and immediately started to hunt down the escaping level 1 demon beasts. In no time, other than a few demon beasts that had long escaped, the remaining level 1 demon beasts were all killed by Jiang Chengxuan and Shenruian. After sending all the demon beast corpses to Canyon City, Jiang Chengxuan and Shenruian looked at each other tacitly. Shenruian said, there must be something fishy about those demon beasts suddenly attacking Canyon City this time. I suspect that it might have something to do with that strange phenomenon last night. Now that the threat from the demon beasts is cleared, why don't we go to that place to take a look together? Jiang Chengxuan said with a nod, I have no problem. Immediately, the two of them left Canyon City and headed to the place where the phenomenon took place last night. Chapter 22 Black Mystic Python on a mountain dozens of kilometers away from Canyon City. At this moment, there was a silver light floating in the air. Under this silver light, silver osmanthus flowers were blooming on a 3-meter-tall osmanthus tree, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The surrounding spiritual ki kept gathering towards this silver osmanthus tree, gradually forming small spiritual ki vortexes around it. When Jiang Chengxuan and Shenruian arrived, they saw such a scene. Jiang Chengxuan did not have much of a reaction. After all, he did not recognize the silver osmanthus tree in front of him. He just instinctively felt that it was somewhat different from the usual osmanthus trees. However, Shenruian, who was beside him, looked shocked and couldn't help but say, this is Heaven and Earth spiritual root. Heaven and Earth spiritual root? A trace of surprise appeared on Jiang Chengxuan's face. The so-called Heaven and Earth spirit root referred to a type of spiritual plant born from the abundant spiritual ki of the world. Some of the fruits could help people break through, some could help people enter a state of enlightenment, and some had abnormally powerful healing effects. legend had it that some of the fruits they produced could instantly allow a mortal to ascend to immortality after eating one. Although Jiang Chengxuan had been in the cultivation world for more than 100 years, he did not know much about spiritual roots. He only knew that they were quite precious. Unexpectedly, he bumped into one today. This was really beyond his expectations. At this moment, Shen Ruian continued, "That's right. If I'm not wrong, this spiritual root should be a silver osmanthus tree. It's said that the silver osmanthus fruit it bears has the effect of calming one's mind and preventing the invasion of inner demons. Of course, this is just the effect when it's at a low level. It's said that the silver osmanthus fruits produced by osmanthus trees above level 4 have the effect of repairing the damage to the soul and strengthening the soul. They're really rare treasures." At this point, Shen Ruian seemed to have sensed something and her expression suddenly changed. "Wait. This silver osmanthus tree seems to be about to advance to level 2. And that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is..." Boom. Before Shen Ruian could finish speaking, the ground under their feet suddenly exploded. Immediately after, a black python that was almost 10 meters long and covered in a layer of horn-like scales suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Chengxuan and Shen Ruian. "This is a level 2 high-grade demon beast, the black mystic python." Shen Ruian's expression changed again. At this moment, she seemed to have understood a lot of things, and her expression was very solemn. "Elder Jiang, be careful. If I'm not wrong, the demon beasts from before should be controlled by this python. The real purpose of this python here is probably to occupy a level 2 spiritual vein that is about to be nurtured by the silver osmanthus tree." Hearing Shen Ruian's words, Jiang Chengxuan's expression changed. "What? A level 2 spiritual vein?" As an independent cultivator, he knew very well how valuable a spiritual vein was. It was not an exaggeration to say that spiritual veins were the root of cultivators. Moreover, it was a level 2 spiritual vein. This was enough to cause a competition between a few or even dozens of Foundation establishment realm families or sects. Even a Violet Palace immortal family like the Shen family would not ignore a level 2 spiritual vein. No wonder the python was so hostile to Canyon City, which was dozens of kilometers away. Moreover, after sensing the arrival of Foundation establishment cultivators, the python immediately commanded the other demon beasts to attack. It probably wanted to get rid of the possible threats. As the saying went, a mountain could not accommodate 2 tigers. Roar. Suddenly, the python let out a roar. Immediately after, Jiang Chengxuan and Shen Ruian inexplicably felt their bodies sink. It was as if they were carrying something weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms on their backs and almost fell from the sky. "Be careful." 3-element spiritual shield was activated. The shield instantly enlarged, protecting her and Jiang Chengxuan behind it. The red, yellow, and blue lights on the shield flickered violently. Immediately after, the entire shield was sent flying. Fortunately, Jiang Chengxuan and Shen Ruian reacted quickly. The moment the shield was thrown away, the two of them immediately dodged to the left and right. Boom. The moment the two of them flashed away, a black snake tail that was as big as a mound struck the spot where they were originally standing, causing a series of sonic booms. Shen Ruian, who dodged to the right, immediately shouted, "Be careful of its innate ability, the gravity domain. Don't get hit. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." Gravity domain? Jiang Chengxuan's heart skipped a beat. He really remembered the feeling of being pressed down by a mountain just now. At that time, it was very difficult for him to even move, let alone counterattack. Fortunately, Shen Ruian had that level 2 defensive Dharma artifact. Otherwise, even if he didn't die after getting hit, he would probably be seriously injured. It seemed that after this mission was over, he had to think of a way to get a defensive Dharma artifact as well. Roar. At this moment, the python seemed to have targeted Shen Ruian. Its tail kept whipping at Shen Ruian, who was in the air, and sharp blades shot at her from its mouth. On the other side, Jiang Chengxuan had a bad feeling. This high-grade level 2 demon beast was indeed not something an ordinary level 2 demon beast could compare to. At least Jiang Chengsun was not confident at all that he could defeat this python. Fortunately, Shen Ruoyan had many treasures on her that could keep them safe for the time being. Even so, their situation was not optimistic. According to the current situation, Shen Ruoyan could at most hold on for a while longer. At this thought, Jiang Chengsun finally stopped hesitating. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Shen Ruoyan, "Elder Ruoyan, I will find a way to control it later. Seize that opportunity to severely injure it. It will be better if you can kill it." Chapter 23 The greatest gains with Jiang Chengsun's current cultivation. If he chose to use the divine light of the Arctic, in theory, he could use it twice, but in fact, he could only use it once at most. After all, he couldn't use up all his true essence in battle. That was simply courting death. If anything happened, he would not even have a chance to escape. Therefore, with his current cultivation, once he decided to use the divine light of the Arctic, he would only use it once at most. If Shen Ruoyan couldn't seize the opportunity he created for her, he would have to consider retreating. Shen Ruoyan clearly did not expect Jiang Chengsun to send her a voice transmission. Hearing this, she was distracted for a moment and was almost hit by the python. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and dodged at the critical moment. She nodded at Jiang Chengsun. Jiang Chengsun found an opportunity to make a seal with both hands while the python was attacking Shen Ruoyan. Buzz! In an instant, white rays suddenly spewed out of Jiang Chengsun's hands. There was no sound. The python, which was attacking Shen Ruoyan crazily, did not have time to react at all. Its huge body was immediately hit by the rays. Crack, crack, in the blink of an eye, the body of the python was covered in a layer of frost. It couldn't move. Seeing this, Shen Ruoyan's eyes widened. This is the perfected divine light of the Arctic. As a Foundation Establishment Realm Elder of the Shen Immortal family, Shen Ruoyan was naturally very familiar with this mid-grade level 2 spell. She knew how difficult it was to cultivate this mid-grade level 2 spell to perfection. However, how long had it been since Jiang Chengsun obtained this spell? At most, it was only 3 years, right? Moreover, during these 3 years, he had to consolidate the new realm and change to a new cultivation technique for the Foundation Establishment realm. The time he had to cultivate a spell was even shorter. How did he do it? Could it be that he was actually a rare spell genius? Many thoughts flashed across Shen Ruoyan's mind, but she quickly pulled herself together. A flying sword with traces of lightning appeared on the head of the python. It was one of Shen Ruoyan's treasures, a level 2 high-grade lightning element flying sword. It was called Curse Light. With a whoosh, Curse Light slashed into the python's body. Before the python could break free from the layers of frost, it was split into two. Roar! An extremely miserable cry resounded through the skies. Immediately after, with a bang, 2 sections of the python corpse fell heavily on the hill, creating 2 huge pits. Fortunately, it did not hurt the silver osmanthus tree. Otherwise, Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruoyan would really suffer a huge loss this time. They looked at each other. Shen Ruoyan said, "Elder Jiang, it's all thanks to you just now. If not for you, it would probably be very difficult for us to protect ourselves, let alone kill this evil beast today." She was not exaggerating. It was unlikely for a high-grade level 2 demon beast to kill them. However, it was not a problem for it to injure them. Jiang Chengsun originally thought that Shen Ruoyan would ask him about how he cultivated the divine light of the Arctic to perfection. He had even thought of an explanation. In the end, Shen Ruoyan did not mention this at all. Instead, she talked about his contributions in this battle. This made Jiang Chengsun heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but have a better impression of Shen Ruoyan. He smiled and shook his head. "Elder Ruoyan, you flatter me. You're the one who really made a great contribution. I just offered a small help." Elder Jiang, you're really humble." Shen Ruoyan smiled and continued, "All right, let's not compliment each other. In short, we'll split whatever gains we obtain today as agreed upon." At this point, Shen Ruoyan couldn't help but turn to look at the silver osmanthus tree. Actually, compared to the silver osmanthus tree that's about to advance to a low-grade level 2 spiritual root and a level 2 spiritual vein that's about to be nurtured from it, the contributions for killing the demon beasts are nothing. They are the greatest gains for you and me on this mission. Hearing Shen Ruoyan's words, Jiang Chengsun's heart skipped a beat. He knew very well how valuable the things Shen Ruoyan was talking about was. It was not an exaggeration to say that a level 2 spiritual vein that was about to be nurtured and a spiritual root that was about to advance to the low grade of level 2 were completely enough to support a foundation establishment realm family or sect. The gains were too great. It was so great that it was enough to make 2 close friends fall out. It could even cause 2 foundation establishment realm families to start a war. Therefore, at this moment, it was impossible for Jiang Chengsun not to be on guard. He was even prepared for the worst. At the same time, he was also considering whether he should leave the Shen immortal family while he was safe. If they were greedy and wanted to harm him, he would really be in danger. He would not take risks, nor could he let himself be in such an environment where he could die at any time. This was the principle he adhered to for the past 100 years. It was also the main reason why he could survive in the cultivation world. Elder Jiang, are you worried about something? Suddenly, Shen Ruoyan turned to look at Jiang Chengsun. Jiang Chengsun was shocked. However, before he could reply, Shen Ruoyan continued, are you worried that the Shen immortal family will harm you because of this level 2 spiritual vein and level 2 spiritual root? After saying that, Shen Ruoyan gave him a reassuring smile. I can't say for certain what others will do, but in the Shen immortal family, nothing like this will happen. This is because it's a rule set by our Violet Palace ancestor a long time ago. It's also the foundation upon which the Shen immortal family thrives in the cultivation world of the Yun nation. Back then, the reason why you chose to join the Shen immortal family is probably not only because of the offers, but also because of the reputation of the Shen immortal family, right? Chapter 24 Advancement of the Silver Osmanthus Tree. At this point, Shen Ruoyan suddenly took out a jade slip from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Chengsun. This is the teaching of the Shen family. When every member of the Shen family accepts the inheritance of cultivation, they have to swear an oath in advance that they will not violate the teaching. If one violates the teaching, even if he is the head of the Shen family, he will still be punished extremely severely. Believe me, the Shen immortal family is definitely not a family that has no bottom line. This jade slip records the teachings and rules of the Shen family. You can take a look and see if I'm lying to you or not. In addition, I can swear to you now that everything I'm saying is true. If there's anything false, I will disappear from this cultivation world. Hearing this, Jiang Chengsun couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. However, although he was embarrassed, he couldn't be careless when it came to his own safety. He immediately apologized to Shen Ruoyan, but he still reached out to take the jade slip from her. He placed it on his forehead to sense the contents. He realized that this jade slip really recorded the teachings of the Shen immortal family. The opening sentence was, cultivation is about cultivating one's mind. If one doesn't have a stable mind, they will be disturbed by demons. What it meant was that the essence of cultivation was to cultivate one's mind. If one could not be the master of one's mind, no matter how talented one was, they would eventually become a slave of desire and lose their true selves. Then, there was the next sentence. Those who betray friends because of greed and those who go back on their words will be expelled from the Shen family. It could be said that there were very, very few family teachings like the Shen immortal family in the current cultivation world. Jiang Chengsun did not know why the ancestors of the Shen immortal family would leave such teachings for their descendants. He did not know if such teachings were suitable in the current cultivation world. However, it was undeniable that after knowing the existence of such teachings, Jiang Chengsun was indeed much more at ease with the Shen immortal family. He handed the jade slip back to Shen Ruoyan and smiled in embarrassment. I really admire your family teachings. I was being a little petty just now. I hope Elder Ruoyan won't take it to heart. Shen Ruoyan smiled and shook her head. It's fine. It's understandable. As a matter of fact, if you aren't guarded at all, I'll probably take back the words about you being talented. it had to be said that Shen Ruian was indeed glib-tongued. With just a few words, the awkwardness between them disappeared, and the atmosphere returned to normal. Buzz. At the same time, the silver osmanthus tree near the two of them suddenly emitted a soaring spiritual light. Rustle. At this moment, the entire silver osmanthus tree started shaking violently. Wisps of silver light began to pour out of the leaves of this silver osmanthus tree. When the light landed on Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruian, their minds immediately cleared up. The fatigue from the battle was swept away. Shen Ruian narrowed her eyes and said in a low voice, "This silver osmanthus tree is about to advance." As soon as she finished speaking, the entire silver osmanthus tree suddenly grew taller. Wisps of spiritual ki in the world began to quickly gather towards this silver osmanthus tree. Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruian could clearly feel that the concentration of spiritual ki in the surroundings was rapidly increasing. If the concentration of spiritual ki was originally 2, then the concentration of spiritual ki now was 5. Moreover, it was still increasing. This was a sign that the spiritual vein was about to take shape. Rustle, rustle, the leaves swayed. The size of the silver osmanthus tree changed from more than 3 meters to more than 8 meters, and it was still rising. By rough estimation, when it really completed its advancement, it would be at least 10 meters tall. Elder Jiang, I have to report the situation here first. At this moment, Shen Ruian looked at Jiang Chengsun. I think you know the value of a level 2 spiritual root and a level 2 spiritual vein very well. Therefore, in order to prevent any accidents from happening later, before the other elders of the family arrive, I hope you and I can stay here for the time being. I can promise you that you will definitely get a share of everything we obtain here. Jiang Chengsun did not object. Since he was certain that the Shen immortal family would not harm him, protecting the silver osmanthus tree with Shen Ruian was equivalent to protecting his interests. Jiang Chengsun could see the bigger picture. Moreover, he also knew that with the huge commotion caused by the silver osmanthus tree, it was hard to guarantee that it would not attract the attention of some people. Perhaps some people would have designs on this silver osmanthus tree. Therefore, the two of them stayed to guard the silver osmanthus tree together and carefully observed their surroundings to prevent any accidents from happening. Fortunately, no accidents happened. About 2 hours later, the silver osmanthus tree successfully advanced and became a low-grade level 2 spiritual root. At the same time, a level 2 spiritual vein was born under their feet. This made Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruian secretly heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, the two of them suddenly looked into the distance. Over there in the distance, 3 streaks of light were approaching. When the 3 streaks of light approached, they turned out to be the 3 foundation establishment cultivators of the Shen immortal family. The person in the lead was none other than the current head of the Shen family, Shen Daoming. Beside him was Zhuang Wandao, an elder of the law enforcement hall that Jiang Chengsun had seen before. As for the other person, he was an old man in his 60s. His name was Su Kaiyan. He was at the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm and had been a guest elder of the Shen immortal family for nearly 100 years. At this moment, their gazes landed on the low-grade level 2 silver osmanthus tree and they couldn't help but be delighted. It's indeed a low-grade level 2 spiritual root and a level 2 spiritual vein. As they spoke, the 3 of them turned to look at Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruian. Shen Daoming laughed and said, "Elder Jiang, Ruian, congratulations. I didn't expect you to gain so much from this mission. Don't worry, I will reward you accordingly. However, before that, we have to handle the situation here first." With that, Shen Daoming turned to look at Su Kaiyan and asked, "Elder Su, what do you think? Is there a problem with setting up a level 2 defensive array here?" Chapter 25 Good Wine. Hearing Shen Daoming's question, Su Kaiyan thought for a moment and replied, "Setting up a low-grade level 2 defensive array is not a problem. However, it will probably take some time if we want to set up a mid-grade level 2 defensive array. A low-grade level 2 array is probably not enough in this place. It's best to set up a mid-grade level 2 array and let a foundation establishment cultivator guard it. That way, even if late-stage foundation establishment realm cultivators come over, it will be impossible for them to get their hands on this tree." At this point, Su Kaiyan paused for a moment before continuing. In my opinion, it's best if we can move the people in Canyon City over or build another city with this tree as the center and integrate Canyon City dozens of kilometers away. That way, with the level 2 spiritual vein here and the level 1 spiritual vein in Canyon City, we can absolutely create a level 2 cultivation city. At that time, the population and influence of the Shen immortal family will definitely rise to another level. Zhuang Wandao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He turned to look at Shen Daoming and said, I think what old Su said makes sense. If we can really build a level 2 cultivation city here, it will definitely be very beneficial to the Shen immortal family. At this moment, Shen Daoming was obviously tempted. He thought for a moment and said, the suggestion is indeed not bad, but the construction of a level 2 cultivation city involves a lot of things. I need to hold a family elders meeting. After the meeting is over, it will not be too late for us to decide. By the way. At this point, Shen Daoming seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Jiang Chengsun and said, Elder Jiang, I forgot to introduce you to someone. This is Su Kaiyan, Elder Su. He is a level 2 array master of the Shen immortal family. As he spoke, he looked at Su Kaiyan and smiled. Elder Su, this is Elder Jiang Chengsun I mentioned to you before we came. He, Elder Jiang, is really young and promising. Nice to meet you. Su Kaiyan was quite polite. He smiled and cupped his fists at Jiang Chengsun. Jiang Chengsun quickly returned the greeting. Just now, when Shen Daoming and the others were talking, Shen Ruiyan had already secretly sent him a voice transmission to introduce Su Kaiyan. Su Kaiyan was a guest elder of the Shen immortal family. He had been in the Shen immortal family for nearly 100 years and was a good friend of the previous head of the Shen immortal family. It was also because of this that Su Kaiyan had done a lot for the Shen immortal family in the past 100 years. Moreover, he had nurtured many junior array masters for the Shen immortal family. Therefore, although he was only a guest elder, his status in the Shen immortal family was not inferior to those core elders at all. At this moment, everyone was preparing to go back. But the question was, who should stay? After all, they couldn't leave this place unguarded. Moreover, one person was probably not enough. Unless Shen Daoming, a 9th level foundation establishment realm cultivator, stayed behind. However, as the head of the Shen immortal family, it was obviously unlikely for him to stay. Su Kaiyan needed to go back and make preparations for setting up the array, so it was impossible for him to stay too. Between Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruiyan, at least one of them had to go back and explain what happened. Now, the people who would stay were either Jiang Chengsun and Zhuang Wanren or Liu Ruiyan and Su Wanren. I'll stay. At this moment, Jiang Chengsun spoke. Before leaving, Shen Ruiyan sent a voice transmission to Jiang Chengsun. Elder Jiang, don't worry. After going back, I will mention your contributions and help you get more rewards. All right, thank you, Elder Ruiyan. Jiang Chengsun smiled and thanked Shen Ruiyan. This was the benefit of letting Shen Ruiyan go back. She was from the Shen family and should have more say than him, an outsider. After the figures disappeared from the horizon, Zhuang Wandao turned to look at Jiang Chengsun and said with a chuckle, Elder Jiang, it's been more than 3 years since we last met, right? Previously, we agreed to get together when we had time, but we couldn't find the time. Now, the time has finally come. As he spoke, Zhuang Wandao took out a pot of wine and 2 glasses from his body. Then, he gestured to Jiang Chengsun. What do you think? Elder Jiang, do you want to drink with me? Jiang Chengsun found it hard to decline Zhuang Wandao's hospitality. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Ha! Zhuang Wandao immediately laughed and nodded. We're both elders of the Shen family. There's no need to stand on ceremony with me. As he spoke, Zhuang Wandao had already filled a glass of wine for him and Jiang Chengsun. In an instant, a rich wine fragrance wafted out. As soon as Jiang Chengsun took a sniff, he vaguely felt that the true essence in his body was showing signs of activity. This immediately surprised him and he couldn't help but praise. Good wine. Not bad, right? Zhongwandao smiled smugly. He said, "My wine is called Spiritual Abyss Intoxication. I spent 49 types of level 1 spiritual herbs and 3 types of level 2 spiritual herbs to make it. It took me a full 10 years. Many restaurants in the market offered a high price to buy my recipe, but I didn't agree. Come, Elder Zhang, let's toast." Zhongwandao was the first to raise the wine glass. Seeing this, Jiang Chengsun quickly raised his wine glass and clinked it with Zhongwandao. "It seems like I'm in for a treat today." Jiang Chengsun knew very well that the price of the spiritual wine made from so many spiritual herbs was definitely not cheap. Soon, the two of them finished the wine in their glasses. At this moment, Jiang Chengsun felt that the true essence in his body had suddenly become unprecedentedly active. With a slight circulation of the cultivation technique, he quickly completed a small cycle. The strength of his true essence actually increased slightly as well. This made him full of praise. It's indeed good wine. Chapter 26 Demon Beast Riot. Then drink more. Zhongwandao poured another cup for himself and Jiang Chengsun. The two of them raised their glasses and clinked it. However, this time, they did not finish it in one gulp. Instead, they each took a small sip. After converting all the medicinal power of the spiritual wine into true essence, Zhongwandao looked at Jiang Chengsun again and smiled. "Elder Jiang, although this is only the second time we've met, I feel that we hit it off very well. Therefore, I won't hide things from you." Jiang Chengsun's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Zhongwandao and said, "Brother Zhong, feel free to tell me." Zhongwandao's expression turned serious. "Brother Jiang, for you to reach where you are, you must know very well what's the most important thing in our cultivation world, right?" Without waiting for Jiang Chengsun to answer, Zhongwandao continued, "It's not wealth and money, but life. Only by ensuring your life can you pursue wealth and money. I know that with the contributions you have made this time, you will definitely receive a lot of contribution points. With those contribution points, you can exchange for many precious resources from the Shen immortal family. However, you have to remember that if, and I'm talking about if, the Shen immortal family has granted you the right to exchange for some special items, no matter how many contribution points they cost, you have to prioritize on choosing the life-saving items first, understand? If you miss out on this opportunity, no one knows when you will have the right to exchange them again. No matter how many spirit stones you have, there is almost no way to buy that kind of thing outside. Therefore, forget it if they didn't grant you the special right, but once they did, you have to make best use of it. Do not miss out on it. Because..." At this point, Zhongwandao suddenly took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "The demon beast riot that happens every 200 years is not far from now. At most, there are only 30 to 40 years left. At that time, Foundation establishment cultivators like us will just be cannon fodder. If we're not careful, we'll be turned to ashes by a calamity of that scale. Demon beast riot." Hearing this, Jiang Chengsun's pupils constricted. To be honest, he really did not know much about what Zhongwandao said just now. The information he could obtain in the past was too limited. Although he had occasionally heard some news about the demon beasts causing trouble, it was all in bits and pieces and he did not have any clear understanding of it. Now that he suddenly heard such news, it was only natural for him to be shocked. As if he had already expected Jiang Chengsun's reaction, Zhongwandao couldn't help but smile bitterly and say, "Do you feel a little scared?" To be honest, when I found out about this, my reaction was actually stronger than yours. This is because a calamity of that scale is really quite dangerous for Foundation establishment cultivators like us. The death rate is at least 70 to 80%. Do you know what kind of strength the Shen immortal family used to have? Without waiting for Jiang Chengsun to answer, Zhongwandao continued on. As far as I know, in the past, when the Shen immortal family was at its peak, there were as many as 8 or 9 people in the Violet Palace realm. There were nearly 100 Foundation establishment cultivators like you and me. It's not an exaggeration to say that at that time, the Shen immortal family already had the foundation and strength of a golden core immortal family. They just needed a golden core Daoist as a leader. It was said that at that time, the head of the Shen family had a chance to advance to the Golden Core realm. Unfortunately, at that time, the Demon Beast riot broke out earlier than expected. The main battlefield was in Flatland County, where we are now. As the #1 cultivation family in Flatland County at that time, the Shen Immortal family was naturally at the front line. The head of the Shen family died tragically. 3 elders of the Shen family, who were at the Violet Palace realm, were seriously injured and their Deo path was cut off. The remaining 4 Violet Palace realm elders died with 6 level 3 demon beasts. Only the youngest elder, who had just advanced to the Violet Palace realm at that time, didn't die because he stayed behind to protect the base. Later, not long after the 3 seriously injured Violet Palace realm elders returned, they could not be healed and left the world one after another. And this was only the casualties of the Violet Palace realm cultivators. As for Foundation establishment cultivators like you and me, the casualties were much greater. I don't know the exact number, but I know that ever since that time, there have never been more than 10 Foundation establishment cultivators in the Shen Immortal family. After hearing Zhang Wandao's words, Jiang Chengsun felt his heart heavy. He would never have thought that the Demon Beast riot would be so terrifying. If even people who had reached the Violet Palace realm could not survive, wouldn't the chances of them, as key refinement and Foundation establishment realm cultivators, surviving be even lower? Instinctively, Jiang Chengsun began to consider if he should think of a way to leave the Shen Immortal family in Flatland County now. However, the Demon Beast riot would definitely affect the entire cultivation world of the Yun Nation. Even if he left the Shen Immortal family in Flatland County, where could he go? Where would be absolutely safe? Shaking his head, Jiang Chengsun couldn't help but look at Zhang Wandao again and ask, "Brother Zhang, since the Demon Beast riot was a matter concerning the fate of the entire cultivation world, did the Ganayang sect, an upper sect, do anything about it? At the very least, there had to be relief provisions from them, right? Otherwise, who would be willing to stand at the front line of the Demon Beast riot like the Shen Immortal family in the future?" Hearing Jiang Chengsun's question, Zhang Wandao nodded. There was naturally relief provision from them, but it wasn't a lot. It was not because the Ganayang sect was unwilling to give us relief provisions, but because they really could not afford it. In fact, it was not just the Ganayang sect. Even the other 2 sects, the North Cloud sect and the Starlight sect, couldn't provide enough relief provisions. How? Jiang Chengsun was really puzzled. Why is that? Zhang Wandao smiled bitterly again. He looked at Jiang Chengsun and asked, "Brother Jiang, do you know how much time has passed since the Demon Beast riot?" Chapter 27. Returning to the Shen Immortal family. Jiang Chengsun naturally did not know the answer. Zhang Wandao clearly didn't expect him to know the answer either. Zhang Wandao replied, "As far as I know, the Demon Beast riot has been happening every other 200 years for the last tens of thousands of years. It might be even longer than that. Most importantly, in this battle between us humans and demon beasts, we humans are actually at an absolute disadvantage. I don't know the exact situation, but as far as I know, the territory of our human race is almost a quarter less than thousands of years ago. Think about it. With the Demon Beast riot happening continuously, how many resources can a Golden Core Immortal sect like the Ganayang sect accumulate? If the Ganayang sect is like this, the other Golden Core Immortal sects are naturally not much better. In this situation, it's not that the upper sects like the Ganayang sect and even the large nascent soul sects weren't unwilling to provide us relief provisions, but they really couldn't afford it. Zhang Wandao's words made Jiang Chengsun's heart sink. He did not expect that the situation in the entire human cultivation world would actually be so dangerous. If this was true, how could he cultivate peacefully in the future? Moreover, according to what he knew, their enemies seemed to be not only the Demon Beast riot, but also the demonic cultivators who existed all the time. These guys cultivated mainly through plundering and killing. They often practiced evil techniques and would sacrifice hundreds of thousands of mortals at the drop of a hat to complete a ritual. It could be said that wherever they appeared, the mortals would suffer. If not for the fact that righteous cultivators like them were stationed in mortal cities all year round, ordinary mortals would not be able to survive in this world. At this moment, Jiang Chengsun suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. In this world, strength was the most important. If you did not have strength, you would be cannon fodder and the target of plunder. It was impossible for you to stay in one place and be aloof from worldly affairs. Because even if you didn't provoke others, others would provoke you. As the saying went, when the nest is overturned, there will not be an intact egg. If the human cultivators were defeated in the future or the demonic cultivators occupied the mainstream of the entire cultivation world, even if you were lucky enough to survive, you would definitely not have a good time. Jiang Chengsun had already made up his mind. When he returned this time, he would do his best to increase his strength at all costs. The more he could increase, the better. That way, when the demon beast riot broke out decades later, he would have more hope of survival. After that, the two of them stopped talking about this serious topic and started to talk about something else. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. This morning, 3 streaks of light suddenly flashed over from the distant sky. When the light approached, the people who appeared in front of Jiang Chengsun and Zhong Wandao were Shen Ruian, Su Kaian, and Shen Daofeng. After the two sides greeted each other, Shen Ruian said, "Elder Zhong, next, Elder Su will set up a mid-grade level 2 defensive array here. From now on, my brother will be stationed here. In the meantime, I'll have to trouble you and my brother to cooperate with Elder Su. After the array is set up, you can return on your own. As for Elder Jiang, I need to bring him back. He won't be here for the time being." Hearing Shen Ruian's words, Zhong Wandao immediately smiled and nodded. "No problem. Take Brother Jiang back. With me and the Daofeng here, nothing will happen." Shen Ruian looked at Jiang Chengsun and said, "Elder Jiang, if there's nothing else, let's go back first." "Okay." Jiang Chengsun nodded. Then, he turned to Zhong Wandao, Su Kaian, and cupped his fists at them. "Brother Zhong, Elder Su, and Elder Daofeng, take care." With that, Jiang Chengsun left the level 2 spiritual vein with Shen Ruian. On the way back, Shen Ruian smiled at Jiang Chengsun. "Elder Jiang, it seems like you've been getting along well with Elder Zhong these days." "Not bad." Jiang Chengsun smiled and changed the topic. "By the way, are there any results from the elders' meeting?" As a guest elder, Jiang Chengsun was also qualified to participate in the elders' meeting in the Shen immortal family. Therefore, Shen Ruian didn't hold back from telling him. "There's already a result. After Elder Su sets up the mid-grade level 2 defensive array, we'll try to connect that place to Canyon City. At that time, we will build a level 2 cultivation city. That way, we can both protect the mortals in the spiritual vein." Indeed. Even though they had discovered a level 2 spiritual vein and a low-grade level 2 spiritual route, Canyon City, which had tens of thousands of mortals, would definitely not be left unguarded. It was inevitable that the two areas would merge. Otherwise, if demonic cultivators attacked Canyon City, should the people on the level 2 spiritual vein go out to help? If they went out, who should be left behind to protect the spiritual vein? Therefore, the safest and most appropriate way was to connect the two places and set up a large level 2 protective array. If Jiang Chengsun was the decision maker, he would definitely make the same arrangement. At this moment, the two of them were about to reach the Shen immortal family's base. Shen Ruian suddenly said to Jiang Chengsun, "Elder Jiang, our contribution points have been counted. Including the reward of this mission, the level 2 and level 1 demon beasts we killed outside added up to about 8.000 family contribution points. The mission itself is worth 1,400 contribution points. Because most of the materials obtained from killing those level 1 demon beasts are already damaged, their contribution points were about 1,200. The corpses of the other 3 scarlet flame scorpion snakes were worth about 3.000 contribution points. As for the corpse of the level 2 high-grade black mystic python, it's worth 2,400 contribution points." Hearing this, Jiang Chengsun couldn't help but feel excited. A total of 8.000 family contribution points was no doubt a huge number. According to the distribution plan he and Shen Ruian had agreed on beforehand, he would be able to get 4.000 family contribution points. If exchanged for spirit stones, it was 4.000. Having cultivated for well over 100 years, Jiang Chengxuan had never obtained such a large amount of wealth in one go. Moreover, this was only the reward for killing those demon beasts. It did not include the reward for discovering a level 2 spiritual root and a level 2 spiritual vein. Chapter 28. Go to the family's treasure vault. Knowing that Jiang Chengxuan still had questions to ask, Shen Ruian couldn't help but smile at him and continue. As for the contribution for discovering a level 2 spiritual vein and a level 2 spiritual root, after the discussion, the family decided to give us a total of 32.000 contribution points. Of course, you and I can choose to take a portion of the ownership of the level 2 spiritual vein and the level 2 spiritual root. That will depend on your choice. The family won't force you. Hearing this, Jiang Chengxuan's heart skipped a beat. When he was chatting with Zhuang Wandao earlier, they talked about the value of a level 2 spiritual root and a level 2 spiritual vein. According to Zhuang Wandao, the market price of a low-grade level 2 spiritual root was usually between 8.000 to 15.000 spirit stones. This was mainly determined by the effect of the spiritual root. On the other hand, a level 2 spiritual vein was roughly priced at 20 to 40.000 spirit stones. It was also determined by the concentration of spiritual energy it had. Of course, under normal circumstances, be it sects or cultivation families, they would not sell such strategic resources easily. Moreover, their value would also be affected by the terrain and environment. For example, a spiritual vein at the front line of the demon beast riot and a spiritual vein in a peaceful area would have different values. In short, although spiritual roots and spiritual veins were precious, they could not be easily moved, especially spiritual veins. Their market price would also change very drastically with the environment and situation at the time. It was undeniable that it was already very kind of the Shen immortal family to be willing to give them 32.000 contribution points. After all, it was just a low-grade level 2 spiritual root and a level 2 spiritual vein that had just been nurtured. Even if they were sold on the market, their price would not be too high. As for sharing the ownership of the level 2 spiritual root and the level 2 spiritual vein with the Shen immortal family, from the beginning to the end, Jiang Chengxuan had never considered it. From the looks of it, the Shen family obviously valued the silver osmanthus tree and the level 2 spiritual vein very much. For this, they did not hesitate to spend a lot of resources to set up a large mid-grade level 2 defensive array. Moreover, there would definitely be more investment in the future. If he really chose to share the ownership, he might defend the Shen immortal family. After weighing the pros and cons, the wise choice was self-evident. He smiled and said to Shen Ruian, "I'm not interested in owning the spiritual vein and spiritual root at all. Family contribution points are more practical to me." "Elder Ruian, what about you?" Shen Ruian replied with a smile, "I'm fine with either. Since you want the family contribution point, I'll choose the family contribution point too." At this point, Shen Ruian paused for a moment before continuing, "But then again, Elder Jiang, choosing family contribution points is indeed the wisest choice. Because this time, I helped you get a special right to exchange." "Special right to exchange?" Jiang Chengxuan's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but think of what Zhuang Wandao had told him previously. Was that the special right Shen Ruian was talking about the same as the one Zhuang Wandao told him? "Well, it seems like Elder Zhuang has already told you something." Shen Ruian suddenly smiled. "As for what you can exchange, you'll know when you see the exchange list. Let me keep you in suspense for now." At this point, Jiang Chengxuan saw a playful look on Shen Ruian's face. This did not match the image of Shen Ruian he had in mind. Her playful expression only lasted for a moment before she quickly returned to normal. She continued to say to Jiang Chengxuan, "Since we've already decided to ask for contribution points, let's go straight to the mission hall later. After going through the formalities, we can then head to the family's treasury vault." Jiang Chengxuan had no objections to this. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the Shen immortal family's base, Splendid Jade Mountain. After showing their tokens to the mission hall and submitting the relevant mission information, Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruiyan each had 20.000 family contribution points. This was the first time Jiang Chengsun had obtained so much wealth in one go. It would be a lie to say that he was not excited at all. In fact, even Shen Ruiyan, the sister of the head of the Shen family, could not hide the joy on her face. It was obvious that she was in a good mood. "Let's go to the family treasury vault together," Shen Ruiyan turned around and said to Jiang Chengsun. Then, she took the lead and flew towards a mountain in the distance. Seeing this, Jiang Chengsun quickly followed. After flying for a while, Shen Ruiyan brought Jiang Chengsun to a building with carved beams. Jiang Chengsun immediately felt that there seemed to be many restrictions here that blocked his and Shen Ruiyan's way. If ordinary people dared to barge in, they would probably be minced into a bloody mist before they could land. At this moment, Shen Ruiyan suddenly took out a token and pointed at a restriction in front of her. In an instant, a hazy halo flashed. The restrictions that were originally blocking their way immediately began to slowly dissipate. Shen Ruiyan turned to look at Jiang Chengsun and smiled. "Let's go." With that, she brought Jiang Chengsun into the building ahead. Chapter 29 Special Exchange Rite, Level 3 Talisman. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a middle-aged man. This person's name was Shen Beifei, and he was at the 8th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. He was also the only Foundation Establishment elder Jiang Chengsun had yet to meet with. When Shen Ruiyan saw him, she immediately smiled and greeted him. "Third uncle." Shen Beifei, who was called Third Uncle by Shen Ruiyan, nodded and looked at Jiang Chengsun. "This must be Elder Jiang, right? It seems like you're here to exchange for treasures." Shen Ruiyan smiled and nodded. "Yes, Third Uncle. Please give us the list." When Shen Beifei heard that, he did not say anything. Soon, he handed 2 jade slips to Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruiyan. The items that can be exchanged are all listed in these jade slips. If you want to exchange for anything, just tell me. I'll fetch them for you. Shen Ruiyan smiled and said, "Thank you, Third Uncle." Then, she started to read the contents of the jade slip with Jiang Chengsun. This was the first time Jiang Chengsun had seen the treasury of a Violet Palace realm immortal family. It had to be said that the treasures had really broadened his horizons. There were dozens of level 2 precious materials, medicinal pills, Dharma artifacts, cultivation techniques, and talismans. There were even more things at level 1. With a cursory glance, Jiang Chengsun estimated that there were at least hundreds or thousands of them. This was the foundation of a Violet Palace realm immortal family. It was definitely not something that an independent cultivator or a family at the Foundation Establishment realm could compare to. Of course, the main purpose of him following Shen Ruiyan to the treasury vault of the Shen immortal family this time was not to choose these level 2 and level 1 items. Instead, he came for the items that could only be exchanged by people with a special right. He looked down. Jiang Chengsun immediately saw 3 special items. There were 3 talismans. However, these 3 talismans were not level 1 and level 2 talismans, but level 3 talismans. As everyone knew, a level 3 item was equivalent to the Violet Palace realm. Such an item was not something Foundation Establishment cultivators like them could get their hands on at all. Only a Violet Palace realm immortal family like the Shen immortal family would provide such an item to the members within the family. Even so, under normal circumstances, the members of the Shen immortal family were not allowed to exchange for them. Only people who had been granted the special right could. Jiang Chengsun was excited. No wonder Zhang Wandao said that if he could get the special exchange right, he had to exchange for the special items no matter what. So this was the reason. To a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, a level 3 item was indeed an ace in the hole. Especially on the battlefield with the demon beasts in the future, he could definitely use it to save his life. Without hesitation, Jiang Chengsun looked at the information on the 3 level 3 talismans carefully. These 3 level 3 talismans were all low-grade level 3 offensive talismans. They were the Flame Dragon Talisman, the Black Wind Talisman, and the Heavenly Saber Divine Slaying Talisman. As the name suggested, after using the Flame Dragon Talisman, a flame dragon would form to attack the enemy. Any enemy within the range of it would be instantly burned to ashes. The Black Wind Talisman was similar. It was also a large-scale attack. After using it, it would trigger a black wind. Any cultivator who was blown by this black wind, be it their flesh, blood, or soul, would be shattered in an instant. As for the Heavenly Saber Divine Slaying Talisman, it was a relatively rare talisman that targeted the divine sense of the enemy. After using it, the talisman would turn into a heavenly saber and slash into the enemy's sea of consciousness, destroying their divine sense. Without an equivalent defensive method, it was almost impossible to withstand it. Even a person at the Violet Palace realm would suffer greatly if he was hit by this talisman. Without question, Jiang Chengsun wanted all 3 level 3 talismans. Unfortunately, with the family contribution points he had now, he could at most exchange for one of the talismans. The price of these 3 level 3 talismans was different. One was 13,500 contribution points, one was 14.000 contribution points, and another was 16.000 contribution points. Clearly, the Heavenly Saber Divine Slaying Talisman was more precious than the previous 2 talismans. Jiang Chengsun was a little conflicted, not knowing which talisman to choose. After thinking about it, Jiang Chengsun finally chose the most expensive Heavenly Saber Divine Slaying Talisman. It was because this talisman could threaten the Violet Palace realm cultivators. The power of the first 2 talismans could also pose a certain threat to the early-stage Violet Palace realm cultivators. However, with the speed of Foundation establishment cultivators, it was very difficult for them to hit an enemy at the Violet Palace realm on the real battlefield. The Heavenly Saber Divine Slaying Talisman was different. Because it specialized in attacking divine sense, it was usually very difficult to notice. Even the Violet Palace realm cultivators had a high chance of being hit. After exchanging for this Heavenly Saber Divine Slaying Talisman, Jiang Chengsun only had 4.000 contribution points left. According to his plan, he was going to exchange for a level 2 defensive Dharma artifact, a pill to break through to another level of the Foundation establishment realm, and a low-grade level 2 spell. If there were enough points left, he also wanted exchange for some materials to make level 2 talismans. At this thought, Jiang Chengsun moved his gaze back to the level 2 items. The first thing he saw was a low-grade level 2 defensive Dharma artifact. It was called the Purple Gold Spirit Shield. It was made of purple gold black iron and contained many defensive restrictions. After activation, it could form a 2-meter-long shield that was enough to withstand most of the attacks of the early-stage Foundation establishment realm. Even if it was an attack from a mid-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivator, the shield could still withstand it for a moment. It was considered a rather good low-grade level 2 defensive Dharma artifact. Moreover, it only cost 1.000 contribution points. In the outside world, it cost at least 1,400 spirit stones. Without hesitation, Jiang Chengsun immediately added this Dharma artifact to his exchanging list. Then, he spent another 600 contribution points to exchange for a pill to break through from these level 2 items, called Upper Origin Pill. After that, he took a fancy to a low-grade level 2 spell called the Phantom Steps. It cost 700 contribution points. This spell was a movement-type spell. After successfully cultivating it, not only could it greatly increase one's speed, but it could also create 1 or 2 phantoms to confuse the enemy. Unless one had a corresponding method to break this spell, it was very difficult to distinguish between the real one and the phantoms in a short time. After exchanging for all that, he still had 1,700 family contribution points left. Just as Jiang Chengsun was considering if he should exchange for something else, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Chapter 30 Seclusion, Ding. An achievement mission has been issued. Host, please complete 30 drawings of level 2 talismans, current progress. 18%, hearing the system's voice, Jiang Chengxuan's first reaction was surprised, wondering why the system wasn't asking him to do it 100 times. However, his second reaction was heaving a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the system did not ask him to draw a level 2 talisman 100 times. With his current financial situation, he could not afford it. After all, the materials used to draw a level 2 talisman was way more expensive than the materials used to draw a level 1 talisman. If he used all the 1,700 family contribution points he had to buy materials to draw level 2 talismans, it would at most be enough for him to draw more than 40 level 2 talismans. Moreover, it was the cheapest level 2 talisman. However, if he only needed to draw 30 level 2 talismans, Jiang Chengxuan could afford it for the time being. Moreover, the system also counted the number of level 2 talismans he had drawn previously. He carefully checked the list. In the end, he chose a low-grade level 2 talisman brush worth 600 contribution points. After all, if he really planned to study level 2 talismans, a level 2 talisman brush was definitely necessary. As for the remaining 1,100 contribution points, Jiang Chengxuan decided to exchange them all for materials to draw level 2 talismans. This was enough to support him in completing the mission issued by the system. After he and Shen Ruoyan told Shen Beifei the items they wanted to exchange, Shen Beifei left for a while before walking back with 2 storage bags. He handed the 2 storage bags to Jiang Chengxuan and Shen Ruoyan and said, "These are the items you want to exchange for this time. Take a look." After taking the storage bag, Jiang Chengxuan and Shen Ruoyan checked it. After confirming that there was nothing missing, they nodded at Shen Beifei and thanked him. Soon, the two of them bade farewell to Shen Beifei. Outside, Shen Ruoyan smiled at Jiang Chengxuan and said, "Elder Jiang, are you planning to return to the cave abode next?" "Yeah." Jiang Chengxuan nodded. "What about you?" "I'm not going back too." Shen Ruoyan smiled and said, "Then let's part ways here. Meet up again when we have time." "All right, see you around." After a while, Jiang Chengxuan returned to his cave abode and immediately began to enter seclusion. Jiang Chengxuan had a total of 6 things to do during this seclusion. First, he had to use the upper origin pill to break through to the second level of the Foundation establishment realm. Next was refining the low-grade level 2 defensive Dharma artifact, the purple gold spirit shield, and the low-grade level 2 talisman brush. After that, he still had to cultivate the low-grade level 2 spell, Phantom Steps, and the breeze sword technique. That was already 5 things. As for the last one, it was to try to make level 2 talismans. Jiang Chengxuan roughly estimated it would take him 4 or 5 years to complete these 6 tasks. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. At this moment, Jiang Chengxuan had already used the upper origin pill to break through to the second level of the Foundation establishment realm. The total amount of true essence in his body had increased by more than 20%. In the past, he would use up all his true essence after casting the divine light of the Arctic twice, but now, that would not happen again. At least he would still have the strength left to escape. In addition, the strength of his true essence was comparable to a cultivator at the 4th level of the Foundation establishment realm. Coupled with the mid-grade level 2 purple flame sword and the breeze sword technique, he was already strong enough to make a 4th level Foundation establishment realm cultivator feel threatened. In the next half a year, Jiang Chengxuan spent most of his energy on refining the purple gold spirit shield and the level 2 talisman brush. The former could increase his self-protecting ability, and the latter could help him draw level 2 talismans better and quicker. They were all very valuable things. Jiang Chengxuan did not dare to be careless at all. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. More than half a year later, he successfully refined both. He did not waste any more time. After Jiang Chengxuan successfully refined the purple gold spirit shield and the level 2 talisman brush, he focused all his energy on comprehending and practicing the 2 level 2 spells, the Phantom Steps and the breeze sword technique. The breeze sword technique was not a problem because it was a reward from the system. When Jiang Chengxuan was cultivating it, he did not encounter too many difficulties. Half a year later, he successfully cultivated the breeze sword technique to the early stage. It had to be said that this sword technique rewarded by the system was indeed quite powerful. Although the system did not say what grade this sword technique was, however, Jiang Chengsun felt that the power of this early stage breeze sword technique was already not inferior to some perfected low-grade level 2 spells. It could be seen that when he cultivated this breeze sword technique to the late stage or even perfection stage, it would definitely be comparable to a high-grade level 2 spell. In comparison, the phantom steps gave Jiang Chengsun a lot of headache. However, this was considered normal. As everyone knew, movement-type spells were often more difficult to practice than ordinary attack-type spells. In addition, his comprehension ability was not particularly outstanding. It was not a surprise that he would encounter trouble while cultivating the phantom steps. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. About half a year later, Jiang Chengsun finally mastered the initial stage of the phantom steps. At this moment, his movement speed was clearly more than 20% faster than before. When he took a leap, a figure identical to him would appear behind him. Without the corresponding spell to break it, it would be really difficult to tell which was his real body and which was his phantom. Just like that, more than 2 years passed. Jiang Chengsun still had no intention of coming out of seclusion. This was because he still had one last thing to do, which was to try to draw level 2 talismans and increase his talisman-making cultivation. This time, Jiang Chengsun did not draw many different low-grade level 2 talismans like last time. This time, he focused on a low-grade level 2 talisman called the Rejuvenation Talisman. In fact, it was a healing talisman to treat the injuries. Among the many low-grade level 2 talismans, it was the easiest to get started with. He drew 4 or 5 pieces in a row, but all of them failed. Fortunately, the progress of drawing under his retina did not remain unchanged. Instead, it went from 18% to 35%. Chapter 31 Golden Armored Puppet Talisman. As expected, the system did not stipulate that he had to successfully draw the talismans. Even if the drawing failed, it did not affect his mission progress. More than half a year later, Jiang Chengsun looked at the talisman in front of him and turned to ashes again and couldn't help but sigh deeply. As expected, even the Rejuvenation Talisman, which was the easiest to learn, was not so easy at all in reality. No wonder among hundreds of professions in the cultivation world, alchemy, array formation, weapon refinement, and talisman making were the 4 professions that consumed the most resources. Fortunately, after more than half a year of hard work, the mission progress under his retina had already become 100%. Let's see what the reward the system can bring me this time. Ding. Just as this thought flashed across Jiang Chengsun's mind, the system's voice sounded. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission of drawing level 2 talismans 30 times and obtained the ability to draw a level 2 low-grade talisman called Golden Armored Puppet Talisman, Golden Armored Puppet Talisman, a one-time use puppet talisman. After using it, you can summon a low-grade level 2 Golden Armored Puppet to fight. Its strength is comparable to a first-level Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. It can last for 10 minutes. Jiang Chengsun did not expect the system reward this time to be so awesome. Not only did the system raise his talisman-making mastery to low-grade level 2, but it also gave him the ability to draw the Golden Armored Puppet Talisman. He remembered very clearly that in the level 2 talisman collection, there was no record of a talisman called the Golden Armored Puppet Talisman. In other words, only the system had this talisman. Or rather, it was a special inheritance. Without special opportunities, it was impossible for the general public to obtain it. The only problem was that the cost of drawing such a talisman was extremely high, almost dozens of times higher than drawing an ordinary low-grade level 2 talisman. Moreover, the materials might not be especially easy to find. It was probably very difficult to find all the materials needed to make this talisman in an ordinary level 2 market. However, even so, it was still very worth it. This was because a golden armored puppet comparable to a first-level Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator was already quite extraordinary. Especially in battle, it was enough to turn the situation around. It could completely be used as a trump card. It seemed like he had to come out of seclusion early. After all, he did not have the materials to draw the golden armored puppet talisman. If he needed to make it, he had to go out and buy the materials. He wondered if there were enough materials in the Shen immortal family. He had to go out and take a look first. Fortunately, over the years, he had already accumulated more than 2,000 spirit stones from the Shen family. It was just enough to buy the materials to make a golden armored puppet talisman. However, if he used spirit stones to buy those materials in the family, he would not be able to enjoy a discount. He would have to pay at the normal market price. However, at this moment, he did not care about that. The most important thing now was to think of a way to buy all the materials needed to make the golden armored puppet talisman. At the thought of this, Jiang Chengsun stopped hesitating. After leaving his cave abode, he went straight to the salary hall to claim all the salary he had accumulated over the years. There were a total of 2,200 spirit stones. Then, he went to the place where the Shen immortal family exchanged items and found that they didn't have the most important materials used to make the golden armored puppet talisman, which were the extreme yellow jade and the heavenly spiritual dew. However, they had a lot of supplementary materials. Therefore, he spent 400 spirit stones to buy all the supplementary materials needed to make the golden armored puppet talisman. After that, Jiang Chengsun started to think about taking a trip. First of all, it was to buy the extreme yellow jade and the heavenly spiritual dew. Since the Shen immortal family didn't have any, he would go to the nearby mortal family like the Zhang immortal family or the market of the flowing cloud sect to take a look. He wanted to see if he could buy the extreme yellow jade and the heavenly spiritual dew in those two places. Moreover, the family contribution points and spirit stones he had were obviously in a shortage. On this trip, Jiang Chengsun actually had the intention of earning some of them. In the Shen immortal family, the best way to earn the contribution points was naturally to do missions. Therefore, Jiang Chengsun went to the mission hall again. After selecting, he found a few missions to kill the grade level 2 demon beasts. If he could complete it and hand over the corpses of those demon beasts to the Shen immortal family, Jiang Chengsun should be able to obtain at least 3,000 to 4,000 contribution points. Soon, Jiang Chengsun left the Shen immortal family's base and flew towards the market of the Zhang immortal family. Clearly, he planned to go to the nearby market under the jurisdiction of the Zhang immortal family to see if he could buy the extreme yellow jade and the heavenly spiritual dew there. If he couldn't, he would go to the market of the flowing cloud sect further away to take a look. If he still couldn't find the materials, he could only consider going back to the Ganiyang market. However, this would undoubtedly waste a lot of his time. What Jiang Chengsun did not notice was that the moment he left the Shen immortal family's base, two cold and vicious gazes were staring at him. "Brother Guo, are you sure we want to target him?" A burly man in black with a sinister gaze like a wolf stared at Jiang Chengsun's back and asked a tall and thin man with a hooked nose beside him. When the tall and thin man called Brother Guo heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. "Brother Zhao, do you think there's a problem with us targeting him? Don't forget that the Shen immortal family is after all a Violet Palace realm family. Even if they have declined now, they are not people demonic independent cultivators like us can offend. Moreover, this time, we are just paid to do it. Since the other party did not specify who the target is, why don't we choose the weakest one? As far as I know, the person just now joined the Shen immortal family 4 or 5 years ago. It was at most 5 years since he broke through to the Foundation establishment realm. He should be the weakest among all the Foundation establishment cultivators in the Shen immortal family. Killing him will not be too risky. At the same time, we can get a generous reward. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not?" "That's true." The burly man in black, who was called Brother Zhao, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Then, a ferocious glint flashed across his eyes. "In that case, let's follow that guy. We can't let him escape." Chapter 32 Fighting Demonic Cultivators on the Other Side. After Jiang Chengsun was a distance away from the Shen immortal family's base, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have been followed. This made him puzzled. he did not know who would follow him for no reason. He did not remember offending anyone after advancing to the Foundation establishment realm. Could it be that the Shin Immortal family wanted to harm him? Impossible. If the Shin Immortal family wanted to harm him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Then there was the problem. Since it was not the Shin Immortal family, who could it be? Jiang Chengxuan's eyes darkened. No matter who it was, the person following behind him like this was definitely not a good person. Instead of worrying about being attacked from behind, he might as well strike first. At the thought of this, Jiang Chengxuan, who was flying in front, suddenly stopped and turned around. He said in a low voice, "The two of you have followed me for so long. Is there something you want?" However, there was no response for a long time. The thought that these people might be here to take his life made Jiang Chengxuan feel a chill run down his spine. This was an instinct he had developed after living in the cultivation world for many years. Subconsciously, he activated the purple gold spirit shield in secret. At the same time, he was ready to use the phantom steps. Shriek, as expected. With an ear-piercing sound, a black claw appeared above Jiang Chengxuan and was charging down towards his head. What is this? A demonic Dharma artifact. They were actually demonic cultivators. Jiang Chengxuan's pupils suddenly constricted. He did not expect the people following behind him to be demonic cultivators. Without dwelling on the reason, he immediately activated phantom steps. In an instant, Jiang Chengxuan's figure suddenly disappeared in midair. When he appeared again, he was already 30 meters away and barely dodged the sneak attack of the black claw. Buzz! However, at this moment, a saber that was covered in a layer of black demonic ki slashed at his neck from behind. In an instant, a roar that sounded like a ghost echoed in his ears, making Jiang Chengxuan feel dizzy. This was the cry of a wraith. How many innocent mortals had the other party sacrificed to refine such a level 2 demonic saber? Jiang Chengxuan endured the discomfort in his head and immediately took out his defensive Dharma artifact, the purple gold spirit shield. There was a bang. When the demonic saber hit the purple gold spiritual shield, dazzling sparks flew everywhere. However, it could not break through the defense of the purple gold spirit shield. What? A surprised voice suddenly sounded in the air. Then, the tall and thin man and the burly man in black appeared beside Jiang Chengxuan and sandwiched him in between. Jiang Chengxuan looked up at the two of them and said with a dark expression, "I don't think I've offended the two of you, right? What exactly do you want?" Jiang Chengxuan was not that kind of righteous cultivator who swore to kill every demonic cultivator they saw. Although he also wanted to kill these scums of the cultivation world, the prerequisite was that he had to have the strength to absolutely crush them. Now was not the time yet. Just now, he had already analyzed the two demonic cultivators in front of him. The tall and thin man standing on his left was at the 4th level of the Foundation establishment realm. The burly man in black standing on his right was at the 3rd level of the Foundation establishment realm. Both of their cultivation levels were higher than his. However, if he fought skillfully and didn't make any mistake, it was possible for him to kill them or one of them. But it was better to be safe than sorry. What if they had some trump card? What if they had some secret spells? What if there were more demonic cultivators rushing over? Therefore, it was better not to make a move if he didn't have to. However, the two people were clearly not here to make friends. The burly man in black sneered sinisterly. "Why does a dead person need to know so much? I advise you to surrender obediently. That way, you can avoid a lot of unnecessary pain. Otherwise, With that, he took out the black claw again. With a whoosh, a black claw appeared in the air, carrying an extremely ferocious and vicious aura as it suddenly grabbed at Jiang Chengxuan's chest. I knew it. Jiang Chengxuan's eyes suddenly darkened. A killing intent was finally surging in his heart. Although he admitted that he was a very timid person who was afraid of trouble, his greatest wish was actually to stay in a place and cultivate in peace without being disturbed by anyone. However, such a simple wish had already become an extravagant wish in the current cultivation world. He didn't take the initiative to provoke anyone, and he didn't want to harm anyone, but there were always people who wanted to harm him. Now, these two fellows wanted to take his life for no reason. Did they really think he was a pushover? At this moment, Jiang Chengsun suddenly disappeared into thin air on the spot. On the other side, the tall and thin man seemed to have sensed something. His expression immediately changed slightly and he shouted, "Be careful." Then, the demonic saber in his hand suddenly slashed out. The cries of countless wraiths resounded in the sky. There was a tearing sound. Jiang Chengsun's body was immediately cut into two. However, the body that was cut into two quickly turned into light and dissipated. The tall and thin man immediately had a bad feeling. Before he could shout at the burly man in black and remind him to be careful, a sword light like a breeze flashed behind the burly man in black. The expression of the burly man in black, who was still controlling the black claw to search for Jiang Chengsun, froze. Then, with a whoosh, his entire body was split into two from head to toe. It was the early stage breeze sword technique. Coupled with the phantom steps he had mastered, Jiang Chengsun managed to end the burly man's life in a single strike while he was not on guard. This was also the first person he had killed since advancing to the Foundation Establishment realm. It was also the first Foundation Establishment cultivator he had killed. However, when he looked up at the tall and thin man again, the tall and thin man had already scurried away in fear. Chapter 33 Execution. This surprised Jiang Chengsun. As an evil and ferocious demonic cultivator, shouldn't he be even more ferocious after seeing his companion killed? Why did he run away just like that? It did not match the character of a demonic cultivator at all. Well, in fact, cunning and quick-wittedness were the true nature of these demonic cultivators. The ferociousness was just one of the fronts they put on. When they sensed danger and death, they would run on instinct. However, he had already made a move and had already made an enemy of the thin and tall man. If he let him escape, wouldn't he live on tenterhooks in the future? This was something Jiang Chengsun would never allow. Therefore, Jiang Chengsun did not hesitate at all. After reaching out to catch the storage bag that fell from the burly man in black, he immediately took out the purple flame sword and chased after the tall and thin man. The strength of his true essence now was almost close to the strength of the mid-stage Foundation Establishment realm. In addition, the flying sword under his feet was a mid-grade level 2 flying sword, one grade higher than the saber of the tall and thin man. Therefore, a moment later, Jiang Chengsun slowly caught up to the tall and thin man. Damn it! How can he be so fast? The tall and thin man, who was escaping in front, felt the sword light approaching from behind and his heart immediately sank. Just now, Jiang Chengsun suddenly killed the burly man in black who was at the third level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Now, as the second-level Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, Jiang Chengsun was about to catch up to him, who was at the fourth level of the Foundation Establishment realm. The tall and thin man knew that this could not continue. He had to think of a way to seize the initiative. At the thought of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed across the tall and thin man's eyes. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Immediately after, the demonic saber under his feet turned into a black stream of light and slashed at Jiang Chengsun. Jiang Chengsun was more than happy to confront the tall and thin man head-on. The purple flame sword under Jiang Chengsun's feet also turned into a purple sword light that collided with the black demonic saber. Boom! In an instant, purple and black light erupted. The terrifying sword key and saber aura immediately dispersed the clouds in the sky. A wave of the aftershock hit a small hill not far away. In an instant, rocks rolled down and dust flew up into the sky. At this moment, a small flag suddenly appeared in the tall and thin man's hand. This flag was called the Blood Fiend Soul Flag. It was a level 2 Dharma artifact refined by the tall and thin man with the blood of 300,000 mortals. Its power was already close to a mid-grade level 2 artifact. Most importantly, there was a level 2 evil spirit living in the flag that had reached the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. Once it was summoned, this evil spirit would attack all the living beings that appeared in front of it, including the tall and thin man himself. only when the tall and thin man really turned this blood fiend soul flag into a mid-grade level 2 Dharma artifact would the evil spirit living in it have a certain level of intelligence and stop attacking its master. However, at this moment, since the tall and thin man took out this flag, he naturally had a way to dodge the evil spirit's attack. A greyish-brown bead suddenly appeared in his hand. The bead emitted an extremely strong death aura that actually covered the presence of the tall and thin man. As a result, to the evil spirit in the blood fiend soul banner, only Jiang Chengsun was hovering in the air. As expected, the evil spirit that rushed out of the blood fiend soul flag immediately pounced at Jiang Chengsun. HMPH. Seeing that the evil spirit was pouncing at him, Jiang Chengsun took out the shield again. There was a series of creaks. Under the attack of the evil spirit, the spiritual light around Jiang Chengsun's purple-gold spirit shield began to rapidly weaken. Moreover, at the edge of the shield, there were faint traces of blood fiend aura lingering around it. This evil spirit actually had the ability to pollute Dharma artifacts. Jiang Chengsun's eyes darkened. He knew that he could not continue like this. Otherwise, his purple-gold spirit shield would probably be damaged. At the thought of this, he immediately looked to the tall and thin man who was looking at him with a cold smile. Russell, at this moment, Jiang Chengsun suddenly took out dozens of golden light talismans that emitted a rich golden light. Although this talisman was only a high-grade level 1 talisman, it was extremely effective against ghosts and evil spirits. Even if they could not really do anything to the evil spirit, it was not a problem to restrain it for a while. In the golden light, Jiang Chengsun quickly formed a seal and raised his hands like he was holding a bottle. Before the tall and thin man not far away could react, his vision was suddenly filled with endless white light. This? What is this? The tall and thin man was shocked. He wanted to escape, but the speed of the white light far exceeded his expectations. In just an instant, he was completely engulfed by the white light. Crack, crack, the tall and thin man's body was quickly covered in a thick layer of frost. At the same time, the black demonic saber that had already lost its owner was immediately cut into two by Jiang Chengsun's purple flame sword. Then, with a bang, the purple flame sword pierced through the tall and thin man's head and executed him in the air. After killing the tall and thin man, the purple flame sword did not stop. It made a spin in the air. With a bang, the purple flame sword pierced through the evil spirit's chest. Flames were the nemesis of the netherworld beings like evil spirits and ghosts. Moreover, Jiang Chengsun's surging true essence also wrapped around the sword. Even though the evil spirit's strength was already comparable to the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, it was still severely injured in an instant. Jiang Chengsun did not hold back at all. After severely injuring the evil spirit, he slashed the purple flame sword repeatedly. Along with the blood fiend soul flag, the evil spirit was shattered and exploded in the air. Jiang Chengsun raised his hand and grabbed the storage bag on the tall and thin man's corpse. He didn't linger around any longer. The purple flame sword instantly turned into a sword light and disappeared. A moment later, several streaks of light appeared nearby. When they saw the corpses of the tall and thin man and the burly man in black, their expressions changed drastically. It's old Guo and old Zhao. They actually died here. Hurry up. Go and report to the family head. Chapter 34 Again Jiang Chengsun did not know what happened after he left. At this moment, he appeared in a secluded cave. After setting up an anti-detection array, Jiang Chengsun immediately took out his purple-gold spirit shield. A thin layer of blood mist was wrapped around the surface of his purple-gold spirit shield. He checked carefully. Fortunately, the purple-gold spirit shield was not very contaminated. He only needed to use his true essence to restore it. Putting away the purple-gold spirit shield, Jiang Chengsun's gaze finally landed on the storage bags that belonged to the two demonic cultivators. There were obviously restrictions on both storage bags. Jiang Chengsun checked and realized that it might take a few days to break the restrictions on the two storage bags. At this moment, he was not in a hurry. As he broke the restrictions on the two storage bags, he expelled the pollution on the purple-gold spirit shield. Almost a week later, the restrictions on the 2 storage bags had been completely removed by Jiang Chengsun. He had also removed the pollution on the purple gold spirit shield. However, Jiang Chengsun continued to nurture the purple gold spirit shield with his true essence. A few days later, the purple gold spirit shield was completely restored. It was only at this moment that Jiang Chengsun picked up the storage bag of the burly man in black. He probed with his divine sense. The first thing he saw was a large pile of spirit stones. There were a total of 1,874 of them. There were also some black bottles and jars, as well as some human skin and skulls. It was obvious at a glance that they were something good. Jiang Chengsun was not interested in them at all. After taking them out, he burned them all. Then, there were a few demonic cultivation techniques and some extremely cruel demonic spells. Jiang Chengsun would not learn these things either and burned them all. Then, it was the black claw that had been used to deal with him previously. This was a demonic artifact. A large amount of resentment and evil aura gathered inside. Jiang Chengsun had never cultivated the demonic technique, so this artifact was useless to him. However, after refining it, he might be able to extract some of the materials used to forge this demonic artifact. It should be worth a lot of spirit stones. Finally, there was a talisman with a green aura. As soon as Jiang Chengsun held it in his hand, his expression changed slightly. This was because he had already recognized the talisman in front of him. This talisman was called the Mystic Green Divine Wind Talisman. Once it was cast, it could release a terrifying wind that was enough to blow away a huge mountain. If a cultivator was blown by it, his flesh, blood, and bones would be instantly blown apart. Although this talisman was only mid-grade level 2, its power had really reached the peak of the attack power of a 6th-level Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Even late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators had to be careful when facing this talisman. If they were not careful, they would most likely suffer. Jiang Chengsun immediately felt a lingering fear. This talisman should be a trump card prepared by the burly man in black to deal with him. Fortunately, he used all his might to kill that burly man in the first place. Otherwise, the outcome of the previous battle might be completely different. Therefore, it showed that recklessness was dangerous. Even when facing people of a lower realm than you had to be 100% careful. Otherwise, you might die miserably. As he thought, Jiang Chengsun opened the tall and thin man's storage bag. The first thing he saw was also a large pile of spirit stones. This time, there were even more, reaching 2,300 spirit stones. In total, the two of them provided Jiang Chengsun with more than 4,100 spirit stones. With this amount of spirit stones, it was not a problem for him to buy the materials to make the golden armored puppet talisman. At first, Jiang Chengsun was a little worried that he might not have enough spirit stones. But now, with the amount of spirit stones he had, not to mention buying one set of materials to make the golden armored puppet talisman, even 2 sets and 3 sets were not a problem. Just like the burly man in black, this tall and thin man also had a large number of things used by demonic cultivators in his storage bag. Jiang Chengsun cleaned them all up. On the other hand, because of the previous battle, the demonic saber and the blood fiend soul flag were both greatly damaged. Even if he refined it, he would probably not be able to extract anything valuable. Therefore, Jiang Chengsun did not take it. In the end, Jiang Chengsun found another blue stone the size of a fist. There seemed to be blue liquid flowing inside. This thing was called the water-glazed stone. It was a material for refining level 2 water element Dharma artifacts. It was worth at least 1,500 spirit stones. If there was a chance, he could sell it. Finally, Jiang Chengsun finished counting the gains from killing the 2 Foundation Establishment Realm demonic cultivators. It had to be said that Jiang Chengsun had gained a lot this time. It had to be known that under normal circumstances, demonic cultivators would not have anything especially valuable on them. More than 4.000 spirit stones, a fist-sized water-glazed stone, and a mystic green divine wind talisman were already quite a harvest. The only thing that made Jiang Changsun a little unhappy was that he did not find any information about their identities in their storage bags. He still didn't know why the two of them wanted to kill him. Forget it. When he returned to the Shen immortal family, he would find someone to ask. At the thought of this, Jiang Changsun did not continue to stay in the cave. After casually removing the array he had set up, he flew out. A few days later, in a large market under the jurisdiction of the Zhang immortal family, Jiang Changsun searched a few shops in a row, but he could not find the extreme yellow jade and heavenly spiritual dew he wanted. This disappointed him greatly. It seemed that it was probably impossible to buy extreme yellow jade and heavenly spiritual dew from these level 2 markets. He then arrived at the last shop called Zhang's Treasury House. This was a shop opened by the Zhang immortal family. Jiang Changsun had already made up his mind. If he could not find extreme yellow jade and heavenly spiritual dew here, he would go straight to the Ganiyang market. As soon as he walked into the treasure house, a beautiful female cultivator welcomed him. However, when she sensed the faint aura of the Foundation establishment realm from Jiang Changsun, her expression immediately changed. She quickly said politely to Jiang Changsun, "Senior, what do you want to buy? I'll get the manager over to talk to you now." Jiang Changsun nodded slightly. Seeing this, the beautiful female cultivator immediately asked someone to serve tea to Jiang Changsun. Then, she turned around and went upstairs to inform the manager. Chapter 35 Obtaining Extreme Yellow Jade and Meeting an Acquaintance After a While. A middle-aged man walked down from upstairs. This person was the manager of this treasure house. His name was Zhang Changnian, and he was at the perfect stage of the key refinement realm. When he saw Jiang Changsun, he immediately said enthusiastically, "Senior, thank you for coming. I apologize for not coming out to welcome you. Please forgive me. Senior, are you visiting Zhang's treasure house to buy something?" Jiang Changsun went straight to the point. "I want a piece of level 2 extreme yellow jade and a bottle of level 2 heavenly spiritual dew. Do you have it? Level 2 extreme yellow jade and level 2 heavenly spiritual dew?" Hearing Jiang Changsun's words, Zhang Changnian was stunned for a moment before saying with a smile, "What a coincidence. Yesterday, we obtained the level 2 extreme yellow jade. However, I'm really sorry, Senior. We really don't have heavenly spiritual dew." Jiang Changsun was delighted. He really did not expect that there would really be extreme yellow jade for sale in Zhang's treasury house. Unfortunately, they didn't have heavenly spiritual dew. Otherwise, he could save himself a lot of trouble. Thinking of this, Jiang Changsun immediately said to Zhang Changnian, "Then please show me the level 2 extreme yellow jade." Zhang Changnian did not refuse. After saying wait a moment to Jiang Changsun, he turned around and went upstairs. Not long after, he walked down with a jade box. Zhang Changnian smiled as he opened the jade box in his hand. "Senior, this is the level 2 extreme yellow jade you wanted. You can take a closer look." In the jade box, there was a yellow jade the size of a goose egg. If one looked carefully, they could feel an aura as thick as the earth from this yellow jade. "Can I pick it up and take a look?" Jiang Changsun asked Zhang Changnian. Zhang Changnian hesitated for a moment before nodding with a smile. "Sure, Senior. Please go ahead." In this treasure house, he was really not worried that Jiang Changsun would do anything overboard. This treasure house was protected by a level 2 array formation that even Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't break, not to mention the fact that this market was guarded by Foundation establishment elders from the Zhang immortal family. At that moment, Jiang Changsun reached out and picked up the extreme yellow jade. In an instant, Jiang Changsun felt his wrist sink uncontrollably. It was as if he was holding something weighing 500 to 600 kilograms. With this weight, Jiang Changsun knew that the manager of the treasure house was not lying to him. The extreme yellow jade in his hand was indeed genuine. Putting the extreme yellow jade back into the jade box, Jiang Changsun looked at Zhang Changnian and nodded with a satisfied smile. "It's indeed a level 2 extreme yellow jade. I wonder how much it costs?" "Senior, since you really want Zhang Changnian smiled and said, "Then I can sell it to you for 1.000 spirit stones. In addition, I can also give you some information about where you can get heavenly spiritual dew." When he heard Zhang Changnian's words, Jiang Chengsuan's eyes immediately lit up and he nodded. "Deal." As he spoke, he handed a storage bag containing 1,000 spirit stones to Zhang Changnian. Zhang Changnian took the storage bag and checked it. Seeing that the amount of spirit stones inside was right, he pushed the jade box containing the extreme yellow jade to Jiang Chengsuan and smiled. "This extreme yellow jade is yours now, senior." After a pause, Zhang Changnian continued, "Senior, I believe you know the flowing cloud sect not far from our market, right?" Without waiting for Jiang Chengsuan to answer, Zhang Changnian went on, "As far as I know, in 5 days, there will be a foundation establishment cultivators trade fair in the market under the jurisdiction of the flowing cloud sect. Senior, you can go there to take a look. Perhaps you can find the heavenly spiritual dew you want." A foundation establishment cultivators trade fair held by the flowing cloud sect? He could indeed go over and take a look. Generally speaking, this kind of foundation establishment cultivators trade fair was mostly held once every 10 years. At least, this was the case for the Shen Immortal family. Speaking of which, in the years he had stayed in the Shen Immortal family, he had never seen them hold a trade fair. After that, he did not stay in the market for long. Almost a day later, Jiang Chengsuan arrived at a market under the jurisdiction of the flowing cloud sect. It was also the market where the foundation establishment cultivators trade fair would be held in 5 days. Of course, there were only 4 days left. Since he was already here, Jiang Chengsuan didn't waste time. He went to a few shops here to ask if there was any heavenly spiritual dew for sale. What if he was lucky enough to find the heavenly spiritual dew in those shops? However, it turned out that his luck was not that good. After asking around, he found out that none of the largest shops had it. Helpless, Jiang Chengsuan could only wait for the trade fair in 4 days. He hoped that the trade fair would not disappoint him. Otherwise, he would inevitably have to make a trip to the Ganyang market. In that case, it would take him at least 2 months to make a round trip. If anything happened along the way, it was possible for this trip to take half a year. 4 days passed quickly. On this day, Jiang Chengsuan came to a place called the Scarlet Cloud Pavilion. This was the venue of the trade fair. As soon as he arrived, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. "Eh? Are you fellow Daoist Jiang?" Jiang Chengsuan turned around and saw a beautiful female cultivator in a green dress looking at him in surprise. Jiang Chengsuan immediately recognized her. The beautiful foundation establishment female cultivator who appeared in front of him was none other than the elder of the Sunset Sect, Qiu Yishu, who had tried to recruit him at the Ganyang market many years ago. At this moment, there was another beautiful female cultivator in a blue dress beside her. "It's really you, fellow Daoist Jiang." A smile immediately appeared on Qiu Yishu's face. She walked up to Jiang Chengsuan with the female cultivator in the blue dress and took the initiative to speak. "Long time no see. I didn't expect to see fellow Daoist Jiang at the Scarlet Cloud Trade Fair today. How have you been doing all these years, fellow Daoist Jiang?" "Yes, thank you for your concern, fellow Daoist Qiu. I've been doing well." Jiang Chengsuan smiled and nodded at Qiu Yishu. As he spoke, his gaze couldn't help but land on the female cultivator in blue beside Qiu Yishu. Seeing this, Qiu Yishu immediately took the initiative to introduce. "By the way, fellow Daoist Jiang, let me introduce you. This is Elder Yan Junlin, from our Sunset Cloud sect." As she spoke, Qiu Yishu looked at Yan Junlin and smiled. "Junlin, this is fellow Daoist Jiang Chengsuan, I told you about before." Chapter 36 Trade Fair begins. "Hello, fellow Daoist Jiang." Hearing Qiu Yishu's introduction, Yan Junlin immediately smiled and greeted Jiang Chengsuan. She displayed no hostility towards Jiang Chengsuan for not choosing to join my Sunset sect back then or ignored him intentionally. People who could cultivate to the foundation establishment realm were not so foolish as to make enemies of themselves for no reason. Of course, there was no lack of such people. However, it was a minority after all. At least so far, Jiang Chengsun had never encountered one. After they exchanged pleasantries, Qiu Yishu suddenly looked ahead. There, a middle-aged man in the uniform of an elder of the Flowing Cloud sect slowly walked up the platform. A trace of surprise flashed across Jiang Chengsun's eyes. This was because the middle-aged man who walked up the platform at this moment was none other than Wan Donglei, the elder of the Flowing Cloud sect who tried to recruit him back then. At this moment, he looked at everyone and smiled. "I'm Wan Donglei, the elder of the Flowing Cloud sect. It's about time. Let's begin this trade fair." After a pause, he continued, "Since it's a trade fair held by the Flowing Cloud sect, I'll take the lead." With that, Wan Donglei took out a few things from his body. A bottle of pills, a Dharma artifact, and a fiery red stone the size of a palm. He showed these three things to everyone. The bottle contained profound essence pills. It was specially used by late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivators to help them quickly increase their true essence and cultivation. As for the Dharma artifact, it was a high-grade level 2 spear. It was called the True Martial Tei spear. It was made of high-grade level 2 precious material, Tei golden crystal iron. It was inlaid with many offensive runes and was especially suitable for close combat type cultivators. As for the last item, it was a high-grade level 2 treasure called True Fire Heaven Crystal. It could help cultivators quickly comprehend high-grade level 2 fire element spells, could also be used to set up high-grade level 2 attack arrays, and could also be used to forge high-grade level 2 fire element artifacts. It was a relatively precious material. It had to be said that the three items Wan Donglei took out were very rare. The eyes of many cultivators present lit up. They were extremely tempted. At this moment, Wan Donglei smiled and said, "A bottle of profound essence pills, a high-grade level 2 offensive Dharma artifact, and a true fire heaven crystal. I don't think I need to say anything about the value of these three things. Here, I want to use them to exchange for level 2 wood and earth element materials of the same quality or wind and lightning element materials of the same quality. Of course, if it's a wind and lightning element material of the same quality, we can discuss the price." Hearing Wan Donglei's conditions, many cultivators could not help but look disappointed. Obviously, they did not have the things Wan Donglei mentioned. However, there was no lack of cultivators present who had these precious materials. Soon, a female cultivator at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm took out a high-grade level 2 earth element material and exchanged it with Wan Donglei. Then, two other late-stage Foundation establishment realm cultivators used wood element materials to exchange for the other two items from Wan Donglei. Wan Donglei was obviously not satisfied. In fact, what he hoped to obtain the most this time was the materials with the wind and lightning elements. However, he knew very well that precious materials with special elements like wind and lightning were hard to come back, let alone high-grade level 2 ones. Soon, Wan Donglei walked off the stage. Immediately, a 9th-level Foundation establishment realm cultivator walked up. He took out a cloud-like thing from his body and said to everyone, "Everyone, this item is called Dream Smoke. It's the main material for setting up a high-grade level 2 illusion array, and it's also the main material for refining some special artifacts. I think the price of this item is self-evident. I just want to exchange it for a purple-violet pill or a treasure that can help one combat inner demons." Purple-violet pill? Hearing this name, Jiang Chengsun's heart skipped a beat. If he remembered correctly, purple-violet pill seemed to be a pill that could help cultivators protect their Dio heart and soul when they failed to break through to the Violet Palace realm. Although it didn't increase the success rate of breaking through to the Violet Palace realm, after taking it, at least your safety could be guaranteed. As long as you didn't die and recuperated well for 8 to 10 years, you would have a chance to make a second attempt to break through to the Violet Palace realm. When Qiu Yishu, who was beside Jiang Chengsun, heard the item the 9th-level Foundation establishment realm cultivator wanted, she shook her head. Dream Smoke is not enough to exchange a purple-violet pill. It seems like this fellow Daoist wants to try to break through to the Violet Palace realm in the near future. Hearing this, Jiang Chengsun couldn't help but turn to look at her and ask, "Fellow Daoist Qiu, why does that fellow Daoist want a treasure that can help him combat his inner demons?" Yan Junlun looked over and said, "Don't you know why?" Jiang Chengsun did not feel embarrassed at all. Hearing that, he shook his head. "I really don't know. After all, fellow Daoist Qiu, as you know, it's only been 4 or 5 years since I broke through to the Foundation establishment realm." Qiu Yishu nodded in understanding. "That's true," she said. "If we Foundation establishment cultivators want to break through to the Violet Palace realm, the most important step is to use the power of our divine souls to open the Niwen Palace and turn true essence into magic power. In this process, one will experience all kinds of tribulations. The most dangerous one is the inner demons. At that time, you will feel guilty, regretful, sad, angry, happy, or a mixture of all of the emotions. At that moment, if you cannot protect your Dao heart, there is a high chance that you will be devoured by these emotions. At that time, your true essence will go berserk, your cultivation will backfire, and your divine soul will be destroyed. That's why we need external help." Jiang Chengsun nodded in realization. "I see." At this moment, seeing that no one came up to exchange with him for what he wanted after a long time, the 9th level Foundation establishment realm cultivator knew that this exchange would probably not succeed. In the end, he left the stage in disappointment. Chapter 37 Sudden change in the Shen immortal family. Then, many cultivators went on stage one after another. They wanted to exchange for different things. Some wanted to exchange pills, some wanted to exchange Dharma artifacts, some wanted to exchange cultivation techniques, some wanted to exchange spiritual herbs, and so on. In the end, even Qiu Yishu and Yan Junlun walked up the stage one after another. On the other hand, because it was his first time here and his cultivation was not outstanding, Jiang Chengsun was put in the back of the line. When he walked on stage, the number of people present was obviously much fewer than before. Obviously, after exchanging the items they wanted, those people left early. Looking at the people present, Jiang Chengsun immediately took out the water-glazed stone he had obtained from the demonic cultivator and said, "This water-glazed stone is the main material for refining a level 2 water element Dharma artifact. I want to use it to exchange for 2 bottles of heavenly spiritual dew. Of course, if you only have 1 bottle, you need to give me 500 spirit stones." Seeing what Jiang Chengsun took out, some people's eyes lit up. However, when they heard Jiang Chengsun's desired item, many people couldn't help but frown. It was because very few people would collect heavenly spiritual dew. Most of the people present did not have it. However, at this moment, Wan Donglei, the host of this trade fair, smiled and said to Jiang Chengsun, "Fellow Daoist Jiang, long time no see. I happen to have 2 bottles of the heavenly spiritual dew. However, if I used 2 bottles of heavenly spiritual dew to exchange for your water-glazed stone, I'm afraid you have to give me some more spirit stones." Hearing Wan Donglei's words, Jiang Chengsun, who was originally a little disappointed, was immediately excited. He immediately nodded at Wan Donglei and said, "No problem. 2 bottles of heavenly spiritual dew for this water-glazed stone. I'll give you another 500 spirit stones." "Deal." Wan Donglei immediately took out 2 jade bottles from his body and handed them to Jiang Chengsun. Jiang Chengsun took it and looked at it. A satisfied smile immediately appeared on his face. When the trade between the 2 sides ended, it was also about time for this trade fair to end. Qiu Yishu glanced at Jiang Chengsun and smiled. "Fellow Daoist Jiang, I wonder if you have any plans next. Do you want to go to Sunset Sect with me?" Hearing that, Jiang Chengsun immediately shook his head with a smile. "Fellow Daoist Qiu, thank you for your invitation, but I still have something important to do. I have to go back first. Next time. When I have time, I'll definitely visit your sect." "All right, then." Qiu Yishu had clearly expected Jiang Chengsun's rejection. The 2 of them exchanged communication jade tokens and bade farewell. Originally, Jiang Chengsun wanted to go to the other markets under the jurisdiction of the Flowing Cloud sect to see if there was anything worth buying. However, at this moment, the Shen immortal family sent him an urgent message, asking him and the other Foundation Establishment Realm Elders outside to return to Splendid Jade Mountain immediately. Upon receiving this message, Jiang Chengsun's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively felt that something might have happened to the Shen immortal family. He did not dare to delay. After leaving the market, he immediately took out the mid-grade level 2 purple flame sword and rushed towards Splendid Jade Mountain as quickly as possible. 2 days later, Jiang Chengsun's sword light landed on Splendid Jade Mountain. In an instant, he sensed that something was wrong. A tense atmosphere permeated the entire Splendid Jade Mountain. What exactly was going on? Just as Jiang Chengsun was puzzled and confused, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. Elder Jiang. Jiang Chengsun turned around. Shen Ruiyan, who was dressed in purple, was walking towards him from afar. However, today, Shen Ruiyan, who usually had a smile on her face, looked especially serious. Jiang Chengsun even saw suppressed anger in her eyes. Elder Ruiyan. Jiang Chengsun greeted her and cut to the chase. Did something happen? Why are we summoned back so suddenly? Something did happen. Shen Ruiyan nodded. Not long ago, demonic cultivators ambushed the Thousand Willow Market under the jurisdiction of the Shen immortal family. At that time, cousin Rushuan, who was in charge of guarding the market, was seriously injured. Dozens of our cultivators died there. What? When he heard this news, Jiang Chengsun was shocked. He knew that the Thousand Willow Market Shen Ruiyan was talking about was the largest level 2 market under the Shen immortal family. It had roughly 30% of the Shen immortal family's assets. Now that Shen Rushuan, a level 2 alchemist, was seriously injured, and so many cultivators of the Shen family were killed, wouldn't it mean that the Thousand Willow Market was already? As if knowing what Jiang Chengsun wanted to ask, Shen Ruiyan couldn't help but nod with difficulty. That's right. Thousand Willow Market has indeed suffered an unprecedented blow. Many industries were destroyed. If not for the level 3 talisman left for her by our ancestor, she would probably be dead by now. Moreover, at this point, Shen Ruiyan took a deep breath before continuing to say to Jiang Chengsun, a city with 800,000 mortals under the Shen immortal family was also attacked by those demonic cultivators. Unfortunately, they were not as lucky as my cousin. The 800,000 mortals in the city and all the cultivators guarding it were killed. None of them survived. Jiang Chengsun couldn't help but gasp. He felt unprecedentedly suffocated. Jiang Chengsun could not imagine such a scene. 800,000 people were gone just like that. This was a shock he had never felt in the past 100 years. This was also the first time he truly felt how ruthless and vicious those demonic cultivators were. In their eyes, those mortals were like cattle to be slaughtered at any time. Of course, other than the 2 reasons I mentioned, there's also the most important reason why the family summoned you back. Shen Ruiyan suddenly took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Chengsun. That's another goal those demonic cultivators are pursuing. They are in charge of killing Foundation Establishment Realm Elders like you who are outside. Chapter 38 The cause of the situation. Hearing this, Jiang Chengsun was taken aback. He suddenly remembered the 2 demonic cultivators he met after leaving the Shen immortal family. Could it be that the 2 people back then were also in charge of killing the elders of the Shen immortal family? If that was the case, then it made sense why he was suddenly attacked. Yes, Elder Jiang. What's wrong? Looking at Jiang Chengsun's abnormal reaction, Shen Ruiyan asked in confusion. Jiang Chengsun did not hide anything and immediately told her about how he was attacked by 2 demonic cultivators after leaving the Shen immortal family. When Shen Ruiyan heard that, her expression immediately changed. Elder Jiang, is what you said true? Jiang Chengsun nodded. Elder Ruiyan, take a look at this. As he spoke, Jiang Chengsun took out the sharp-clawed armor artifact that the burly man in black used back then. Then, he took out some items from the tall and thin man's storage bag. These are... Shen Ruian's eyes narrowed. She reached out and picked up these items to check. After a while, she took a deep breath and nodded. These are indeed things used by those demonic cultivators. If I remember correctly, this clawed armor artifact should be the artifact used by someone called Zhao Gishao. As for these items, Shen Ruian recalled for a moment and seemed to have thought of something. They should be used to refine some kind of evil spirit. Coupled with your description of that person, I'm certain that it's very likely a guy called Guo Ziling. His famous Dharma artifacts are a low-grade level 2 demonic saber and a flag that can summon evil spirits. At this point, Shen Ruian seemed to have realized something and couldn't help but look at Jiang Chengsun in surprise. Elder Jiang, did you just say that they both died at your hands? Jiang Chengsun nodded. In this matter, he felt that there was nothing to hide, especially at a moment like this. However, in the end, he still added something. I was just lucky. If they were more careful, the outcome might have been different. He was not being humble. The reason why Jiang Chengsun could kill those two people was also very much related to their underestimation of the enemy at the beginning. However, no matter what, the fact that he could kill a 3rd and 4th level Foundation Establishment demonic cultivator proved his strength. Although Shen Ruian did not know the exact situation at that time, she could imagine the danger it contained. Hearing that, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, Elder Jiang, you came back unscathed. Otherwise Shen Ruian did not say the rest, but Jiang Chengsun clearly felt a trace of coldness from her. This made him slightly stunned, but at the same time, knowing that someone would avenge him if he was harmed, he felt warm. After that, the two of them wasted no time. Soon, they headed to the main peak of Splendor Jade Mountain. At this moment, several elders of the Shen immortal family had already gathered here. Among them were Zhuang Wandao, Su Qian, and Shen Changnian. Their expressions were very solemn. Clearly, what happened made these elders of the Shen immortal family extremely angry. At this moment, when they saw Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruian coming over, they nodded at the two of them as a form of greeting. Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruian were obviously not in the mood to exchange pleasantries. They found a place and sat down. Not long after, Shen Daoming, the current head of the Shen family, flew over on a beam of light. When he walked in, everyone saw that he was holding a bloody head in his hand. The eyes of the head were wide open, and it looked like he had died with his eyes open. This is... Everyone couldn't help but look shocked. Shen Daoming glanced at everyone and said coldly, "This head belongs to Chen Jiuxiro, a demonic cultivator at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. He's also one of the main culprits who attacked Thousand Willow Market this time. It's him." Hearing Shen Daoming's words, everyone present immediately reacted. At the same time, they were a little surprised. They didn't expect Chen Jiuxiro, a demonic cultivator at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, was actually killed by the head of the Shen immortal family. From the looks of it, the family head of the Shen immortal family was probably not far from entering the Violet Palace realm. Shen Daoming casually threw Chen Jiuxiro's head to the ground and said to everyone, "In a while, I'll use him to pay tribute to our fellow cultivators who died in this battle, as well as the 800,000 innocent mortals who were harmed by them. Now, let's discuss this matter and the subsequent arrangements." As he spoke, Shen Daoming's gaze swept across everyone. To be honest, what happened to the Shen immortal family this time is actually a revenge by those demonic cultivators. Wait, what? Hearing Shen Daoming's words, the people present could not help but look puzzled. Obviously, they did not know what Shen Daoming meant by revenge. Shen Daoming continued, "More than 100 years ago, the current ancestor of the Shen immortal family led the cultivators of the Shen immortal family to destroy a stronghold of demonic cultivators. In that incident, our ancestor killed a demonic cultivator at the Violet Palace realm at that time and slaughtered dozens of demonic cultivators at the Foundation Establishment realm. However, because there were a few demonic cultivators who happened to be away, they managed to escape death. What happened to the Shen immortal family this time was done by those who survived back then. Most importantly, One of them had even broken through to the Violet Palace realm not long ago. Fortunately, we set up an array in Thousand Willow Market. Otherwise, the losses of the Shen immortal family would probably be far greater than this. After hearing Shen Daoming's words, even Zhuang Wandao, Su Qian, and the experienced elders of the Shen immortal family couldn't help but look a little surprised. Clearly, they did not know that there was actually such a reason behind this attack. Jiang Chengxuan thought to himself that it was really a close call. Fortunately, the ones who targeted him that day were only two demonic cultivators at the 3rd or 4th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. If two late-stage Foundation Establishment realm demonic cultivators came after him, he would probably be in danger. At this moment, Zhuang Wandao and Su Qian looked at Shen Daoming and could not help but ask, "Brother Daoming, I wonder how that demonic cultivator at the Violet Palace realm is doing now." Chapter 39 The Ancestor of the Shen Family. Hearing this, Jiang Chengxuan, Shen Ruiyan, and Shen Changnin also looked at Shen Daoming. They all wanted to know the exact situation regarding the Violet Palace realm demonic cultivator. However, before Shen Daoming could answer, a green-robed middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone present, including Shen Daoming, was shocked to see him. Shen Daoming, Shen Ruiyan, and the others quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Ancestor." Ancestor? Jiang Chengxuan was stunned. He did not expect the green-robed middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in front of them to be the Violet Palace realm cultivator of the Shen immortal family. This was also the first time he had seen a person at the Violet Palace realm since he began cultivation. The first feeling he had was that Violet Palace realm cultivators were powerful and unfathomable. In front of him, Jiang Chengxuan felt like he was an ant on the ground and could die at any time. At this moment, Shen Yuanlong, the ancestor of the Shen family, nodded at everyone. "Although I didn't kill that Violet Palace realm demonic cultivator, I severely injured him. It should take him at least 70 years to recover. You don't have to worry about him anymore. As for the key refinement and Foundation Establishment realm demonic cultivators who escaped, you need to track them down and try to get rid of them in the shortest time possible." As he spoke, Shen Yuanlong suddenly turned to Jiang Chengxuan, who was in the crowd, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on his face. "You're Jiang Chengxuan, right? I heard that you killed 2 Foundation Establishment realm demonic cultivators. Not bad, not bad." As he spoke, a high-grade level 2 flying sword appeared in his hand and he handed it to Jiang Chengxuan. "This is a level 2 Dharma artifact I used when I was in the Foundation Establishment realm back then. Take it as a reward I give you for killing 2 Foundation Establishment realm demonic cultivators." Looking at the high-grade level 2 flying sword handed over by Shen Yuanlong, Jiang Chengxuan was stunned. He did not understand why the ancestors of the Shen family would suddenly focus on him. Moreover, how did he know that he had killed 2 Foundation Establishment realm demonic cultivators? Could it be that he heard his conversation with Shen Ruiyan just now? It was not impossible. However, was there a need to specially reward him a high-grade level 2 flying sword for such a thing? Speaking of which, Shen Daoming, who killed a 9th level Foundation Establishment realm demonic cultivator, should have contributed more than him, right? If he wanted to reward anyone, this flying sword should be given to Shen Daoming, not Jiang Chengxuan. However, Shen Yuanlong clearly had no intention of explaining. After handing the level 2 flying sword to Jiang Chengxuan, he sent a voice transmission to Shen Daoming, asking him to take Jiang Chengxuan and Shen Ruiyan to go to his place later. Then, he turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this, Zhuang Wandao, Su Qian, and Shen Changnin couldn't help but look at Jiang Chengxuan. They were obviously very surprised. They were surprised by the fact that Jiang Chengxuan had killed 2 Foundation Establishment realm demonic cultivators, and they were also surprised by what Shen Yuanlong did just now. Even Shen Daoming and Shen Ruiyan could not figure out why their ancestors did this. This made Jiang Chengxuan a little nervous. He felt that that ancestor was putting him on the spot intentionally. However, he could not decline it. At this moment, he handed the level 2 flying sword in his hand to Shen Daoming and forced a smile. family head, you can take this Dharma artifact. I really don't deserve it. However, Shen Daoming shook his head seriously. Elder Jiang, don't. Since it's a reward from ancestors, just take it. Don't feel pressured. Hearing Shen Daoming say that, Jiang Chengse could only put away this high-grade level 2 flying sword for the time being. It was only at this moment that Shen Daoming looked at everyone again and said, "Everyone, I think you all heard what the ancestor said just now. Next, the most important thing is to track down all the key refinement and foundation establishment realm demonic cultivators who have escaped and are hiding. Then, we'll kill them one by one." At this moment, Elder Daofen and Elder Beifei are guarding the level 2 spiritual vein and the level 2 market. Although their main mission this time is not to participate in our operation, if necessary, they will come to our aid. As for cousin Rushuang, because she's seriously injured and hasn't recovered, she won't participate in our operation this time. At this point, Shen Daoming paused for a moment before continuing, "Therefore, we will be in charge of this mission." With that, Shen Daoming took out a map and pointed at an area. "Next, I'll be in charge of searching and sweeping the largest area in the north." Then, he pointed at a few more areas. "Elder Zhuang will be in charge of this place in the south, and Elder Su is in charge of this place in the east. Sixth uncle, you'll be in charge of this place in the west. How about that?" As he spoke, Shen Daoming looked at Shen Changnian. Shen Changnian smiled and nodded. "I have no problem with that." Shen Daoming nodded. Finally, he looked at Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruian and said, "As for Elder Jiang and you, Ruian, you'll be in charge of searching Thousand Willow Market together. Once you find anything strange, send back a signal immediately." After hearing Shen Daoming's arrangements, everyone present nodded. After a while, they left. However, just as Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruian were about to leave together, Shen Daoming stopped them. "Elder Jiang, Ruian, wait a moment." "Wait, what?" Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruian turned around in confusion. Shen Daoming said, "Before that, follow me to Huwu Peak. Just now, Ancestor sent a voice transmission to me and asked me to bring you to him." "To Huwu Peak?" Hearing Shen Daoming's words, Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruian were stunned. Clearly, they did not expect the Ancestor to ask them to go over. "Brother, did Ancestor say what it's about?" Shen Ruian could not help but ask. However, Shen Daoming smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm not too sure about that. The Ancestor didn't say, but since it's his request, we must follow." Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruian looked at each other. The two of them did not say anything else and immediately followed Shen Daoming to Huwu Peak where Shen Yuanlong was. Chapter 40 The Ancestor of the Shen Family, Huwu Peak. This was the place where the Shen family's ancestor, Shen Yuanlong, cultivated. At this moment, he was sitting at a jade table. Opposite him sat a woman in a light yellow dress. She was beautiful, but she had white hair. Shen Yuanlong pushed a cup of tea to the white-haired woman and slowly said, "Sister, I've already done as you said just now." After a pause, a trace of seriousness appeared on Shen Yuanlong's face. He continued, "Did you see something? Actually, you don't have to do this. You've sacrificed enough over the years. I'm worried that if you continue like this, your lifespan will probably..." Shen Yuanlong did not say the rest. The white-haired woman smiled and said, "It's fine, brother. Even if I stop calculating, I'm afraid I won't have much time left." Shen Yuanlong's expression darkened. The white-haired woman continued, "I indeed saw something, which is why I specially rushed over from the Ganayang sect to confirm my guess. From the looks of it, what I saw should not be wrong. The hope of our Shen family's rise in the future is very likely to fall on the two of them. However, I still have to see them personally to know the details." It turned out that the white-haired woman sitting opposite Shen Yuanlong was none other than his sister, Shen Mengsu. Currently, she was a Violet Palace Realm Elder of the Ganayang sect and the Dao companion of a Golden Core Grand Elder. When Shen Yuanlong heard Shen Mengsu's words, he couldn't help but ask, "Is there anything I need to do from now on?" Shen Mengsu shook her head. You don't have to specially do anything. You just have to help them when help is needed. Other than that, you can create more opportunities for them to be together in the future. When the time is right, you can. Before she could finish, the two of them suddenly turned to look at the distant sky. There, 3 streaks of light were quickly flying over. When they approached, Shen Yuanlong immediately raised his hand and deactivated the protective array. Soon, the 3 streaks of light appeared in front of Shen Yuanlong and Shen Mengsu. They were Jiang Chengsun, Shen Ruiyan, and Shen Daoming. You're here. Seeing the 3 of them, a faint smile appeared on Shen Yuanlong's face. Jiang Chengsun looked normal, but on the other side, a look of astonishment appeared on Shen Ruiyan and Shen Daoming's faces. The 2 of them immediately bowed to Shen Yuanlong and Shen Mengsu. Greetings, ancestors. Wait, what? Hearing the Shen siblings' words, Jiang Chengsun was taken aback. 2 ancestors? He subconsciously turned to look at the white-haired woman and saw that her beautiful eyes were also on him at this moment. She suddenly smiled at him. You should be Jiang Chengsun, right? This is the first time we've met. Take this bottle of Earth Essence pills as a gift from me. With that, Shen Mengsu handed a bottle of pills to Jiang Chengsun. Jiang Chengsun was dumbfounded. What was going on? Previously, Shen Yuanlong gave him a high-grade level 2 flying sword, and now, this ancestor of the Shen family in the Ganyang sect actually gave him a gift. That's right. At this moment, Jiang Chengsun had already recognized the identity of white-haired woman in front of him. But why did she give him a bottle of Earth Essence pills? Although this Earth Essence pill was not a particularly precious pill, it was a pill specially used by early-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivators to accumulate true essence. This bottle of 6 pills should cost at least 3.000 to 4.000 spirit stones. Even Shen Ruiyan and Shen Daoming were a little puzzled. They did not understand why their 2 ancestors treated Jiang Chengsun specially well. However, what puzzled them even more was that after Shen Mengsu handed over the bottle of Earth Essence pills, she smiled at the 3 of them and said, "All right, there is nothing else. You can leave." Hearing this, the 3 of them couldn't help but look at each other and see confusion in each other's eyes. They really did not understand what their ancestors meant. However, since their ancestor had said so, they naturally would not stay any longer. After both of the 2 of them, Jiang Chengsun and the other 2 flew away from Huwu Peak. Looking at the 3 of them leave, Shen Yuanlong couldn't help but turn to look at Shen Mengsu and ask, "Is your guess confirmed?" Shen Mengsu smiled and nodded. That should be the case. When the time is right, try to make them Dao companions. At this point, Shen Mengsu suddenly let out a groan. Immediately after, dark red blood flowed out of her nose and quickly dyed the table red. Shen Yuanlong was shocked. He quickly went forward to support Shen Mengsu and asked anxiously, "Sister, are you all right? I'll send you back to the Ganyang sect now." However, Shen Mengsu waved her hand and smiled. This is the backlash of peeping at heavenly secrets. I know my situation very well. I won't die for the time being. However, this basically proves that my previous guess was not wrong. The future of the Shen immortal family is probably really in the hands of the 2 of them. As she spoke, she took out a bright red pill from her body and swallowed it. After swallowing the bright red pill, her originally pale face immediately turned rosy, and she seemed to have recovered a lot. However, only Shen Yuanlong knew that his sister's lifespan was probably really running out. At the same time, after Jiang Chengsun and the other 2 left Huwu Peak, they left the Shen immortal family's base, Splendid Jade Mountain. On the way, Jiang Chengsun and Shen Ruiyan turned to look at Shen Daoming. Jiang Chengsun couldn't help but ask, "Family head, the 2 ancestors just now, what exactly?" Shen Ruiyan couldn't help but interrupt. "That's right, brother. What exactly do the 2 ancestors mean?" However, Shen Daoming smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I don't know either, even if you ask me. How could I know what the ancestors are thinking?" As he spoke, He turned to look at Jiang Chengsun and thought for a moment before saying, "Elder Jiang, you don't have to feel pressured. Since ancestors have shown special goodwill to you, you might as well accept it. Don't worry, with my understanding of the two ancestors, they definitely mean no harm." As they spoke, the three of them arrived at a fork in the road. Shen Daoming said, "All right, let's part ways here. If anything happens, remember to send back a signal immediately." With that, Shen Daoming cupped his hands at Jiang Chengsun and nodded at Shen Ruian. His figure turned into a beam of light and headed north. End of Part 1. Novels Hall Dynasty.